Many know about slavery, but few discuss paper genocide. We did not all come from Africa, and most of us have Aboriginal roots that were stripped away due to reclassification and miseducation. As a native Black American and a member of the Muskogee Creek Nation, I understand the importance of tracing your lineage. If you want to learn how to trace your genealogy and apply for tribal citizenship, go to nativeblackancestry.com to schedule a consultation.
They don't want you to remember this. You not no slave, you indigenous. Fuck how they painted them Indians. You went to war with the French and the British, man. Quite frankly, you was kings Merovingians. They took the women and men, made them prisoners, raised up the children to worship their images, set up a lab to the genes and they mixed them, and this shit get way deeper than your pigment.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, tap the like button on the way in. Subscribe to the channel if you're new. We're just now getting this live stream kicked off on TikTok as well. Make sure to follow me on TikTok if you haven't already. Mike TV on TikTok. I also got another one called Native Black Ancestry. So make sure to check those TikTok handles out. As always, we are going to give it a few minutes, guys. We're going to give folks a few minutes to realize that I'm live, a few minutes to gather around, a few minutes to get the likes up on TikTok, get the likes up on YouTube. Give me a moment to get some water. We got a marathon of content prepared for you this evening, as always. And make sure to check out the website, nativeblackancestry.com. If you need any resources as it relates to history or genealogy. I've actually got a book list of my primary sources that you guys can check out. A lot of these titles are suppressed. A lot of them you can't even buy in the States. You got to buy them from the UK or somewhere. And I do update this book list weekly with new titles. In addition, I do have a digital archive that I've personally curated with over 600 documents, family photos, newspaper clippings, book excerpts, you name it, all citing our indigeneity. You can download these to your phone, to your computer, share them on social media, etc. But give me a moment. Let me get my overlay correct over here on TikTok. I got to change my image that's showing on the screen. Tonight we're going to be exposing fraudulent tribes, pretendians, scams, grifters that are preying on the Native Black American community. It's so unfortunate. At the same time that we're discovering our indigeneity, looking into genealogy on a national scale, well, hey, at the same time, we got a bunch of scammers coming out to prey on our community. Just yesterday, I did a live stream where a couple people called in, and they were actually scammed by this thing called Z Amaru Republic. They're like claiming to be a tribe or something. I mean, there's a whole bunch of pseudo shit out there. Lord knows that's why I do what I do. Somebody has to provide some legitimate opportunities. Again, I'm a card-carrying member of a tribe. I'm not really doing anything too crazy. I'm just consulting with you guys and showing you the same process of getting tribal citizenship that me and my family went through back in 2021. But some folks, man, some folks are just after a bag. Some folks just want to scam you. Some folks just want to grift you. Whether it's that whole sovereign citizen Moorish Science Temple of America movement, or, you know, any of these folks starting these fake tribes, or, you know, now the latest thing is this Tamerica, this Tamerica. I'm a Tamerican, you're a Tamerican. I mean, there's always these little cults, these little fringe organizations popping up to try to lead us astray. But all right, there's the image that I wanted to be showed on TikTok. We got that going. Perfect, perfect. Now, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, if anybody wants to call in, let me drop the StreamYard link right now on YouTube. You guys can click that StreamYard link on YouTube to call in at any point in time. Actually, let me do you one better and pin that link to the top of the chat. Let me see. Let's get this pinned to the top of the chat, y'all. Shout out to everybody tuning in on TikTok. We're going to officially get this party started once we hit 2,000 likes on TikTok. So tap the screen, tap the screen, tap the screen. Tonight we are highlighting the scammers amongst us, the pretendians amongst us, those that are preying on the Native Black American community by and large. us the into it, y'all. Let's get into it. All right, let me go ahead and pin the StreamYard link to the top of the chat. There we go. YouTube's locked in. You guys got a call-in link for the rest of the broadcast. TikTok, you guys know what to do. Request to join as a guest. I'll bring you up. Or if you have any commentary, you can post it in the comment section. But yeah, this is going to be an interesting broadcast, to say the least. I mean, if there's anybody out there that's been scammed by this Z Amaru lady or this Z Amaru Ministries thing, then, you know, call in, provide a comment. We would love to hear from you. Oh Lord, we would love to hear from you. Last night I got to hear from three of her victims called into my broadcast last night. 3 of her victims. Come on, y'all, come on. Chief Blackfoot Niji over on YouTube says, are you on Mike TV TikTok or another name? Oh no, right now I'm broadcasting on my other TikTok, Native Black Ancestry. So that's probably why you couldn't find me, Chief Blackfoot. United Aboriginal American says, I wish I wasn't half asleep. Hey, it's all good. You can always catch up on the replay if you doze off. Nation with a Nation says that thumbnail is fire. Hey, I'm glad you appreciate my handiwork. All right, and it looks like we're almost to 500 likes on TikTok. As soon as we hit 2,000 likes on TikTok, we will officially begin tonight's presentation. Guys, again, make sure to check out my website, nativeblackancestry.com. We've got tons of genealogy resources available for you. And you know what is a sure tell sign that something is a scam versus something is legitimate? Tonight, we're actually going to go through some of these scam websites. We're going to go through the Z Amaru Republic. Hold on, I'm going to give you guys a little preview. Z Amaru Republic Ministries or whatever the hell. Yeah. The Aboriginal Ministry of Justice, y'all. We got the Amaru Ministry of Justice peddling fake tribal citizenship. And guys, I'm not going to give you any spoilers. You got to stick around to later on in the broadcast. You got to stick around. We're going to go through the price of this fake tribe. We're going to go through some testimonials about people who've been scammed by it. Yeah, it's going to get interesting, guys. It's going to get interesting. But a telltale sign that something is a scam versus something is legitimate. Well, guys, just check out my website. You know something that you notice on my website? Do I have services that I provide to the community? Yes. You know what's different for my services versus others, like the Z Amaru Ministry Republic? You know the main difference? Other than them scamming and everything I'm doing on the up and up, the main difference, just surface level difference, is when you go to a website like mine, I have something called testimonials. Some of them wobbles, some of them pretendians, some of them scammers. I mean, some of these grifters don't know what a testimonial is. No, I'm just fretting. They probably know what a testimonial is. They just can't get one from one of their clients because they're scamming people instead of providing a legitimate service. Meanwhile, on my website, I've got 3 testimonials on the homepage. You can go to the Book of Consultation tab and see another 3 testimonials. So, I mean, a total of 6 testimonials on my website. And when you go to a scamming ass page like the Z Amaru Ministry Republic of Justice or whatever the hell, you won't find a single testimonial in sight. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. Get the likes up on TikTok. We just hit 1,000 likes. As soon as we hit 2,000 likes on TikTok, we will officially get tonight's presentation started. This is a marathon, not a sprint.
I'm so glad that, you know what I'm saying, I even, you know what I mean, experienced this. I'm glad I experienced you from, you know what I mean, enlightening me from the internet to, you know what I mean, online, getting one-on-one in depth, giving me a lot of information that I can take back to my people as well. And hopefully we could both get the everything meshing with everything with the lineage and everything with the genealogy. This is no scam. This is all real. This is a real homeboy that put it down. He mean what he say. He got receipts and he put it down. He stands on business. Straight up. One love.
Let's talk about it, y'all. Real people, real results. And it looks like the trolls are coming out to play early on. I welcome it. I just really hope that the trolls find the testicular fortitude to actually request to join as a guest one of these days. I mean, we'd love to hear what you have to say, but let me see who's trolling on TikTok. We don't have any trolls on YouTube yet. We got Didi on TikTok. He says, I would trust a DNA analysis, not anyone testimony. First of all, you can't even spell testimony. You're probably a foreigner tuning in from a third world mud hut, talking about DNA analysis versus a testimonial. Is that the word you're looking for? Testimonial? Guys, we all know DNA testing cannot tell you your ethnicity, nor your heritage, nor help you get anything such as tribal citizenship. I mean, Lord, oh Lord. Did man just say he trusts a DNA analysis more than a testimonial? Hey, if your DNA analysis was so on the up and up, then the DNA testing company should have testimonials from people whose DNA that they tested. And these people should say, hey, so-and-so tested my DNA and it taught me who I am and everything was valid and everything's on the up and up. But you don't see that. You see fraudulent ass commercials and ads tugging on your heartstrings and shit. You see pseudo shit like what is it? AfricanAncestry.com. Hey, put a fist or feather in the chat if you've seen any of these goofy ass ads from AfricanAncestry.com trying to peddle some fugazi pan goofy DNA tests. I mean, this shit is crazy, y'all. This shit is real crazy. Come on, hold on. I want to find an ad of theirs. I want to find an ad. I wonder if I can find an ad. Hold on. Here we go.
I recommend anyone who's a descendant of slaves in America to do African ancestry, because what they do that the other ones don't do is take you back to your tribe. I did the maternal and the paternal. On my maternal side, all the way back, it went to Sierra Leone, which is not far from Ghana.
Whoa. Time out. Scam alert. So you telling me you took an African DNA test, they gave you some fugazi certificate, a certificate of ancestry. First of all, guys, a certificate is only as valid as the organizations and institutions that recognize them. You know why some of us pay thousands and thousands or even hundreds of thousands of dollars for college degrees? Because those certificates have value. When someone sees a degree from Harvard, whatever organization or company is reviewing that person with that degree, they recognize it. It has value. What the fuck is a certificate of ancestry from AfricanAncestry.com gonna get you? Look at this shit. It says from the Temne people living in Sierra Leone. I wonder if the Temne tribe in Sierra Leone has anything to do with this. I wonder if the Temne tribe in Sierra Leone got the DNA testing results mailed to them and they verified it and said, oh yes, this person in America is part of our tribe. Let's I mean, are you talking about some dual citizenship here? I mean, you're not talking about tribal citizenship. You're talking about a certificate of ancestry. I mean, I've never even heard of the Temne people. Is that even a real tribe in Africa? Do they have anything going with like the government? Does the government recognize them? Is there like, do they have any like a political structure? And I mean, guys, beware of the scam. Whether the scam comes in the form of DNA testing kits or fake tribes, or pay me X amount of money for a package to teach you how to correct your status and blah, blah. I mean, guys, there's a lot of scamming, a lot of scheming going on. But this dude says, hey, you should do AfricanAncestry.com because they're going to give you a certificate and tell you that you're part of some African tribe. Okay. All right. I mean, anyone can just print out a certificate and say that, hey, I identify with this tribe. I mean, hey.
And then on my father's side, it went back to Portugal.
Oh, interesting. Guys, this is so fugazi. This is so sad. If it wasn't so sad, it would be laughable. Let's play devil's advocate. Let's say that you can really spit in a cup and it's going to tell you what your maternal line is and your paternal line and what country your people came from and what ethnic group your people came from. Okay, let's play devil's advocate here. Man's just told us that his mama's side was some African tribe near Sierra Leone. And he just said his father's side goes back to Spain and Portugal. So you telling me you descend from African conquistadors? Did you guys know there's such a thing as African conquistadors? Let's talk about it. How is it that you're claiming to have Spanish, Portuguese lineage mixed with African lineage? That's an interesting admixture. Spanish and the Portuguese wasn't really breeding with Africans like that. If it ever did happen, on the rare occasion that it did happen, that African was working as a vassal, as a slave of sorts for the Portuguese, for the Spanish crown. They were a conquistador. Damn. We got descendants of African conquistadors trying to lead us astray with fugazi, Pan-African DNA testing kits, y'all. I done seen it all. Y'all. This is wild. This is baffling.
Meaning all of the men going back, Portuguese man at some point started that trail. And then on the mother side, all the way back on the women, a woman from Sierra Leone began my mother's line. But when I was standing there and I looked up and it said Portuguese church, what the slave castle was doing was confirming the history that was being revealed in my DNA. I just sat.
What said Portuguese church? I didn't see anything that says Portuguese church. Did you guys see anything that said Portuguese church? The DNA testing company that's literally called African Ancestry, they printed out some fugazi certificates. I didn't see anything that said Portuguese church. Hold on, y'all. He's now claiming Portuguese church ties.
From Sierra Leone began.
Hey, and mind you, finding an affiliation with the Portuguese church is possible. Guess how that would be found? Through genealogy. DNA testing has nothing to do with genealogy. Genealogy is about paper records, birth certificates, death certificates, marriage certificates, church records, military records, right? So it's interesting how they're blurring the lines between DNA and genealogy. How would a DNA test, how does spitting in a cup tell you that your ancestors were linked to a church? We're getting into a whole new level of pseudo now, y'all. I wasn't prepared for this.
And my mother's line. But when I was standing there and I looked up and it said Portuguese church, what the slave castle was doing was confirming the history that was being.
Whoa. This gets crazier. So where the Portuguese church thing comes from is he went, I guess, to Africa to one of those tourism scams. He went to one of those fake slave castles in Africa where they claim, oh, this was like the doorway of no return. Like this little hallway was the hallway that all the slaves went to before they got on the boat. Come over here, spend money with us, we're poor. Tourism scam, right? So you telling me you went to the local African tourism scam, it said Portuguese church on the top, and this is somehow verifying something for you? Hey, I love how he started off saying that every Black American, I think he used the term African American, but I refuse to acknowledge that term. I think he started off by saying every Black American who's a descendant of slaves needs to do the African Ancestry DNA test. Well, guys, fun fact. Not all Black Americans descend from slaves. And even if we do descend from slaves, that does not mean we descend from African slaves. The first slaves in the Americas were indigenous tribes. Look it up. Long before there was a transatlantic slave trade of Africans, there was a transatlantic slave trade of Indians. And this went on all the way into the 18th century. Tribes like the Yamasee lost skirmishes with local European factions. So guess what? They get reclassified and enslaved in the Carolinas. Some of them shipped to the Caribbean, islands like Jamaica. But if we descend from slaves, that automatically means we're African by default? What? Where they do that at? Damn. But let's finish out this this piss poor advertisement.
The slave castle was doing was confirming the history that was being revealed in my DNA. I just sat there and I just kind of thought to myself, I said, this is stuff that you can watch a documentary.
Ooh, and then they're literally mentioning the year of return, Ghana 2019. Guys, that was one of the biggest tourism scams they ever pulled on Black Americans in recent history. The Ghana year of return scam. What the fuck you mean a year of return? Guys, let's play devil's advocate. Let's say we descend from African slaves from Ghana. Guess what? No white man snuck into Ghana and kidnapped no Africans. The Ghanaian leadership captured Africans and sold them to Europeans. That's why it's called a slave trade. Is it called a holy war? Is it called a mass invasion? No, it's called a trade. Africans were trading Africans. In return, they got trinkets, beer, gunpowder, muskets, mirrors, beads. They did bad business. Let's just face it. You did bad business, sold out your own people so that the Europeans can participate in global domination. And then after they milked you dry, they said, you know what? Let's have a little extended vacation in your homeland for a little bit. Y'all got colonized for what? 40 years? 50 years? Help me out, guys. Did Africa even get colonized for a total of 60 years? The Europeans didn't start colonizing them until late 1800s, early 1900s. Most African nations got their freedom 1950s, 1960s. Y'all didn't even get colonized like that. But you're still down bad saying that the reason for it is colonization. Okay. Okay, guys, this is going to get interesting to say the least. It's going to get very, very interesting. I see that we have the likes where they need to be on TikTok. Let me quickly catch you guys up on the whole reason why we're doing tonight's broadcast. There was something that recently came to my attention called Z Amaru Ministries or something of the sort. Aboriginal Ministry of Justice. It's ran by the Z Amaru tribe. Guys, it's a scam. It's bullshit. Several of my genealogy clients have been scammed by them, and they're coming to me telling me all about it. Last night, I did a live stream. Several of her victims came to my live stream and told me all about how she scammed them. So guys, to really catch you guys up on the whole purpose of tonight's broadcast, let me just give you a little recap into what went on last night. We got Angel. Angel, let us know where you're calling in from and what's on your mind.
Greetings. I'm calling in from Michigan. Just quick question. Is the only way to get into the tribal community is just through payment?
I don't know what you mean by that.
I had did all the genealogy, and I know the last step that I did was ministry. And they were accepting people into the tribe, but I know it was like a $800 initiation to get in.
Whoa. Red flag. This lady calls into my show last night. She says, Mike, is the only way for you to get tribal citizenship to pay to get in? And immediately I'm like, what are you talking about? I've never heard somebody paying to get tribal citizenship. I mean, tribal citizenship is a birthright. It's something that you have through your lineage or something you don't have. You can't just pay to be a part of a tribe unless you're European, hence the term $5 Indian, right? So when she says, Mike is the only way to be a part of a tribe to pay, and then she follows it up by talking about $800. She says she talked with somebody, she talked with so-and-so. They said the price was $800. In my mind, I'm thinking, what the hell is going on right now? Coming from the back to the front, let's see. None of the Siberian Huskies want to come.
As far as
this African stuff, ice going on, I worry about. Huskies want
from Michigan. Just quick question. Is the only way to get into the tribal community is just through payment?
I don't know what you mean by that.
I had did all the genealogy, and I know the last step that I did was ministry. And they were accepting people into the tribe, but I know it was like a $800 initiation to get in.
That doesn't sound like any legitimate tribe I've ever heard of. What was the
So,
name of this tribe?
it's Aboriginal Ministry. It was that one I did the
Hold on.
native.
Is this something I haven't heard of what you're talking about, so I want to be able to look it up because I'm sure a lot of people haven't heard of it either. You said it's called the what ministry?
I want to say Aboriginal. I have it in my email.
Aboriginal Ministry.
Ministries.
Is it Ministry of Justice?
It's I know it's something ministry because
Is it associated? Is there someone called Z Amaru Republic associated with it?
I believe so.
Come on. We gotta get you a PSA, public service announcement. Be wary of the scammers. Shout out to Chief Blackfoot. He says I almost fell for it last year. See? So many people I've come in contact with over the last couple of weeks who've either been scammed by them or almost fell victim to the scam. Thank you for bringing this up. Thank you so much for bringing this up. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I've had several people consult with me recently. They've booked me for consultations. In the beginning of the consultation, I ask everyone the same exact question. I say, hey, tell me about yourself. How long have you been watching my content? And what motivated you to look into your family's genealogy? And I've had several people come to me within the last week saying that they're coming my way for genealogy research because they've been led astray by people like Z Amaru making fake tribes and trying to charge people hundreds of dollars for fake ass tribes. Let's go ahead and look at this website for the Aboriginal Ministry of Justice and let's see why she's trying to charge people $800 to be a part of some club. Let's see. The Aboriginal Ministry of Justice, Indigenous government organization of the Z Amaru Republic. First of all, what the fuck is a Z Amaru Republic? Does the U.S. government recognize a Z Amaru Republic? Does any foreign nation recognize a Z Amaru Republic? We just making up shit now, y'all. Let's talk about it. This is a governmental organization under the jurisdiction of the Z Amaru Republic dedicated to advocating for and protecting the rights, autonomy, and well-being of indigenous communities within our nation. Scam alert. Scam alert. Don't believe the hype. Come on. Hey, shout out to Chief Yasin on TikTok. Says, bro, I could tell you everything about them. Well, hey, if you got time, request to join as a guest. We'd love to hear what experience you have with them. The only reason I'm doing this broadcast is because I've had so many genealogy clients of mine, as well as viewers of mine coming forth saying that they've been led astray and scammed by this organization. So if you have the availability, John Yasin, go ahead and request to join as a guest. Through various services and initiatives, we provide legal support. Oh, hell no. You better be a licensed attorney. You better be an attorney licensed with the bar if you're providing legal support. People come to me all the time with legal questions, and I say straight up, I can't give you legal support, but I'll give you my opinion. These motherfuckers not only claiming that they started a whole Z Amaru Republic, but they claiming they giving legal support. Red flag, red flag, red flag. And Chief Yasin says, I led 267 people to them. Okay, well, hey, I'm just waiting for you to call in. Let's hear what you got to say. Let's keep going. Black Light says, Amaru, shout out to Tupac. Yeah, they were inspired by the Machiavelli. Legal support, guidance, and representation for Indigenous individuals and the Z Amaru Republic Indigenous government with a focus on areas like sovereignty, self-governance, and cultural preservation. And hold on, Chief says, it's not something I'm proud of. My TikTok live is down right now until Thursday. Well, Chief, why don't you come over here to YouTube? We'd really love to hear what you have to say. This could really be a vindicating moment for you, especially if you're not proud of the fact that you led damn near 300 people to that organization. But if you go on YouTube and just type in Mike TV, I should pop right up. I'm live right now on YouTube. There's a link pinned to the top of the chat. So just like how you're able to call in on TikTok, you can call in on YouTube and you don't even have to download anything. So hopefully we hear from you soon. Mission is to work directly with Z Amaru Native American citizens. Guys, what the hell is a Z Amaru Native American? I've heard of an Apache. I've heard of a Comanche. I've heard of a Choctaw. I've heard of a Cherokee. I've heard of a Catawba. I've heard of a Taino, a Carib, a Arawak, a Creek, a Appalachian, a Catawba, a Pamunkey, a Nottoway, a Narragansett. I ain't never heard of a fucking Z Amaru Native American. Have you? Damn. But I'm giving them a fair shake, guys, even though I'm passionate, because a lot of my genealogy clients are coming to me after getting scammed by these people on TikTok, getting scammed by the Z Amaru Republic on TikTok. Again,
But I
I'm
also
giving
did the
them.
one that you're talking about.
Hold
I
on,
did the native ancestry.com.
Time out. NativeAncestry.com is my website. I doubt that
I mean, I've
you
done that
went there.
already.
Yeah, hold on. Time out. First, we're going to read through the Z Amaru, okay? And then we're going to talk about what other stuff you've done already. Because if you're talking about you've already done my website, I'm not sure about that. We'll get there in just a second, though. It says here that citizens will address vital issues such as legal status, jurisdictional authority, and the protection of children and families. We operate within our national framework, the Z Amaru Republic, while also upholding respected international frameworks, including the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People and the American Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, along with the relevant national laws. Guys, I'm hearing a lot of bullshit. I'm really still not understanding. Let's see if we can see clarity. Let's go to services. Step 1, native status. Step 2, native status. Citizen prior to 2024 citizenship procedure. Tribal credentials. Record filing services. Certified. Scam alert, scam alert, scam alert. Okan says, that's what I'm scared of, being scammed. Exactly. Now you see why I do what I do. Reviewing reviewers reviews says, I'm glad I held off on all these pseudo things popping up. I found my great-great-grandfather's name on the Freedmen's Bureau as witness, and my great-great-great-grandmother was known in town as an Indian. Yep, exactly. And shout out to reviewing reviewers. I believe that you actually consulted with me recently. They go on to say the payment processor options that you offer are only available to legitimate companies. Yeah. Everything that I do is on the up and up. I mean, I ain't gonna front. When I first started, before I had the website and the payment processor, I was just accepting payments on Cash App and stuff. But over time, you got to tighten up. And Lord, oh Lord, I didn't know that there were so many people out there scamming and scheming like this. You know what? Real quick, we've got Chief Janssen backstage on YouTube. I'm going to bring them up in just a moment. I'm actually about to get through in this video. I'm going to get through some key portions of their website real quick, and then we're going to bring up Chief Janssen. Records request service, the Z Amaru Republic certifications, create a business, and all services. Okay, let's just do this in order, guys. Let's just do this in order. First service, tribal screening process. Our tribal screening process is this. Oh, guys, I'm not lying. I've had several people come to me after getting scammed by this shit. One of the ladies, it's coming back right now. One of the ladies told me that they paid to be a part of this, and this organization told them that they were Indigenous. Why? Because they did some kind of quiz, and they told the organization their blood type. So based off of the answers of the quiz and based off of the blood type, this Z Amaru Republic told my client, oh yeah, you're Indigenous. Now pay us this money and you can be a part of the tribe. Yeah, let's keep reading though. What's this tribal screening process entail? Our tribal screening process is designed to ensure a smooth transition into citizenship to the Z Amaru Republic tribal jurisdiction for both children and adults. Our aim is to help those who have experienced denationalization, particularly as a result of past atrocities such as genocide, to regain a sense of identity and belonging as Indigenous/Native Americans with a proper nationality. So guys, essentially, this is just an association. This is just like an after-school club of sorts for people who have a bit of an identity crisis. If you want to regain a sense of identity, if you want to find belonging as an Indigenous person, you pay them $800 and you get to have a sense of identity and a sense of belonging. All right, let's keep reading, guys. Let's keep reading. We got a cookie cutter B-roll thing right here. Let's see if there's any audio with this.
To become a citizen of the Shiamaru Republic?
Oh, I can't even. They got a damn AI voiceover. They don't even care enough about the services they're promoting to just record orally with their own voice. We got an AI voiceover, y'all. Hold up.
Find out with our tribal screening process. Why choose us? Our process ensures a seamless transition into citizenship within the Shiamaru Republic tribal jurisdiction for both children and adults. Reconnect with.
Shout out to Bria Dean on YouTube. Bria says, that's why I saw you for genealogy help so that this doesn't happen to me. Exactly. This is why I started providing the services that I do, because there's been several people out there scheming people and scamming people with these fake ass genealogy services. This is the whole reason why I do what I do. Renee says, why pay them $800? Exactly. We're going to get there, and I'm going to show you guys the real price to applying for tribal citizenship with an actual tribe that's recognized by the U.S. government. Blacklight says, Cash App sent. My bad. I'm reading stuff. I'm interacting with the chat. I was not looking at my Cash App. If a contribution came through, I thank you. I always like to acknowledge people. David, I appreciate the Cash App. Thank you for supporting the work that I do, brother. But guys, let's keep hearing this AI voiceover.
With your heritage and regain your identity as an Indigenous Native American. The process. 1. Make your payment with a one-time non-refundable fee of $75 per adult or $50 per child. Our skilled team handles your request with the utmost care.
Okay, so just to put in a request, it's a non-refundable $75 or something like that. Okay.
Within 1 to 4 business days, your case is assigned to an expert who will diligently prepare your screening application. 2. Gather your personal information and submit your application via the client portal. 3. Our experienced team conducts a detailed search. 4. Within 5 to 10 business days, receive your screening results.
What screening results are we? Shout out to Hawk on TikTok. They said, is this a rerun from yesterday's live? No, we're live today. It's just I'm playing a little bit of a clip of yesterday's live, because in yesterday's live, we had people call in who'd been scammed by this Ministry Justice Z Amaru tribe. But no, we're live right now, and we even have somebody who was affiliated with the tribe, air quotes, tribe, backstage right now, and I'm going to bring them up in just a moment. So we are definitely live. Thanks for tuning in, everybody. Tap the screen, tap the screen, tap the screen. And if you need legitimate options for genealogy research or historical resources, go to nativeblack.ancestry.com. Talking about, if this is a fake ass tribal organization you created on your own, Shi Amaru, then what screening is happening? You're having them pay $75 just to tell them, hey, yeah, we'll let you be a part of our group. Now pay us $800. What screening? Do you think she's actually denying someone? Do you think she's actually saying, oh, you know what? We looked at your screening and we don't think you're a good fit. This is a money ploy. Damn.
If your application is approved, a certificate and further instructions will be provided via email.
They're going to give you a certificate, y'all. Guess what? Nowhere in the services do I provide a damn certificate. Nowhere do I tell you, pay me X amount of money and I'm going to make you a part of some tribe. Damn, this is sad. Hold on. It says, after completing the screening and ready to move forward with the citizenship procedure, click here. Okay, let's assume that we did the screening and we want to click there. What's going to happen? I feel like they're going to ask me for money. The Z Amaru Republic Citizenship Procedure. Reclaim the identity that colonization tried to erase. We're not even going to read through all this malarkey. Why choose this procedure? Correct misclassification. Reconnect your culture. Secure dual recognition. Oh my God, this is such a scam. The U.S. government does not recognize the Z Amaru Republic. But guess what the U.S. government recognizes? My tribe, the Muskogee Creek Nation. I have dual citizenship. I don't think anybody a part of the Z Amaru Republic has dual citizenship. You probably got membership with a club, but that's not citizenship. You're going to gain citizenship in the Z Amaru Republic while retaining U.S. citizenship under the Indian Citizenship Act of 1924, ensuring full participation in both jurisdictions. Oh, Lord. How much does it cost? Here we go. Administrative fee, certificate of description, genealogy certificate, name change decree, member ID. I'm still not seeing a price. How much does it cost? Having completed the tribal screen. No. How much? Oh, shit. Oh, no. I quit. I'm done. Yeah, y'all didn't see what I just saw. Y'all didn't see what I just saw. Damn. I need to raise my prices, guys. Apparently, I'm in the wrong business. I need to start scamming my community instead of empowering my community. I'm doing it wrong, y'all. Why am I giving y'all $99 genealogy consultations for over 90 minutes with me, a member of a tribe, showing you the exact process of how I did it and how you can do it too? Why should I do that when I can join the Z Amaru Republic and charge people $2,000 to be a part of some fake ass tribe? $2,000 to be a part of the Z Amaru Republic. Damn. Damn. Lord, oh Lord, what is going on? Come on, y'all. Let's talk about it. I see some people in TikTok who almost fell for it. Let me see. Who was it? On TikTok, Hawk says they caught me for that $75. I backed off after seeing they wanted $800 to join. Red Silver says that's when I stopped my process. Yeah. Cherokee says you have integrity. They don't. Come on. OB says because you're not evil, bro, continue to do the right thing. Hey, I'm just joking. I'm just joking in this video clip, okay, guys? I promise I will never turn to the dark side, okay? I'm never going to turn to the dark side on you. Come on. If you ever see me up here talking about, guys, I created my own tribe, pay me 5 payments of $29.99, I mean, then you know something happened. They done cloned your boy. I done got waterboarded or something. They broke me. I mean, guys, if you ever see something crazy like that for me, know that there's some strange things going on. Now y'all see why I do what I do. ILYFL is right. ILYFL is right. Are you serious right now? So when the sister on the panel said 800, I guess she was maybe going for like a child application with an expedited processing of 2 to 4 months. I mean, guys, what? So they're trying to upcharge people claiming that they're going to get their application processed sooner. What's the application process? You just read an intake form. Oh, this dumb person wants to give us money because they're lost and confused. All right, is that going to be check or cash? This is sad. $2,000. Get a business with your citizenship procedure. Damn, they'll also throw in a tax-exempt business for one additional payment of $49.99. Hurry while supplies last. Damn, the hustle is real. Now I see why I've got so many people coming to me as of late from this Z Amaru Republic stuff. I literally had one chick come to me and she had met with them, did the intake and stuff, and she felt something was off. So her son recommended her to me. And after meeting with me, she literally said to me verbatim, she said, damn, Mike, I'm glad I didn't go that other route. Yeah. But before we unmute our panel member, and see what she was talking about as it relates to comparing this to my website, nativeblack.ancestry.com. Let's first see what else we can glean from this grift here. You can book a 60-minute virtual call with a tribal representative for $99. Okay, cool. So you can spend $99 to get a 60-minute virtual call to be a part of a cult, or you can spend $99 to get a 90-minute genealogy consultation with an actual member of an actual tribe. I mean, Lord, oh Lord, to each their own. Hey, let's talk about it, y'all. Each their own. And you know what? I'm sorry. We do have Chief Jensen waiting patiently backstage. He's the one that was actually affiliated with the Z Amaru Ministry Republic tribe thing. So let me actually bring him up. Coming from the back to the front is Chief. Chief, go ahead and unmute yourself. Let the people know where you're calling in from and what's on your mind.
Hey, what's going on? Yeah, my name is Chief Yasun, calling in from the north. Number one, appreciate you for having me up. It's kind of funny. I got people sending me video recordings of this live, and I'm like, wow. So I had to hop on and tell you my experience. So really quick, I started my TikTok journey just teaching history, et cetera, et cetera. Now I came across them in my journey, and I reached out, did my tribal screen, and came back positive. I'm talking about it on TikTok or whatever. So they offered me a position of affiliation to, talk about my experience, show people how I went through it. Long story short, yeah. So they was pretty much paying me, right? per tribal screener. And what ended up happening is there was probably a week where I made, like, I kid you not, like $1,000. Um, However you want to calculate how much money for them, actually, I'll go straight onto the website and calculate how much money I made for them.
Yeah, go for it.
Let's see. Give me 1 second, because I actually went on your website while you were talking. That's pretty funny. All right. Okay. So, anyways, after I made them a certain amount of money, they cut me off without any explanation, and then even went as far as to, when a certain amount of people I led to them spoke up for me, was like, yo, this isn't right. They were actually kicking people out too. Now at the time where I was affiliated with them, they were charging 800 for adults, 400 for kids.
Wait,
So
hold on, hold
one,
on. Let me wrap my head around this real quick. So you're affiliated with the tribe. Somehow you've got like someone say some social media clout, or maybe you just have a vast network, but either way you're able to drive traffic to this organization, so they're
I went
paying
viral.
you some kind of referral fee, which is pretty standard in business. If you bring in a client to me, I give you some kind of kickback, right? But you're saying that once you made a certain amount, or once you gave them a certain amount of business, or a certain amount of traffic was sent their way, they just cut you off. And then the people that came in through you were even raising red flags like, yo, what's going on here? And then that's when they started to kick people out of the tribe.
Correct. I didn't even know. I was so upset. I haven't paid attention to them in months. So when I just saw that price that they're charging, they upped their price because I brought so much traffic in that they were like, oh, we don't even need to pay him. We're going to double our price. We're going to get more people. And now, even seeing that, I'm appalled. And to anybody here who booked a consultation with me, or found the Shiamaru from my videos, this is an apology from Chief Yasun. I apologize. I had no idea that these people were like this. When you say Aboriginal Ministry of Justice, you're using the word ministry, you're using the word justice. I'm assuming you're doing justice for the people. So that's a huge my bad.
I see. So yeah, this is crazy. So they were charging 800, which is why some people in my chat right now on TikTok are saying that they almost got for 800, but then when we go on the website it says it's 2,000. So after you gave them a boost in traffic, they were like, let's just, you know, over double the rates, right? Because double would be 1,600. So so more than double the rates.
More than double.
And
And
what exactly are they providing? Like, for example, let's imagine it's back in the day, however long back it was, and let's say that I'm a person that you're guiding through the She Amaru ministry thing. What exactly am I getting for the intake fee, the initial consultation, for the whole membership? Like, what exactly do I get?
oh, I didn't even have the authority to speak on the membership. My authority was simply to show people how I did the tribal screening. And simply for the tribal screening, you don't, oh my gosh, thinking back on it, oh, I'm feeling like such an idiot. Thinking back on it, when you complete your tribal screening, you don't even get a certificate. You get a PDF certificate. If you want a real certificate, it's another $50, and then they'll mail it to you.
Whoa. So you do some kind of tribal screening. They give you a PDF certificate. And if you want a physical copy, you got to drop an additional $50.
Yep. And
So
here's the
two
thing.
things come to mind. Hold on. Two things come to mind. For one, what exactly does the screening entail? And for two, what is supposed to be the value of the certificate?
Man, that's, as someone who is came into this knowledge of who we are. When we're walking into tribes like this, we think the certificate is, I guess, identity. You know how they say you pay, like you said earlier, you pay this much to what, a sense of identity, right?
Hmm.
That's the scam, because they know people are looking for that sense of identity. So for a lot of us, this was the start of us reclaiming who we are, and now we got to even try to fix that.
I see. So you're saying that just like most cults do, they were really preying on the emotionally vulnerable. They were preying on
Mhm.
people who really felt indigenous ties and were really just looking for any kind of affirmation. So when I say, what value does a certificate have? Well, to someone like me or to someone like you who, you know, is more well versed on these topics, we know that the certificate is pointless. It's nothing, right? It's not even worth the paper that it was printed on. But to someone who doesn't know these things, to someone who's just now coming into Black Americans being Indigenous as a new concept, they may think that this certificate gives them the legal precedent to start putting Native American on their applications and their documents. Some people might think this gives them the precedent of not paying taxes anymore. I've talked to some people who've come from that organization. They think that that certificate gives them the precedent to not need a driver's license or to insure or register your vehicle on some science Temple of America, Moorish sovereign citizen type shit. So, you know, for those of us that are well learned, we know that these kind of things are very, very worthless. But for those that are, you know, not very familiar with it in our community, I mean, they say a fool and his money are easily parted. And that's not to call anybody out there fools, but I can only imagine if it was 2018 and I came across somebody online and they're talking this indigenous stuff, and I'm like, oh yeah, my family always said we were indigenous, and I think this is a legitimate path. I mean, I would have maybe fell for it too. But it being 2025 and me being a historian and a genealogist and me actually going through the legitimate tribal citizenship process myself in 2021, I know this ain't nothing but a damn scam. But other than the certificate, what else do you get? What's like the next step after that?
Oh gosh. The certificate, man. Yeah, the citizenship. After that, they say you got 14 months to do the citizenship, and I'm guessing that's 14 months to save up that money, because for a lot of people, that's about how long it's gonna take. And
Wait, so 14 months to do the citizenship. So we know that there's not really nothing with the citizenship. It's just them accepting someone's payments. So just like you said, the 14 months is really just an opportunity to give them to save up, or are they making like layaway payments on the citizenship?
layaway payments as well. Yeah, they do.
Damn,
They do have those.
damn,
Um,
damn, damn.
and really quick, I want to make one final statement before I get off here, because I don't want to stir up too much drama, or be up all up in everyone's business. But I do want to. I came up here, to warn people. The Aboriginal Ministry of Justice, this woman, the chief, she is not the original Shiamaru. That no, that nation was the ARNA. Even on their website, they have a wanted poster of her name for an attempt to carry out coup,
Wait,
theft of
what's the
headquarters from
NRNA? What's that stand for?
the ARNA, I believe, is the Aboriginal Republic of North America, and they classify themselves as the Shiamaru as well. So that's even a whole another thing you can dive into. So there's two Shiamarus, and
Okay, so
yeah, it's
now the rabbit hole's getting
mhm,
deep. So there was a
exactly.
different Shiamaru Republic that this chick was a part of. She got the game from them, split, and then she started her own little scam racket.
Ding, 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 and that's how they getting people. So
Damn.
with that being said, much love, much respect to all the originals, the Aboriginals. I'm gonna go ahead and close out and continue listening. Keep doing what you're doing. Much love, family.
Yeah, thanks for calling in, brother. Man, I'm glad that we were able to have somebody give us a firsthand account. This is crazy, y'all. This is disheartening. I mean, I worked so hard, 13-hour days back to back, providing these genealogy consultations. Countless hours of live streaming, giving you guys free knowledge, educating you on the topic, giving you those receipts. I built out a whole digital archive on my website, 600 plus documents. And for what? Why work so hard doing it the right way when you can just prey on people's emotions and scam? Just pick the low hanging fruit. Just get to a bag, printing out fake ass certificates and telling people they're a part of some new sovereign entity. I mean, oh Lord, oh Lord, I could never. This is so disheartening. And this is actually the reason why I started to do what I do, because I'm pretty new on TikTok. I started TikTok in March, but I've been on YouTube since 2022. I got tribal citizenship with the Muskogee Creek Nation in 2021. And fun fact, I never made any content centered around Black American indigeneity. I never made any YouTube videos about it, any live streams. That wasn't my niche. My niche on YouTube was exposing scammers, fake gurus, grifters, charlatans preying on the Black community. Bitcoin scammers, crypto scammers, pump and dump schemes, the Pan Goofy scammers, the Tariq Nasheeds, the Umar Johnsons, et cetera, et cetera. And when I was exposing the whole Pan-African thing, the whole Umar Johnson thing, I started to notice that there were a lot of Black Americans who were getting in touch with their Aboriginal roots. And at the same time, there were Africans, Europeans, people on the reservation colluding in a conspiratorial fashion to try to convince us that our origins are in Africa somewhere. And I said, wait a minute, there's something wrong about this. I said, wait a minute, guys. I'm Black and I'm a member of a federally recognized tribe. This is real. This is a real thing. There are Black Americans that have indigenous ancestry. And over time, as I started to be more vocal about my own tribal citizenship, people would just naturally come to me. Yo, Mike, how'd you do that? What was the process like for you? And believe it or not, I started providing free consultations. I was running a marketing practice at the time. After doing my 9 to 5 in the evenings, I would do free consultations. And at that time, my consultations were 2.5 to 3 hours long per person. I was jam-packing it with information. But I started to notice over time that some people were acting flaky. Some people weren't really respecting my time. Some people weren't really valuing what I was doing. So I said, you know what, if I'm going to keep doing this, because more and more people were coming to me, I said, if I'm going to keep doing this, I got to figure out a way to keep the lights on. So guess what I did? I figured out the lowest price that I can charge for my time. And I came up with $50. So now I was given 2.5 to 3 hour long genealogy consultations for $50. And then guess what happened? There was somebody on YouTube that was scamming Black Americans with fake genealogy research. He went by the title, The Research Guy. If you guys look up The Research Guy now, you'll probably not even know who I'm talking about because I exposed him so successfully. I exposed him so viciously. I made him quit. I made him change genres. He don't even post no YouTube content, no TikTok content, no more about Black folks being Native or Native American, nothing. Now he's on some Trump shit. Now he moved on to some political grift because I got him up out of here because he was scamming our community. And over time, the service that I was providing just grew and grew and grew. And I ended up building the website, nativeblack.ancestry.com, so that all of these receipts and historical documents that I was coming across, I can catalog them, I could archive them, and I can make them accessible for everybody else so that we can shave down that learning curve, so that it doesn't take you guys 4 years straight of full-time research to know everything that I know, right? But imagine how disheartening it was when, for the last 1.5 years or so, I'm building my business. I'm spreading the word. I get started on TikTok. We're waking up a lot of Black Americans over on TikTok, and at the same time, I learned that there's quite a few people who are preying on our community. It's not just the Z, I'm a real Republic thing. There's a few of them out there. Quite a few of them are foreigners as well, guys. I mean, check the hairlines, check the big foreheads. I mean, we got a lot of foreigners, whether Haitian, Caribbean, African, they trying to run game on us because they know that we are in the middle of something called the Great Awakening. Didn't you notice that over the last few years, like all across the country, Black Americans at the same exact time are getting in tune with genealogy, history, our indigeneity? I mean, at the same time, we're all realizing, wait a minute, grandma, uncle, grandpa, they did say that we were Indian. I did come home from school that one day and said, oh, I learned we from Africa today. And they said, no, we ain't from no Africa. I remember that. I forgot it, but now I remember. Guys, this is the Great Awakening. And unfortunately, we're going to have frauds. Unfortunately, we're going to have grifters. Unfortunately, we're going to have bad actors, if you will. And I will continue to do everything I can to provide legitimate opportunities, legitimate services, and always raise awareness to not just the true history of our people, but to also these scammers that are trying to prey on our people. Now, let me get caught up with the chat real quick. Shout out to everybody tuning in on TikTok and YouTube. We got almost 100 people watching on YouTube, almost 50 people watching on TikTok. I appreciate everybody tuning in. Coco says it's like a pyramid scheme. Yeah. FBA or Nothing says, what is a book that a Black American can read to know more about the history of Black natives? Well, it's funny that you asked that. On my website, nativeblackancestry.com, let me bring it up on the screen. I've actually got a book list of most of my primary sources. This book list is updated weekly. We got a lot of titles here. If I was just to cherry pick one of them, what was your question again? What's a book a Black American can read to know more about the history of Black natives? If I was to recommend a book, I would actually recommend a book that I haven't even added to the book list yet. And that's going to be this book right here. Give me just a moment. I got so many books, y'all. I've been growing the library. Where's the book I'm looking for? Here we go. This book is Yamasee Indians, Culture, Heritage, and Practices. This is by Chief Sekou, Black Indian Chief of the Yamasee. I was actually privileged enough to receive a signed copy from the chief, so shout out to the chief. But this book right here is a good first step. This book is a great first step for anybody. And actually, let me just read some of the passages here. It says right here on the preface, the intent of this book is for the informational purposes of the Yamasee, Muskogee, Creek people, and bloodline. Please make note to use the words Muskogee or Creek as a form of historical reference, as there was no tribe or band or clan ever called by these names. So again, guys, he's setting the stage. He's letting you know we use terms like Muskogee, we use terms like Creek, but you have to understand that these are just terms that we use in modern times, and we weren't actually called this. We never actually called ourselves this, right? It says, some authors of old decided to group tribes together, which has now caused confusion to certain tribes' identity and makes it harder for readers to comprehend when words like Creek are used. For example, Creek describes a group of Indians from different villages that make up the Creeks: the Oconee, the Hitchiti, the Yamasee, the Miccosukee, and the Savannahs were all a conglomerate of tribes that were uniformly interpreted as the Creeks. However, these tribes today are not mentioned when you read about the Creeks in literature or their federal recognition with the BIA. As with most wars, the causes of the Yamasee War began well before the start of the conflict. Shortly after the completion of Queen Anne's War, the Creek began to get agitated with the English traders on the border of their nation. These traders had made the Indians dependent upon the goods they supplied. Guns, for example, made it easier for the Indians to hunt, increasing the amounts of goods they had to trade. The Creek were unhappy with the traders, who seemed to be supplementing their slave trade income by occasionally taking a Creek warrior. Let's talk about it. Most of you guys don't realize, long before there was ever a transatlantic slave trade of Africans, Indians in America were captured as slaves. How are you going to take a Creek warrior, put him on a plantation, and make him a slave if that Creek warrior wasn't black? If that Creek warrior wasn't richly melanated? Let's talk about it, y'all. Let's talk about it. But you know what? There's a few more parts, and I've actually got some tabs here on some key sections I want to highlight. So let me just cherry pick a few gems in this book. And this right here is a photo of Chief Sekou. He's also on YouTube. If anybody, he's on YouTube and TikTok. On TikTok, I think his name is literally just Chief Sekou. He's very active on TikTok. He always is making new TikToks. And then I think I don't think he has a YouTube channel, but he gets booked for a lot of interviews on YouTube. So yeah, Chief Sekou is definitely on YouTube as well. Our story, Yamasee. Who are the Yamasee? The Yamasee Native Americans were listed among the 19 tribes as being of dark complexion, found widely scattered among the inhabitants of the North and South America. This statement was published in the book titled Carolina Genesis Beyond the Color Line. According to other documentation, we Yamasee were here before the existence of Christ and Christianity. This is not to denote Christian beliefs or those of us that worship Christ, but we are showing how long we as a tribe and nation existed, and for the purpose of proving there was no way of destroying the tribe as old as the Yamasee Indians. It is like saying the Egyptians do not exist anymore, when the country of Egypt still exists, as well as the blood descendants. not only in the East, but surely in the West. We accept that there was a continental drift that happened, but what seems to boggle those scientifically challenged as well as non historians is that they can't comprehend that when the Earth shifted, whomever was on this side of the landmass, the West, couldn't run all the way back to the other side, the East or Africa, for the purpose of racial camaraderie. In short, the following is an implied misnomer, a geographical event commonly taught and or implicated in educational systems known as continental drift occurred. Consequently, all the Africans ran to Africa, all the Caucasians ran to Europe, and all the Asians ran to Asia. This is the miseducation, yet thinking of most in America. It is insulting to even try and imply such a thought process, but it is the ideology of most Americans based upon lies and the concealment of profound truths. Why is that important to say? For the purpose of comprehending prior to European contact with us, their biblical references show that the Yamasee Native Americans were here in the United States long before a biblical scholar even mentioned Jesus. Jesus was also known as Emmanuel and Yahshua. This is not a book of religion, so let us move on to whom we are and have been described according to historical accounts. How was the Yamasee described? We Yamasee Native Americans were described as woolly-haired dark Negro Indians whose hair was different as described in congressional documents held in congressional archives even today. We were considered darker than the Creeks. Now to say our hair was different, that means we obviously did not look like the typical Hollywood depiction of Indians that our grandmother and grandfathers grew up watching on TV as young children. The Hollywood Indians that were portrayed in black and white films were played by white actors. Those images were deliberately shown for the sole purpose of having our great aunts and uncles and grandmothers mentally discard any identification with Indian ancestry via self-identity. Our aunts, uncles, and grandmothers were to conclude that since they did not resemble what a TV Indian looked like, they must have been either half-blood or weren't Indian at all, even though they might have known they had a full-blooded mother or grandmother identified as an Indian. Watch the movie Apache with Burt Lancaster. So again, guys, a lot of gems in this book. Make sure to check out this book. This is Yamasee Indians, Culture, Heritage, and Practices. If anyone's interested in purchasing this book, you can buy it directly from the tribe's website. You're going to go to YamaseeNation.org. On YamaseeNation.org, on the top here, you can click on Shop Yamasee. And it's kind of difficult to find it if you're just searching for it in the Yamasee tribe store. So the best way I found to find it is click search. And I believe the keyword I use is study guide. Yeah, see, if you type in study guide, here's the book right here. Yamasee Culture. Let me zoom in for you. Yamasee Culture, Heritage, Practices, and Culture, Heritage, and Practices. This is the study guide, 45 bucks. Best 45 bucks I spent in recent months, I tell you. But here's another description here. The Yamasee are farmers, fierce warriors, hunter-gatherers, and descendants of the mound builders, a southeastern tribal nation with the ability to call arms, many tribes that were all a part of the Yamasee Confederacy, called by many the ancient people, gentle, and children of the sun for their dark complexion. The Yamasee has truly left a mark in Native American history. Connected historically to more than several states such as North Carolina, Georgia, Alabama, Florida, and South Carolina, the saga of the congressionally described Negro Indians unfolds. So yeah, definitely make sure to check out Yamasee Culture, Heritage, and Practices. And you can get this on the YamaseeNation.org website. Just make sure to click search and type in study guide. Well, let me quickly get caught up with the comment section, and then we will continue tonight's presentation. FBA or nothing says I just found it and wrote it down. Okay, perfect. Thank you for asking about a good book recommendation. Let me see. Shout out to Stacy. Stacy says William McIntosh is my 5th great grandfather. Okay. I always have a lot of McIntoshes, Perrymans, and Graysons in my live stream on TikTok. It's always a family reunion. Let me see what you guys are talking about. Yeah, Grey Wolf. Yeah, Chief Seco is definitely on TikTok. Let's see. Butterfly Blessing says, just how my paternal papa looks, dark skinned and woolly haired. Creek Yamasi in the house. Hey, thanks for tuning in. Little Feather says, Grayson in the room. Yeah, see, I told y'all. Every time I do a live stream, it's like a family reunion, okay? It's like a family reunion. But guys, again, the main purpose of tonight's presentation was to really expose and highlight this Z Amaru Ministry Republic fake tribe scam thing. So let's get back to the clip from last night. I think I saw more services though. Record filing service. Let's see what that's about. There's a record filing service. Okay, I'm not seeing any pricing on this. Oh, frequently asked questions. That should be a good laugh. Can I speak with someone before moving forward with payments? How will I know if my record was recorded successfully? I was told a record was not filed correctly. Do I have to pay the fee again? Yes. If your record was denied for recording filing due to an error, you will need to damn! If you made a mistake on your application for this fake ass cult, they gonna charge you another fee to resubmit. Oh, damn. All right, I'm done, y'all. I'm done. I apologize for the passion. Not really. I'm being tongue-in-cheek with that remark. But guys, I'm telling you, I've had several people come to me from this Z Amaru Republic shit. And I was always wondering, what is this? I started asking them. I would pick their brains. I'm like, yeah, well, I've been hearing about, what is this exactly? Who is she Amaru? Okay, and you paid how much? And is this like a tribe or like what it? The same questions I just asked the sister on the panel, right? She said, Mike, why does it cost $800 to apply for tribal citizenship? And the first thing I said to her is, what tribe are you talking about? Because I have never heard of, guys, check this out. Let me get some fists or feathers in the chat. If anybody would like to know, if anybody's curious with how much did Mike pay the Muskogee Creek Nation to process my citizenship application? Let me get some fists or feathers in the chat, since we're talking about all this money and it costing money to apply for tribal citizenship and stuff. Hey, shout out to King Will Circle. King Will Circle says ChatGPT said it's a red flag. Damn. King Will Circle just asked ChatGPT about the Z Amaru thing, and ChatGPT said, nah. Hey, I bet you if you ask, hey, King, ask ChatGPT about NativeBlackAncestry.com and tell me what they say. Tell me what they say. I'm seeing some fists. I'm seeing some feathers. You guys are interested to know what I paid to be a member of my tribe, so to speak, you know, quote unquote, what I paid, right? Let me go to my Google Photos. Give me just a second here. I don't have the documentation anymore, but when I got my results from submitting the application, when I got my acceptance letter and everything, I took a picture of it. I took a quick photo of it. So let me show you guys, because in this photo, I swear there's a money order. I swear there's a money order that shows the exact amount I paid as the application fee to apply to be a part of my tribe. Check this out, guys. I tell you all the time, I became a member of my tribe when? In 2022. What does it say? What does it say? February 22nd, 2021. Oh, I'm sorry. It's been a long day. I tell you guys all the time, I got my tribal citizenship in 2021. What does it say here? February 22nd, 2021. Please find enclosed your new Muskogee Creek Nation citizenship ID card. Please review the correctness of the card thoroughly. If there are any typographical errors, return the card with a letter stating the error. There's my card. They sent it to me in the mail. They also sent me my birth certificate back, because in order to apply to be a part of a legitimate tribe, you got to send in a birth certificate. Oh, and what's this here? This is the money order from the application fee I paid. Let's zoom in on this real big and see if you can see how much money I paid, guys. What does that money order say? $25 and no cents. The only cost that I paid to apply for tribal citizenship was $25. So now you understand why when Angela joins and talks about all this money to apply and $800 to apply, I said, wait a minute. Shout out to King. King asked ChatGPT about NativeBlackAncestry.com. ChatGPT says, yes, it's legitimate and reputable. Even ChatGPT knows. But Angel, go ahead and mute yourself. Let me know what you think about my reaction to this Z Amaru thing, and then also enlighten us on the comparison that you were making between Z Amaru's website and my website, nativeblackancestry.com.
Oh no, I was just saying that was a secondary place that I followed up with. But the DNA consultants that does a DNA fingerprint test. So I had alternate testing done as well. So that's why I was saying how did yours differ? You know, however you reacted to it, that's your passion, like you said. A lot of people is just trying to find how to get in it, you know, how to get recognized. So, you know, I'm not really for sure, you know, like you said, that's how your passion. I wish we would just continue with the conversation, but I was just basically saying if
But
you
hold
have
on,
some DNA done.
it sounded like you were making a comparison, though. I swear
No, I'm just
you said
saying, I was
something
just
about.
saying that was one of the ones, but you didn't let me, you know, explain it. I had other actual testing where I sent in samples of DNA. And I wanted to know how did yours was differ because I actually done that step already with the DNA consultants. And I got back, you know, some of my results back. So I just want to know what was yours different from theirs.
I got you. So before I answer the question about DNA, what I was asking you about is it sound like you were mentioning my website, and it sound like you
No,
were
I said I did
mentioning a
something similar. Because
Okay, you
you
said
were
something
saying that
similar. Okay.
when you was telling the other person you had to do your genealogy. So I knew that I did when I was listening on the last caller.
Okay.
When you had the last person up there.
But if you were
So
listening, you would have caught the part where I told her that genealogy and DNA testing are two totally separate fields of study.
All I'm saying is, what is your website based off?
My website has nothing to do with DNA testing. My website is about teaching people the genealogical research process. Genealogy has to do with paper trail research, documentation, birth
Like following the
certificates.
Dawson rolls
That
and stuff like that.
not the Dawson's rolls, but the Dawes rolls are one of them, and there's several other tribal rolls as well. But if you want to apply for tribal citizenship with any legitimate tribe, they don't accept DNA testing. You have to prove that you're a lineal descendant of a member of their tribe. And the only way that you can prove that is through paperwork. And let me give you an example, because again, you're talking to a genealogist. So hold on just a second. Again, the only way to do this is through paperwork. These are hundreds of documents, land allotments, tribal applications, you name it. Matter of fact, I just ordered a packet of documentation for one of my genealogy clients. I just got this packet from the Oklahoma Historical Society, over 70 or 80 documents on their ancestry. I mean, this is the only way to do it. Documentation. We're talking land allotments, bills of sale, tribes, chiefs, and treaties, muster rolls, Dawes rolls, freedman rolls. I mean, it's all about documentation. So if you got anyone out there who's trying to sell you something for hundreds of dollars and talking about being a part of some tribe, and they're not talking about documentation, that's a red flag. That's a big, big red flag.
Okay, understand that. You explained it very well.
Yeah. Well, hey, since I got you here, if you have any other questions, I'm all ears. Otherwise, I got a
Oh
few
no,
more
I
people
was just I
backstage.
just stopped by on the live and I just wanted to you know, just see what you was talking about, and I was able to, you know, just hear what you was talking about.
For sure. Well, if those Z Amaru folks are your peoples, hopefully
Oh no,
I didn't diss them too harshly, but hey,
oh no,
I can't hold my tongue.
thing is I'm listening to everybody's opinion. I mean, I don't know them. I didn't go with them. I just knew that was another one that, you know what I'm saying, I looked into, and I'm like, oh no, you shouldn't have to pay that much just to, you know, do all that at once. I already had got my DNA done. So if everything else is costing that much, then
Yeah,
you know, it is what it is.
And let me just pause the tape real quick to remind you guys of something that's very, very important, okay? Just a friendly reminder. A lot of us are researching our heritage. A lot of us are understanding that we've been lied to. We don't have African ancestry. We have Indigenous ancestry. And I know that there are a lot of different people on social media offering these different packages and claiming they can correct your status or get you tribal citizenship or some shit with the UN or blase, blase, blase. Guys, first and foremost, you can look into whatever you want to look into, but I urge you to at least do this. When you are solicited by one of these folks, when you come across one of these organizations, look at their website and see if their website has testimonials.
Mike TV, he's knowledgeable about his information about the American Indians and how we change our classification over time and the different types of mounds and different rules from the French, from the British. If you want valuable information, you want to really find out who in your lineage and who are the people you come from, I suggest going with Mike TV. His prices are affordable. He's not like some of these other people out here. I urge, go with Mike TV.
I'm so glad that, you know what I'm saying, I even, you know what I mean, experienced this. I'm glad I experienced you from, you know what I mean, enlighten me from the internet to, you know what I mean, online, getting one-on-one in depth, giving me a lot of information that I can take back to my people as well. And hopefully we could both get everything meshing with everything with the lineage and everything with the genealogy. This is no scam. This is all real. This is a real homeboy that put it down. He mean what he say. He got receipts and he put it down. He stands on business. Straight up. One love.
So for anybody who is on the fence about having Mike help you or walk you through or educating you about genealogy and the genocide that has happened with the paper trail, I implore you to reach out, allow him to educate you and assist you in this process. I have learned so much in this consultation. I feel educated, empowered, and excited for learning about my history, and looking forward to the future. So if you're on the fence, please go ahead, hit up Mike. I promise you will not be disappointed.
Come on, y'all. Let's talk about it. Real people, real results. Make sure to check out nativeblack.ancestry.com if you need assistance with genealogy research. And I know on TikTok we had quite a few people who have interacted with the She Amaru ministry thing. So if any of you guys would like to call in, or if there's anybody who just wants to provide some commentary at all, on YouTube, I've got the call-in link pinned to the top of the chat. On TikTok, you guys already know how to call in. I'll also send out some invites in a moment. But yeah, let's see what the folks have to say. Definitely. And it's great that you didn't just go with the first thing that you saw and that you're still doing your due diligence, because unfortunately, there's a lot of scheming and grifting going on right now. And shout out to Nooch. Nooch says, I'm scheduled for next week. Well, hey, Nooch, I look forward to connecting with you. Shout out to you taking that first step. It's what's keeping me so busy, quite frankly. I mean, I'm pulling 12, 18-hour days because so many folks are coming to me with research that they need completed. And when they go out there and look up alternatives, I mean, there's just not a lot of legitimate opportunities out there.
Yeah, you're right about that.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, thanks for tuning in. You don't have to go anywhere if you don't want to. I'm just going to bring some more people up on the panel. And after
Just keep up the good work. Keep doing what you're doing.
Yeah. Thanks for calling in. Call in anytime. Another person that we got backstage is Starseed. Before we allow Starseed and Queens Baker to introduce themselves, let me catch up with the comment section real quick. Please, guys, give me some feedback. Have you guys heard of this Z Amaru Republic stuff before? Is this your first time hearing about it? Have you heard about it before, but you never went to the website and saw that they're charging $2,000 to be a part of some cult? I mean, give me some feedback. Zeros in the chat if you have never heard of them. 1 in the chat if you have heard of them. Oh, Lord. Queen Brader says I paid them, and she's on the panel. Well, Queen Brader, go ahead and mute yourself. Let the people know where you're calling in from and what was your experience like with the Z Amaru Republic. And before we hear from Queen Brader, shout out to Cameron. Cameron Jones coming through with the Cash App. I appreciate the support, brother. Thank you for sliding something in the good old brown paper bag.
I'm hurt. I knew it though. Listen, my spirit. When soon as I went to the site, I put my debit card in. Mind you, I never use the debit card. Right. 2 days later, I keep it locked though. The Cash App card. I only use it to pay my.
The same way.
Yeah. I'm weird like that. I'm 43, so I like cash. I'm a hairdresser. I get cash. I'm a barber. I get cash. So something something was funny, but I did it anyway. And then 2 days later, somebody tried to take $200 off my card. The lady went off on me when I wrote in the comments, this is witchcraft. This is witch bee. I said, are you calling me a witch? Mind you, I'm telling everybody to go. Then one of my cousins goes to her, right? Gives up she has a Bible that her parents passed down generation. It's about
The
200
family
years
Bible, right?
Yo, they told her they're gonna give her a card. I still to this day don't even know if she got the card. But they were like, you're gonna get your taxes off your house and all this stuff. And I'm like, so then wait, there's another part of them. It's called like the ministry or something. And they were like, we are not affiliated with her because she's on. And I was talking to the guy on the phone and my spirit was like, don't do it, because for some reason it never went to my email. So they finally called me like, you spent your money, because now they know my cousin got the book. So now they're like, you need to do the paperwork and stuff so you can get your tribal card. And I'm like, but aren't y'all down with the other lady that's on the federal list? No, we're not associated with her. And I said, but that's the website I put my card in, and $200 was almost taken. We don't know what you're talking. No, that was her, and that has nothing to do with us. I went and it started asking me my my grandmother right now is 96. She's your complexion, right? But I noticed when I'm digging, now I'm asking her interviews. Like,
and real quick, shout out to Lady M. Hey, Lady M, if you're available, I'd love to hear from you. We're exposing some of these fake organizations, selling folks fake tribal citizenship. We got a lot of people who've been scammed by the Ministry of Justice, Z Amaru. So yeah, it's always nice to have clients of mine come through and kind of provide what the experience was like for them, because boy, there's a lot of Black Americans looking for genealogy assistance, and unfortunately we're discovering there's a lot of folks out there scamming.
every time I cut her hair, I'm like, Grandma, so, where were your people born? The last name stolen, that ain't even the real name. Because I put it in ChatGPT, her picture and her birth date and her parents' information, the state they were born. ChatGPT told me it wasn't even stolen, it was Steiner. It was like all this other, they put her white. My grandmother, my 96-year-old grandmother, they put her white on her birth certificate. So now I'm figuring out it's Pennsylvania and Virginia. I'm using you. You're on it. I'm using you. Once I get back to Connecticut, I'm definitely gonna. Yeah, I'm traumatized though. Once they tried to take my money, they tried to act like I was crazy, but spirit never lies. Like I feel like Pocahontas with Grandmother Willow. Like that was one of my favorite movies. But I can literally like talk to the trees, not just like everybody's like, oh, touch my hand tree. I'm like, the natives, us really, like if you hear her, she could talk. She'll get you money by the end of the day if you need it real bad, not for nothing, because she gives to us. We weren't slaves, we were farmers. That's what my grandma goes. She was like, we were farmers, Tanisha. Nobody was ever a slave on this land. Like, what are you talking about? I'm like, oh, she doesn't know the slave story,
Wait, hold on. So just so everybody can understand, so you went through the Ziamaru Republic. They either tried to scam 200 or they did scam you for 200.
No, because my card was locked, so I got an alert, and it was.
So they tried to hit you for 200 out the blue, and then after
I already paid the 75.
After you already paid the 75, and then when you asked them about it, they tried to claim that there was someone, a part of the organization, who left the organization, and it was them who did it, and not them who did it, right?
And the red flag to me when I went to the Zion, the main lady, she was preaching the Christianity stuff. And I'm like, that was super red flag to me, because that's colonizer stuff. We're earth people. We're spiritual people. Why are you trying to, because you're looking for weak-minded people. Those are the church people.
Yeah. No.
So I was like,
well, and clearly they're looking for weak-minded people, because even on their website, it said that they were going after people who were insecure about their identity or something like that. People who are seeking community.
They
like
use keywords.
It just sounds like a cult. I mean, this is classic cult tactics. Like, I don't need friends. I don't need to pay $2,000 for friends. Okay, I don't need to pay $2,000 for some friends.
It was so culty. Yo, the way she was pushing it was worse than like Creflo Dollar. Like, and then I'm thinking like, okay, so I know you're gonna come to my page judging me with my tribal twerking dancing. Just FYI, twerking is tribal dance, y'all. Release that negative energy, please, ladies, please.
Get in touch with your indigenous roots and back that ass up.
Listen, every tribe does it. Africa, they shake their hips. Belize, they shake their hips. But soon as we get on top of cars, indigenous women trying to just clean up the energy on this land, you know.
Hold on,
like,
hold on,
get the
hold on.
twerking,
Time
ladies,
out, time out. Y'all are crashing out in rapid fashion in my comment section, y'all. Check this out. Crabbait has been spamming this comment for so long. I'll finally acknowledge it on YouTube. Crabbait says, "You on here every single day blaming 574 federally recognized tribes for your beef with 5 tribes, and 5 tribes are less than 1% of all those separate entities." Crabbait, what are you talking about? How am I blaming 574 tribes for a beef that I have with 5 tribes if I'm a member of one of those 5 tribes, you imbecile? What are you talking about? I have a beef with my own tribe and I'm blaming other tribes because I got a beef with my tribe and 4 other tribes, but I'm blaming 574 other tribes. I mean, you're lost and confused. Let's stick to spectating. Maybe you'll get it. Damn, people are so interesting, to say the least. We're on TikTok. I gotta watch my words. But
Yes.
yeah. Queen Raider, go ahead. Leave us with some closing remarks, and then I gotta introduce one more person on the panel. But I'm so sorry that you went through this terrible experience. And
oh no, I'm definitely going through you. You are very versed. You know what you're talking about. I know a couple Mashantucket, like Foxwood, Mohegan, Sun, those casino ones, because I'm a hairdresser, and you talk exactly like them. Your card looks like theirs, like similar. You get what I'm saying? It was red flag. So I'm gonna use you, and then I'll definitely do a testimonial on you and let everybody know. And I'm good at promotions, so I will definitely start. So don't get upset when I start running. You're gonna be like, all right, Queen Raider, enough, give me a break. I'm really good at promotion. A whole
bunch of people coming to me and they're like, yeah, Queen Raider told me about you.
Exactly. Because you know
it.
what, and you're like literally, my grandma's your color. And what was crazy when I cut her hair, because everybody else is brown, and I go, Grandma, why are you the only light-skinned native in all these pictures? Even your mom and your dad. And she's like, looked up at me at 90 and goes, my mother was R-word by a white man. And everybody's jaw dropped, and that was just something she was gonna eat, you know. And we were just grateful because it wasn't so the bloodline. It was what they identify. Her father that she knows was like, "You're my child. I don't care if some random crazy person came through our town and did something, you know." So I'm here for this. I'm following. So thank you so much for sharing this, because people gotta know the truth.
Yeah. Well, thanks for tuning in. Real quick, I got to acknowledge some things. Again, Blacklight on YouTube, thank you for the Cash App earlier. Chief Blackfoot Niji, thank you for becoming a member of the website earlier. I am going to read through that ex-slave interview in just a moment. But first, we got to introduce Starseed. Starseed, go ahead, unmute yourself. Let us know where you're calling in from and what's on your mind.
Calling in from California, man. Let me tell you something. It is meant to be for me to see this when I was scrolling. I said, I cannot believe I paid for the indigenous screening.
No,
bro. I said, holy. When I heard you say Shia, I said, wait a minute. And I started listening and I said, oh my God, they got me, bro. They got me, bro. I just wanted to, see if I was indigenous, because I was following this other guy. He was promoting them a lot, saying, if you want to find out. Then I ran across yours and I'm like, dang, he sounds like he knows a lot more what is going on with the tribal stuff than the Shiamaru. And they tried to call me the other day and I missed the call. I'm glad I missed the call. But bro, I thank you, man. I'm gonna read into your stuff some more, and I'm probably gonna go with you. Because my mom was she was asking, she goes, we were Choctaw. Who's the Shiamaru Republic? And I said, I don't know. They just do screenings for indigenous people. So I was just gonna see about that if I, So she gave me all the information. And
Wait,
they
hold on,
ran
hold on. Correct me if I'm wrong, but some people who've come to me after doing the screening, they're claiming that Amaru is telling people they're indigenous because of their blood type.
No, I never did a blood type. I just did my great grandma, and you know, I went up the line. My mom gave me the names. They didn't ask for a blood type from me.
Okay.
Yeah, so they just ran it off of I guess my history, because I guess one of my great grandmas was on the Dodge.
So when it comes to this
or whatever. So, bro, I'm glad I saw this. That's all I had to. I just wanted to come up here and say thank you for breaking it down, because I hadn't even got to the point where to pay the $2,000 and all that. I wasn't gonna pay that. I didn't even see that. I just wanted to see if I was indigenous, you know. And they charged me $50. I don't know the 75. They charged me 50 on the thing. So that was it just and my spirit too, like people say, my soul was like, they kind of something ain't right. That was the crazy part, is I felt that too.
Well, hey, how's this? I'm so transparent. I want to share with you guys a portion of a genealogy consultation I did earlier today. But in order for me to share it, I got to drop you guys off the panel so you can hear the audio. So I'm just going to drop you down to play the video and then request to join again, and I'll bring both of you guys right back up so you can provide some commentary. Lord, this hurts my spirit, y'all. This motivates me to go so much harder. I mean, I'm already doing 12, 18-hour days. I already got a bunch of missed emails and unread messages, but I got to go harder. Somebody has to do it, y'all. Come on. But check this out. Check this out. This is how transparent I am. Watch. I'm going to show you my StreamYard. StreamYard is the platform that I use not only to live stream, but also to do these genealogy consultations. And some people pay extra to have the genealogy consultations recorded. So I've done maybe 20 to 22 genealogy consultations in just the last 2 days. But as far as the people that paid extra to have it recorded, not everybody does that. So as far as the recordings, I mean, I got one person who wanted it recorded it today, three recorded sessions today. Yesterday, or excuse me, not yesterday, the 31st, because I only do consultations on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Sundays. The 31st, one recorded consultation, two recorded consultations, four recorded consultations. 22nd, 4 recorded consultations. I mean, guys, I really do this for real. But just out of the recorded consultations, let's look at what some folks have to say. Just earlier today, I connected with, who was it? I think it was Maurice. It was the brother Maurice. He might be watching right now. Shout out to Maurice. Maurice, our meeting was over an hour long, an hour, 13 minutes. We met at 10 a.m. this morning. And for confidentiality purposes, for confidentiality, I'm not going to show you the ins and outs in every part of the consultation. But what I am going to show you is the testimonial he provided at the end that he gave to me to share with my audience. I haven't even edited this testimonial. I haven't even uploaded it to my website yet. It's that fresh. He just gave the testimonial earlier today. And let's see what the brother had to say. Hold on a moment. Hold on. Let's see. Since we're already, this is Maurice basically. Here we go.
It's all good.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, let's definitely shoot for Saturday. Now, as far as the testimonial, I mean, it's very informal. Since we're already recording the session, I just basically say, start when you're ready. And then you just, act like you're talking to a family member or friend. Hey, I seen this guy on social media, booked a consultation because of this reason or that reason. And learn something new. But yeah, hey, for anybody out there who's been questioning my testimonials, are these real people? Is Mike like paying people to give a test? Are these like doctor testimonials? You're gonna behind the scenes look at one of these testimonials. Watch. Even if you mess up or anything, I mean, I can edit the testimonial. So, if you've ever seen my testimonials on social media, they look really clean cut. That's because I edit them. A lot of times people mess up, they restart. They're like, oh shit, no, I said that wrong. Gonna start again, Mike. So, don't worry about it. Just go ahead and freestyle it. But whenever you're ready, go for it, brother.
Okay, I'm ready. Yo, what's up? This is Maurice / Miko Wolf with Peace Pipe TV. I stumbled across Mike. Brilliant brother, man. He's definitely the real deal. Very kind. He was on time. He broke this history down like I have never seen anybody do before. It was very powerful information. So if you take your genealogy serious, which you should, you should hit up Mike TV most definitely, and make sure you subscribe to the channel. You would definitely not be disappointed because I am mind blown right now. This was hours, and I really don't know what to say. So definitely check out Mike TV. Most definitely get your genealogy consultation.
I appreciate the 5-star review, brother. Come on. How much more transparent can you get than that? Sure, I share with you testimonials, but y'all just saw a raw, uncut testimonial that hasn't even been edited yet. Y'all come, y'all see what the real deal looks like now, right? You see why when you go to that Z Amaru website, you see why they don't have any category here. There's no page tab here. There's no section here that says testimonials. I don't think the Z Amaru Republic knows how to spell testimonials. I don't think the Z Amaru Republic know what testimonials are. But if you go to my website, nativeblack.ancestry.com, right on the home page, we got 1, 2, 3 testimonials. If you click on the Book a Consultation tab, you got 3 more separate testimonials. And I've got dozens and dozens and dozens of more on my hard drive that I just haven't had the time to upload to the website yet. So again, you see the difference between the real and the fake. And again, I know I can talk my shit, right? But I'm going to try to calm down and say this as humbly as I can. The reason why, if you need professional guidance, you should go with me, is because I am the only Native Black American with tribal citizenship providing this service. I'm sorry. I wish it wasn't the case. I'm trying to make it so that it's not the case. I've got 6 people right now I'm taking through the tribal citizenship application process with the Creek Nation. So hopefully I can clone myself. Hopefully I can duplicate myself. Hopefully I can help some of you guys get your tribal citizenship so I can get some help. And we can get some more Black Americans with their paperwork in order, teaching our fellow countrymen how to do the same. Because right now, we just got a bunch of scammers and grifters doing fake family trees and having you pay $2,000 to be a part of fake tribes and shit. No, 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 no. Come on. I'm already overbooked as it is. I need help. Who's going to do it? Let's talk about it, y'all. And let me pause this this clip from last night to get caught up with the comment section. Coco said, I'm booking with you in a month. Yeah, I look forward to connecting with you, Coco. Is it Coco or Cacao? I don't know. I'm probably butchering your name. Shout out to Dre. On YouTube, Pita Anu says, you are not the only one. Pita Anu, if I am not the only one, can you please name the other Black American with tribal citizenship that's providing genealogy consultations? If I stand corrected and I am not one of one, then you should be able to, within the next 10 seconds, drop the name, drop a link. Where can we find this person? Are they on social media? Who are you referring to? Coco's fine. Okay, we're gonna call you Coco. Pita Anu says Chief Flying Monk. I mean, I'm just like, guys, I made the bold claim that I'm the only Black American providing these type of services that has tribal citizenship to back it. Someone just came in my YouTube chat saying I'm not the only one. I said, well, what's the name of the other person? He just said, Chief Flying Monk. They say don't judge a book by its cover. It is not wise to judge a book by its cover. But damn it, I know too much about history. I know that the title of chief is something that's given by the people. It's not something that you brandish on some stolen valor shit. I'm cautious of anybody that's walking around calling themselves a damn chief, let alone a chief flying monk. But guys, let me just namaste. They say don't judge a book by its cover. Maybe this is a person who's really a member of a tribe and they just like to, just like, hey, I play Call of Duty, right? On Call of Duty, my handle is Blurry Eagle 916, right? So, I go by a crazy name when I'm gaming. Maybe Chief Flying Monk is just like their gamer tag or something. I don't know, guys, but I'm going to give everybody a fair shake. This person just name dropped the Chief Flying Monk. I'm going to look him up. Chief Flying Monk. If this really is another Black American with tribal citizenship providing the same level of services and expertise that I'm providing, then they should pop right up. It shouldn't be hard to find them. Chief Flying Monk does not refer to a single historical recognized figure. Nothing's popping up for a Chief Flying Monk. I see a flying hawk. That was a old Indian of antiquity. Let's try a YouTube search. He said Chief Flying Hawk. Chief Flying Hawk kicking bear and low dog natives. Chief Flying Hawk doesn't agree. I'm confused, guys. I'm confused. Oh no. I got sidetracked with the legitimate Native American that was Chief Flying Hawk. This person that we're supposed to be looking for is Chief Flying Monk. That's right, Chief Flying Monk. Here we go. Flying Monk Noodle Bar. This is faux good. I don't think that's the person we're referring to. Flying Monk F Fame. No, that's a music video. Yeah, no, I'm not seeing any Chief Flying Monk. Let's try TikTok, guys. He said that there's another Black American with tribal citizenship providing the same kind of services I'm providing. They said that their name is Chief Flying Monk. I'm not seeing a Chief Flying Monk. We already tried YouTube. Now we're trying TikTok. Flying monkeys are narcissistic. Chief Flying Mink, leader of the Georgia Kitawa. Is that who you did you mean mink? Or did you mean monk? I'm confused, guys. I'm confused. Pata says mink, not monk. Okay, mink. Okay, so it's this person.
Chief
then, right
Flying
here.
Mink, leader.
So this right here, Chief Flying Mink, leader of the Georgia Kitawa. This is my first time learning about the Georgia Kitawa. Georgia Kitawa. Hey, and again, if the name was Chief Flying Monk, that sounds like some crazy pseudo shit. If it's Chief Flying Mink, that sounds less crazy, but still, I always look at people with a bombastic side eye when they're rocking around calling themselves a chief. Do you know how powerful that title of chief is? Do you know what you used to have to do to be given a title of chief? That's something that the people give you. But nowadays, we got everybody walk around calling themselves chief this and chief that and big chief. And it's just a pet peeve of mine. But we're going to look up the Georgia Kitawa. Georgia Kitawa tribe. I've never heard of this tribe before. The term Georgia Kitawa tribe is not a recognized or officially named tribe. It's a name associated with the Cherokee people and their ancient mother town. So again, respectfully, this may be a Black American with Aboriginal ancestry. I still don't see where they're providing genealogy consultations. I still don't see where they're providing genealogy research. You haven't name dropped a website. I don't know about them providing any kind of services, but just as far as their tribal status, we see right here in front of us that this is not a recognized tribe, not state recognized nor federally recognized. So again, when I humbly say I am the only Black American that is providing these services, that is a member of a tribe, I'm talking about a tribe that is recognized by the United States government. Now, let me be very specific here. I'm not shitting on Black Americans that don't have tribal citizenship. There's many reasons for you to not have tribal citizenship. There's many of us who have ancestors who never relocated west of the Mississippi, so they got reclassified and made victims of paper genocide. There's some people who claim they can get tribal citizenship but just don't want to be affiliated. I mean, I have some genealogy clients that hire me to do the research. I find indigenous ancestors of theirs, but it doesn't result in tribal citizenship for a number of reasons. Some of you guys know about the Freedmen controversy. Some of you guys know that each tribe has their own stipulations when it comes to tribal citizenship, and this can be a very political process. So again, I'll be the last one to shit on anybody for not having tribal citizenship. But let me get a fist or feathers in the chat if you understand the importance of having someone like me on your team. If you understand the importance of having what seems to be yet another Black person on social media talking about Black folks or Indians, but wait, there's more. I'm actually a member of a federally recognized tribe. Put some fists or feathers in the chat if you understand what credence I provide to the movement. Put some fists or feathers in the chat if you understand how strong that is when it comes to combating naysayers and detractors and people that want to be contrarian when it comes to our lineage. I've literally had Africans, people on the reservation, Europeans try to call into my show, debate me about whether or not Black Americans are indigenous, and I show my tribal citizenship status, and they say, oh, damn, well, wait a minute. I guess there's truth to this. I literally was on a panel with Africans last year, Nigerians, thick-ass accents. Black Americans are not American Indian. You guys are ashamed to be African. You are ashamed to be African. Da 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 da. I share with him that I'm a member of a federally recognized tribe, and I prove it with documentation. That same Nigerian is now running around to a bunch of other Africans on YouTube talking about, oh no, Mike TV show his citizenship. He a real Indian. He not African American. He a Indian. There are Black Indians, right? So put some fists or feathers in the chat if you understand that having your citizenship intact is not only beneficial because of the many and numerous tribal benefits that you and your family have access to, but it also lends credibility to the movement. I've even had some people calling into my TikTok show confused. They say, yo, Mike, like, you're a member of a tribe, but like, I've never seen a member of a tribe talk like you. Like, normally people who are affiliated with tribes are trying to keep Black folks from being a part of tribes and trying to tell Black folks they're Africans and stuff. I mean, like, what is it about you? I don't know. Maybe it's because I wasn't born and raised on the reservation. Maybe if I was born and raised on the reservation, I would have been raised with that same anti-Black sentiment, that same anti-Black inferiority. But hey, you're dealing with a native that's off the res. But let me get caught up with the chat real quick. Again, shout out to the Georgia Kiowa tribe. Shout out to Chief Mink, or hold on. What was it exactly? Chief Flying Mink, leader of the Georgia Kiowa. Shout out to her. Again, haven't seen if she's providing genealogy services to our people. We did have a little discussion there about tribal recognition and whatnot. But let's at least see what Chief is talking about here in this video, because this is my first time being made aware of this Chief Flying Mink.
Of Georgia Kiowa with Kiowa history.
I am the Kiowa the leader of the Alabama Georgia Kiowa Society. We are the full-blooded ancient Kiowa people that live in this area and forever.
And real quick, shout out to Tiamat Tony. Tiamat Tony says, I have one man I know that has his federal citizenship from New York. He's 75 years old. Again, let me be very specific. I did not claim I'm the only Black American in the United States with tribal citizenship. I know there's hundreds of thousands of my fellow Black Americans who have tribal citizenship, whether it's with a state recognized tribe or a federally recognized tribe. What I said specifically was I am the only Black American with tribal citizenship that is providing genealogy services to our community. That is the distinction. For all those other Black folks that are members of tribes, can we get some help? Can we get you in your free time when you're off work to make a TikTok video, make a YouTube video, try to wake your fellow Black Americans up to their indigeneity? Help me demystify the tribal citizenship application process? Or do I have to continue to be a one-man army? Because if we gon' keep it a buck, if we're gonna call a spade, I mean, let me just take the filter off real quick. What the fuck have you Black Indians been doing all this time? What have all of you Black folks who are members of tribes, what have you been doing all this time? If not trying to assist your fellow Black American who's been detribalized. What have you been doing? You've been just on the res, reaping the benefits, getting the casino money, just living your best life. What about the rest of us? What about those Black folks whose ancestors did not walk the Trail of Tears and they got forced as prisoners of war onto their own land? But guess what? Now the mounds are destroyed. And now your indigenous land in the Southeast is converted to a plantation. And now you're forced to work for $3.99 on what used to be your land, but is now a plantation. reclassified, detribalized, and made victims of paper genocide. So where are all these Black Indians at who've got their tribal citizenship? I mean, why don't I hear from you guys? There's a few of you guys that call into my show. Shout out to members of the Creek Nation and other Black folks that have called in, and we chop it up and drop some gems. But there's hundreds of thousands of you guys out there. I know. I ran the numbers. What are you doing? Why aren't you helping the rest of Black America who's trying to get in touch with their indigeneity? You see the folks on the res trying to shit on us, right? You see the Africans trying to shit on us, right? You see the Europeans trying to shit on us, right? And we got a whole lot of Black Indians who are just, I don't know. Hey, maybe they don't want to rock the Pope. You know, tribes can kick out members, right? People threaten me all the time. I get hate mail every day. Oh, Mike, I sent a letter to your tribe. I'm going to get you kicked out of the tribe. Hey, maybe these folks are afraid of getting kicked out and having their benefits cut off. I'm not afraid of that. If I got kicked out of my tribe tonight, guess what would change? Nothing. Nothing. Oh, wait, I guess I wouldn't have free healthcare and free dental and free college tuition and some down payment assistance programs for buying a house and shit. But as far as the work that I do for my people, that wouldn't change in the slightest. But I don't know. We got a lot of Black folks out there who got their tribal citizenship, who know the real deal. And we don't really see a lot of you guys lending a helping hand. But let's see what Chief Flying Mink has to say.
And we were removed from our area in 1836 by some famous president of the United States, Kennedy, and his family. They did a fantastic job removing us, and they expanded us all around 19 different colonies. So right now, I'm so grateful and so fortunate to know that I have all these months and years, I've been looking for someone that's standing up for Alabama side, which I'm from Alabama. I'm from Union Spring, Alabama. I'm a Ford and a Lynn from Union Spring, Alabama. And I would like for us, once again, to unify as the United Band of Kituwa people. We are peace-loving people, and we need to find that peace again and get rid of all the anger, because that's how Satan works, by us being angry and unhappy. So we're going to be happy no matter what from this moment forward, because we are winning. Thank you.
So, Chief, I got one question for you. Explain about the Kituwa and how it encompasses all our people of color here in the Southeast, the Creeks and...
The Kituwa people is a united band of Kituwa people. Way before the Christopher Columbus and the colonizers decided they were homeless and broke, they need to take some new land. Our Kituwa people were already functioning as a Kituwa people before Christopher Columbus got lost and pretend he found us. But the Kituwa people are the original people that came out of in Asheville, North Carolina. We call Cherokee, North Carolina. They are the Eastern Band. They were the spiritual religious band of the Kituwa society. And their society came about as a result of the dissension that we had fighting amongst each other. So years ago, before the Mayflower, they had gone to the mountain. 3 of the chiefs went to the mountain, and they came back with the same message on 3 different occasions. We are the Kituwa people. That's what they heard the mountain god say. So they came back, and we were the Kituwa people. So what happened, we were the people that knew who we are, and we know that we know how to survive. So they...
Okay, guys, I'm not going front. I'm a little lost. That's coming across just a little. I'm just getting I'm just getting a little salt-based sprinkle of pseudo. Just a little bit. The brother behind the camera said that the Kituwa, all Black folks from the Southeast are a part of the Kituwa, even the Creek. Guys, my tribe is the Creek. He's talking about my people now. So I'm really a Kituwa? Huh? And then she says, oh, the Kituwa was also Cherokee, but then the 3 chiefs went up to the mountain. One of them decided they're Kituwa, so they broke away. I'm just... There's too much pseudo shit flying around for you to not articulate yourself more effectively. Let me say that again. We got too much pseudo shit flying around for you to not articulate yourself effectively. Part of the reason why I'm so successful and people gravitate towards me is because the way I disseminate the information, it's just raw, it's uncut, it's just receipts, it's just facts. It's not that pseudo shit sprinkled in. And Maybe what she's saying is true. Maybe there's truth to it, but all black folks in the Southeast are Kiowa, but the was it Choctaw or Cherokee? The separate. I mean, I'm just she should clean it up. She would do a better service to our community if she cleaned that up a little bit. And she's an elder. We giving her grace, but we at war. We got to be on our P's and Q's. Steel sharpens steel. We can't be out here lacking like this.
Push us all the way from Virginia. Pretend that we were so fantastic. They did business with us until 1890, and they did business with some of us. So the Kiowa people were the free men. They gave us illusion that we were free. So 5,000 of us were on the Henderson Road that was listed as another special road. They kept putting special situation for us.
Oh, and shout out to our resident Siberian Husky. They said, LOL, you don't want to be part of Native American culture. You just want the benefits. Take over the whole. First of all, we don't give a damn about Native American culture. We care about Indigenous culture. And Indigenous culture is Black American culture. Native American culture? Yeah, we don't want no parts of Native American culture. Y'all on the reservation cosplaying us, rapping about greasy fry bread.
Now watch that grease pump, then watch her waist drop. She got that bluebird bag in a tank top. She got that white powder all over everything. She get the bustin' line.
We are the culture, which is why he's cosplaying our culture on the res while he raps about greasy fry bread.
But we ain't cousins, man. We from the same tribe.
Look at the lowriders in the back with the switches. That's Black American SoCal culture. Los Angeles, Central Los Angeles culture. That's not Native American reservation culture.
But we ain't cousins, man. We from the same tribe. But it different.
Gold chain and braids and a gold grill in his mouth. Jerseys on. Yeah, that's cosplaying black. It's giving cosplaying Black Americans to me.
Clan, she my red bunny, and I'm a red man. She love my tattoos and my two braids, fried bread money at the Creek Fest, getting paid on that. Greasy fried bread, greasy fried.
Oh Lord, hold on, I gotta put subtitles on. Did he just say what I think he just said?
On that. Greasy fried bread,
hold on.
Tattoos and my two braids, fried bread money.
No, he said fried bread money at the Creek Fest. Please don't tell me he's a citizen of my tribe. Oh no, I don't want to have to hold the communal L on this, guys. Please don't tell me he's a member of my tribe. Oh, now you guys see why I've never been to my tribe's reservation. I've been a member since 2021. I moved to Oklahoma in January. My tribe's reservation is a couple hours away. I've never been there. Got no reason to. This what they doing?
At the Creek Fest, paid on.
He said at the Creek Fest. Now, y'all will never catch me at the Creek Fest nor the powwow.
Greasy fried bread, greasy fried bread. Sweat dripping down the face from the stove top. Greasy fried bread, greasy fried bread. Slap it go.
Yeah, Catawba born with the heli, with the heliante, with the Halliburton, with the Halle Berry, with the Hallelujah. What is going on here?
Greasy fried bread, greasy fried bread. Sweat dripping down the face from the stove tops. Greasy fried bread, greasy fried bread.
Oh no, and they got the one black guy in the audience for validation. Whenever somebody is ripping off our culture, they always have to have the one token black man for validation. Oh Lord. This brother does not have his hands up. He's looking like, damn, how did I get here? Damn, that greasy fry bread ain't hitting like they told me it would. Like, bro, like, what is happening here? They always have to have the one token black person. I'm telling you guys, look it up. Whenever you see them videos of the white girls rapping or the Asians, they always got to have the token black people around to give them some kind of credibility.
Slip it go, you watch the grease pump.
Yeah. Who was it that just came in my chat talking about Native American culture? I didn't know all these neck tattoos is Native American culture. This don't look indigenous to me, Playboy. Lord, oh Lord. You know y'all fucked up, right? You know, I'm the last person to come by their live stream and try to do some trolling because, for one, I've maxed out my petty stats. For two, I maxed out my history stats. For three, I'm self-employed, so I always got time. So whenever y'all come through trolling, all I literally have to do is just cite your degeneracy. I can just show receipts, videographic evidence to show that it's you who have no culture because you're on the res cosplaying ours. Lord, oh Lord, oh Lord. Whew. You'll learn eventually. You guys will learn eventually. Maybe you won't. I'm not sure. But guys, let's get back to the clip from last night. We got a few more people, or excuse me, a couple more people who were scammed by that Z Amaru tribe thing. So let's get back to that clip and see if anybody wants to call in a moment here. Who wants to start a new career as a genealogist? Our community desperately needs genealogists. Let's talk about it. There's only so many hours in the day. I already do YouTube videos and TikTok videos and YouTube live streams and TikTok live streams and genealogy consultations and genealogy research. I got a book I'm writing, just finished the ebook. We got other projects we're working on, a documentary on the way. I mean, I'm only one person. Who wants to help? Let's talk about it. Queen Brady says, me, I'm a herbalist as well. Renita G says, I'm down. Come on. Hey, since I'm not at the stage where I got a dozen other Black Americans with tribal citizenship on my team ready to help, guess what I got to do? It's sad for me to even verbally admit this. Guess what I got to do so that I can provide my services to even more of you? Guess what kind of depths I got to sink to? I'm not even kidding. I just looked into it earlier today. Guess what? I'm forced to hire full-time staff from the Philippines. I can't find no help. Money's tight. I got to keep the lights on and hire help and keep the content pumping. The only feasible way I found to get some hours back to publish more content is to hire some Filipino video editors and shit so they can clip up my live streams. To hire some full-time Filipino virtual assistants who can help with some of these unread emails and collecting invoices and all this other tasks that I just don't want to have to be burdened with so that I can be freed up to provide you guys with more resources. But hey, since we don't have that many Black Americans on the right path right now, as far as tribal citizenship, pushing out this knowledge, I got to just keep doing it on my own and delegate to some foreign personal assistants. Come on. Oh Lord, if it was the 1920s, if it was the 1930s, we'd have a whole Black community filled with Black bus lines and Black lawyers and Black doctors, and it wouldn't be nothing for me to go down to the community center and see who wants to learn how to be a genealogist. But guess what? We're not just detribalized, we're fragmented. Our communities are no more. We've been made refugees on our own land of sorts, and now we're sprinkled out over here or sprinkled out over here, and some of us are in the suburbs, and some of us in the inner city, and some of us in the projects, and some of us on the outskirts. I mean, guys, this is a troubling time that we live in, but you know what can connect us all? The power of technology. Back in the day, if I wanted to do what I'm doing right now with you all, I would have to do some Diddy parties. I'd have to frolic with some CEOs and some cable network executives or some radio execs and stuff, and hope that they think I'm a good old boy and they give me my own talk show on the radio, right? But because of technology, I can broadcast around the world with no permission needed. So also through technology, we can reconnect our tribe. And when I say our tribe, I'm saying figuratively, okay? I know the Amaru Republic is trying to start fake tribes and shit, okay? I ain't on that. I ain't on that. If I ever start an association, if I ever start an organization for Black Americans who have indigenous roots but can't get tribal citizenship for one reason or another, guess what? I'm going to market it appropriately. I'm going to let y'all know this is a association. Just like when I was an 18-year-old realtor and I was a member of the National Association of Realtors. An association is an association. There's nothing wrong with people joining an association. That's great. Maybe even charge you a little association dues, $50 a year or something. Use that association dues to pull together our money so our association can do what? Can lobby Congress. That's what associations are supposed to do. That's how you do it on the up and up. You know how you do it on the down and down, on the down and down low? You know the wrong way to do it? Take your organization, take your association, and market it as an independent foreign republic. Take your organization, take your association, and claim that if you join my association, you won't have to pay taxes no more. That's how you do it the wrong way. But if you do it the right way, you let people know exactly what they're getting into. This is not a tribe. This is not a government. This is not a nation. This is an organization. This is an association. The association's mission and manifesto is to grow nationwide so we can lobby Congress for a congressional hearing on the reclassification of Native Black Americans. That's how you do it the right way. Members of the Amaru Ministry Squad, I know you're watching right now. When I start my own association, you know why people are going to pay to join my association? Because I'm being real and transparent and I'm not leading them astray. And my association is going to have a plan of action. We're not just looking to siphon money from our community and line our pockets. That time is gone. You'll never see Mike pushing a Phantom and coming up here like Creflo Dollar and a bunch of chains and rollies and shit like that. No. But I digress, y'all. This has been a bit of an extended monologue. It just really gives me such grief. It's so disheartening when I see that my people who desperately need genealogy assistance are being scammed by members of our own community. Allegedly, apparently. I mean, for all we know, the Amaru ministry folks are tethers, you know, from the Caribbean, or so who knows where these folks actually come from. But guys, it's so disheartening. But let me get caught up with the chat real quick, and then those people that I had on the panel, please request to join again. Paul Hutton Proud says, is there a Discord, Mike? We can do this tonight. I don't have a Discord, but anybody can email me, mike@nativeblack.ancestry.com. All right, and guys, we got a new member of the panel coming from the back to the front is Murray Lou. Let us know where you're calling in from and what's on your mind.
Hi, my name is Latrice. I'm calling from Indiana, and I would love to be a part of teaching our brothers and sisters about our history. So how would I go about doing something like that?
Yeah, well, that's great. Have you traced your genealogy yet?
No, I'm in the process of trying to learn, and I would love to get some information on how. I have recently spoke with my grandmother. My grandmother is from the Mississippi part. She did tell me we were Blackfoot, and my grandfather was Cherokee. And I do know that my grandmother, my great-great-grandmother, was full-blooded. I've been trying to figure out where do I go, the information to, just to get the knowledge of it so I can bring it to her. And I know she will love that part.
Nice. I feel you. Well, first of all, it's great that you want to help. In order to assist, you would first have to not only trace your family's genealogy, but you would also have to have a thorough enough understanding of the process to where you'd be qualified to help others as well. So if you're still in the process of tracing your family's heritage, I'd say the first step is going to be to finish that out. If you need assistance, you can always check out my website. You can even book a genealogy consultation where I teach you from A to Z how me and my family got tribal citizenship and traced our heritage back to like the mid 1700s. But yeah, first step for you is definitely going to be finishing out that genealogy research. So far, how far back were you able to get on your paternal and maternal line, if you don't mind me asking? Oh, I think we lost her. Are you still there, Murray? Oh, looks like you're on mute.
Oh well, I wasn't talking yet, but hey,
Oh, sorry. I think I got everybody mixed up. So who I was talking to was Roberts.
yes, you were.
Okay. Sorry. So Murray, I'll introduce you in just a moment. Roberts, how far back were you able to take your paternal and maternal line?
Just I had some couple sensors that I had. It wasn't far. It was what I had grabbed from my aunt. But it's just the standing point, the starting at the first point for me. Like I heard about some forms I need to fill out. I just want to know what I need to do, because that's where the problem lies. And for a lot of, I believe, Black Americans, we don't know where to go and where to start. If it was never taught, how will we ever know?
I'm telling you exactly what to do. First step is tracing your family tree on your paternal and maternal line. That's why I was asking you how far back you were able to get so far on both sides of your family.
Okay.
So like you said you just started, right? So were you able to get back to like your great grandparents, your 4 times grandparents? Like how far in the process are you right now?
Right now, it's just my great grandparents.
Okay, I got
That's
you.
for right now.
I got you. And are you utilizing Ancestry.com or a different platform?
Ancestry, I have not. I heard about the dolls rolls I was supposed to look at.
No.
No.
Do not start looking at the dolls roll. You are not yet at the right stage to start looking at the dolls rolls. Dolls roll would be step 2. But first, you want to get both sides traced to at least the early 1800s. If you're not using Ancestry.com, you should try it. Some people get confused by me recommending Ancestry.com because they do peddle those fraudulent DNA testing kits. But when I recommend them, I'm talking about their paper trail archival genealogical research database. I'm not talking about spitting in a cup. But even if you didn't want to use Ancestry.com to flesh out your family tree, there's like FamilySearch.org that's ran by the Mormons, free website. There's also MyHeritage.com. But yeah, where you're at in the process is you definitely want to get both your maternal and paternal line traced to at least the early 1800s. And if you haven't yet utilized any of those websites I just listed, try taking the information you already have on your family and inputting it into those sites. And then they may be able to pop up some hints or some matches where, maybe some census records or birth certificates or death certificates or military documents will start showing up and help you start branching out those different parts of your family tree. Other than that, if you need more personalized guidance, I would definitely, recommend booking a one-on-one with me. I know I'm biased, but, during that 90-minute session, I can really go in depth with you and make sure that you're pointed in the right direction, if that makes sense.
Okay, I would love that.
Yeah, most def. And before we introduce our next guest, I'm not sure how long you've been tuned in to tonight's broadcast. The whole purpose was to really expose this whole Z Amaru Ministry Republic of Justice thing. Have you ever heard of that before, or is this your first time hearing about it?
This is my first time.
Okay, well, you're not missing nothing. Folks selling $2,000 memberships for a fake tribe.
Oh wow.
Oh yeah, it gets deep. But give me just a moment. I'm going to introduce Murray. Murray, go ahead and unmute yourself. Let us know where you're calling in from and what's on your mind.
Hello, I'm calling in from Georgia. I actually almost joined this tribe.
No.
I paid the $800.
No.
But I called them and I said that this is too much. You have too much going on, and the thing that's very important to me is how you represent yourself and how things around you is going.
Mm-hmm.
And they was just kind of trying to keep me in there, and I told them never mind. And so I went back and I removed some of my information from off the files, and they gave me $250 back, which I wasn't really expecting any money back because it said no refund.
That's still bullshit. Come on. So they got you for the 800, but they was nice enough to send you the 250 back. So they got you for 550.
Yeah.
Damn. Now you see why I do what I do. Oh my God. That breaks my heart.
If I would have probably met you first, I probably would have. When I had the money, then I probably would have just went with you and maybe had you do the consultation. But I'm going to do that soon.
Yeah, for sure. Well, hey, when you go to book a consultation through my website, nativeblackancestry.com. Make sure at checkout you use the coupon code TikTok, all lowercase, one word, and that's going to hook you up with an extra 15 or 20% off on the consultation. But when it comes to that whole Amaru thing, like, what were they supposed to be giving you for the 800? Was the 800 just like to make you a member of their organization, or was there like some kind of documents you were supposed to get, or was there any kind of like promises they gave you, like, hey, when you're a part of our tribe, you can do this, or you can do that, or you can now identify as this?
Okay, so what they was offering was the tax exempt, the I don't know what it is. I don't even think it really had anything to do with your actual genealogy, but something about a genealogy certificate for their tribe, something like that.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure if they was offering. I think they was gonna offer the ID, but the driving license you was gonna have to buy separate.
So they're also selling driver's license?
Yeah, that was like, oh God.
See, hindsight is 2020. In hindsight, you're laughing at it like, I can't believe I fell for it. But when you're in the moment, it sounds like it's on the up and up, right? You're a ministry of justice, and you're talking about the United Nations and this and that and da da da, right? Like, I understand how a lot of people can get tangled in the web.
But what I really wanted was to just get my status correct. That's all I want to really get.
Yeah, I feel you. And a lot of people come to me seeking status correction. That's kind of even become a buzzword at this point in time on social media. The only legal way I've ever seen anybody correct their status is by doing their genealogy and obtaining tribal citizenship. All my life, I was an African American, but when I got tribal citizenship, now magically I'm an American Indian. That's the only way that I've ever seen anybody correct their status. But there's a lot of fringe organizations and cults and stuff trying to tell you, hey, if you pay this fee, we're going to hook you up with these documents, and now your status is corrected, and you can just put Indian on your documents, and nah, they're going to get you caught up.
Yeah, I'm avoiding places like that. They charge me to do status correction and stuff like that. Yeah, I'm good on that now.
Yeah.
Well, and then what threw me off about her was how she was preaching. So basically, she was having a tribal meeting. I never really went to it because I don't know, something felt off about her. She was arguing. She was having a meeting with her tribe and the other tribe that she used to be a part of.
And I've heard about this. She was a part of a different organization, and then she split and started her own little scam group or something, right?
Yes, and they was basically saying how she took majority of their money and ran off. And then
she ran off on the plug.
She kind of like got rid of them and then started preaching, and I was like, no. And
some people tonight said that she does like some weird like Christianity things. So when you say preaching, she was doing like some kind of Christian preaching?
Yeah, something like that. Where she read her scriptures and then add her own little spin to it. She like those scriptures at people.
Interesting. And shout out to Tony. Tony says, what is your coupon code, Mike? It's TikTok. One word, all lowercase. TikTok. But yeah, that's crazy, sister. I'm so disappointed that these folks are out here scamming and scheming in this fashion. But hey, what I want to do for you, I've been thinking over the last couple of days about doing this for folks who have who've been made victim of this organization. Whenever it comes time for you to book a consultation with me, instead of booking directly through my website, send me an email first, mike@nativeblackancestry.com. And if you send me an email, and in the body of that email, give me a little reminder, hey, Mike, we talked on TikTok. You know, I went through the Amaru thing. They got me for $800. I'll hook you up with a special discount that goes above and beyond that 15% discount that I provide folks on TikTok, just as a way of making this something that fits that much more easier within your budget, since I know you already got scammed out of $800 or $500, I guess.
Yeah, thank you so much. That means a lot. Oh God, yeah.
Yeah, and then and that offer goes for everybody else out there. If you guys have fallen victim to this Z Amaru Ministry of Justice thing, and you want to go a more legitimate route, instead of just booking a consultation directly through my website, email me first, Mike@nativeblackancestry.com, and I'll make sure to hook you guys up with a special promotion. Cause man, this is so crazy. But I'm sorry, sister. It sounded like you said that there was it sounded like there was something else on your mind. You wanted to get off?
Yeah, it was the whole Christian thing because I'm not really a religious person, and it was given cold. And the sad thing is, after I made the payment, I did find a court case between her and a person from that tribe, and I read it up, and I was like, dang, she got me.
Oh, they actually have a court case about it.
Yeah.
So in the court case, did she like get like caught or like found guilty of a fraud or something, or is it unsettled or what?
I'm not even. I think it's still unsettled because the other person can't even talk on it. So it wasn't really much. The setup that was basically stating how she was irate. How she scammed someone out of a house. Her husband out the house. She didn't have his name on the house. And she wouldn't basically give him the house, and it was just a whole lot of stuff. And he took care of her. She didn't really have to work. It was just a whole lot of stuff.
It was a whole bunch of messiness, huh? A whole bunch of messiness.
And yeah, things to do with the tribe too. How she took over the tribe or something like that, or something about the business.
Man, that's crazy, y'all. That's crazy. That's why I don't really rock with people like that. I mean, I get people hit me up all the time. Yo, Mike, come rock with our group. Yo, Mike, come join our organization. Yo, Mike, let me interview you. Like, I'm solo dolo with it because a lot of y'all got some strange things going on. Okay, I cannot get caught up with any suspicious looking affiliations. Okay, I can't have none of the stuff y'all doing come back on me because a lot of y'all's out here moving strange, to say the least. Moving real strange.
And then not to add, her and the person that she was with, they was actually in trouble before for some type of money scam they did. I'm not sure. That was also in the meeting. If anybody would like to go watch the meeting, she still might have it up.
That is so unfortunate. You know what? I just noticed we got another person up on the panel. Cloud, let us know where you're calling in from and what's on your mind. Cloud going once.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, how you doing, brother?
I'm all right. I'm actually driving right now. Getting out my car, getting ready to go in the house. But yeah, I did my genealogy all the way back to, I think, 4 generations back, and I found out my great-great-great-grandmother, she...
Okay, wait a minute. Before you proceed, we gotta wait till we get the beeping sorted out and stuff. I'm being extra particular about background noise nowadays because I actually realized that I have quite a few viewers that watch me, or shit, here I go. I just said watch me. I got a few viewers that tune in who listen to me who are blind. So, as you can imagine, for a person who's blind, the audio is that much more important. So for people that call in, let's try to make sure we don't have any loud beeping or loud noise in the back. But yeah, brother, feel free to unmute yourself as long as you transition away from that beeping. Just want to make sure this is a pleasant listening experience for everybody. Coco said, "Oh my God, the beeping." Yeah, see, that's what I'm talking about. We gotta make sure this is a smooth listening experience. We got truckers listening on the Blue Parrot. Okay, we got folks who ain't watching; they listening. Chief Hamza says, "Mike, what should you do if you only know one side of your family? Then you should trace the other side of the family." I mean, there's tips and tricks that you can use to trace your other side, even if you don't have any info on them to start. But that's kind of a specific question. I can definitely break that down more in depth during a consultation. But I would say you're going to want to search various databases, right? So if you're working on building your family tree on Ancestry.com, Let's say you found something on your father's side, but nothing on your mother's side. Well, use more than one database. Try FamilySearch.org. Try MyHeritage.com. You know, sometimes there's one online archive that'll have access to documents that another one won't have, and vice versa. But as always, a good first step is really just to tap in with your family. You know, see who's still living, see which part of the family has some information, and you know, see what you can find that way as well. Cloud, are you still near the beeping, brother, or are we in the green?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay. Well, I don't hear any beeping no more, so you can go ahead and pick up where you left off.
Yeah, well, I was saying I did my genealogy, and I found out my great 4 times back, she's Creek. That's on my mom's side. I haven't did anything on my father's side.
So when you said you found out she's Creek, did you find like a document or something?
I think it's on Ancestry, one of those websites.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I found a document.
Do you remember what type of document? Was it like a land allotment, bill of sale, tribal application?
I think it's census, when they, you know how they was doing the census back then, marking everybody down as far as the races and stuff.
Are you talking about like a U.S. census?
Yeah.
So a U.S. census had her race marked down as Creek Indian?
Yes.
That's not typically how U.S. censuses work. What's probably going on is you probably have it confused with the U.S. census, but it's probably a tribal role, because U.S. census records don't actually have a designation for Indian like that. Sometimes you do have someone listed as an Indian. They'll put like IND, but they'll never actually put like an actual tribe. And shout out to Coco. Coco says, so true. There is so much out there, and many times they give you hints when you have a common ancestor. Yeah, true. But yeah, brother, it's great that you're doing the digging, and it's great that you came across some documentation. I would just take another look at that document, you know, make sure you know exactly what it is. And if it really is listing a lineal ancestor of yours as a member of the Creek Nation, then there's really nothing stopping you from getting tribal citizenship. Back in the day, if they were listed as a freedman, you wouldn't be able to get citizenship. But as of July 23rd, 2025, my tribe's Supreme Court has ruled in favor of the Creek freedmen. So regardless if your ancestors are freedmen or Creek by blood, you can get tribal citizenship nowadays.
Okay, yeah, so I just got to do a little bit more homework.
A little bit more homework. Or if you need personalized guidance, that's where those genealogy consultations I provide come into play. You know, during that 90-minute session, I can review any research you've already done, point you in the right direction, show you additional steps that you probably missed, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay, I appreciate that. Yeah, I'll be booking a consultation with you.
Yeah, most def. And make sure to save some coins and use that coupon code TikTok at checkout.
All right, appreciate that.
Yeah, most def. And before we wrap up this broadcast, actually, let's give you guys the luxury of choice. As always, we got to give you guys the luxury of choice. I'm ready to wrap up the broadcast. If anybody wants an encore, because Lord knows I got several videos prepared. I've got newspaper articles. This pretendian stuff runs deep. There's several fake tribes out there selling fake citizenship cards and all kinds of shit. So, guys, if you want me to keep on going, I'll keep on going. This is what it's going to take to keep on going. If we get two people within the next 10 minutes to become a member of the website at nativeblack.ancestry.com, then I'll go ahead and give you guys at least another hour and a half of live content here tonight. Now, as far as what this membership entails through my website, hold on, YouTube can see it right now, but TikTok cannot. Let me bring the screen share over. Let's bring that screen share over for TikTok. There we go. So on my website, we got two different memberships. We got Inner Circle, we got the Mastermind Group. We're really just talking about the Inner Circle, $14, right? What does this get you? Well, for one, you're going to get that book list of all of my primary sources. Again, a lot of these titles are suppressed. Some of these books you can't even buy in the United States. You got to import them from the UK. And some of these titles on this book list, though, some of these listings that I actually have the link to the Internet Archive page as well. So you don't actually have to, buy some of these books. When you become a member and click on the title, like if you clicked on Jews and Negro slavery in the Old South, I provide a link right here to the Internet Archive page where you can read the whole book for free. So, definitely check out the book list. That's a perk when it comes to the website membership. And I do update the book list weekly. A really big benefit is going to be this digital archive. I've personally curated this with over 600 documents, family photos, newspaper clippings, book excerpts, ex-slave interviews, fugitive Indian slave ads, you name it. There's some really, really heavy-handed receipts in here. For example, let me get a 0 in the chat if you're not familiar with fugitive slave ads. And let me get a 1 in the chat if you are familiar with fugitive slave ads. Give me some feedback, y'all. I know we got a lot of more people watching on YouTube right now than TikTok, surprisingly. Buddha says 0. Indigenous Goddess says 0. Murray says 0. Lady M says 1. Okay, so what a fugitive slave ad is like when a plantation slave runs away, well, what does the master do? He puts out an ad in the local newspaper. It's called a fugitive slave ad. Well, for those of you who have heard of fugitive slave ads, a lot of you guys haven't actually read them. And for those of you who've read fugitive slave ads, I guarantee you ain't read none like this. Check this out. This is just a little glimpse into the type of heavy-handed receipts I have in the digital archive available to members. October 24th, 1800, $10 reward. Run away from the subscriber on the 15th. A Negro girl named Nellie, 16 years of age, flat built, rather short, yellow complexion, long Indian hair. Guys, I got to ask you, if they want us to believe that all plantation slaves came from Africa, have you ever seen an African that's yellow complexion with long Indian hair? I haven't. But wait, there's more. Prince William, June 1st, 1776, $10 reward. Run away from the subscriber on his journey from Williamsburg on the 11th of May near King William County. A mulatto servant man named John Newton, about 20 years of age, an Indian by birth. Yes, you can drop $14, get access to a book list of primary sources and a digital archive that includes indisputable evidence of indigenous people captured and enslaved. Irrefutable evidence to suggest that even though most people think that Indian, Negro, mulatto are differentiating terms, no, in reality, those terms are synonymous with one another. They're all indigenous. That's the way it works. If you are Indian and you're light skinned, they reclassify you as a mulatto. If you're Indian and you're dark skinned, they reclassify you as a Negro. It's really that simple. So again, guys, I'm really ready to wrap up tonight's broadcast, but I do have a lot of receipts. I've got a lot of content that I had prepared for you this evening. So if anybody wants an encore, we just need 2 people to become a member of the website for only $14. You're going to get access to the digital archive that I update weekly, as well as that book list. Also, members do get discounts on other services such as Genealogy Consultations. So if you ask me, it's going to be the best $14 you ever spend, but I'm a little biased, admittingly. We also have the mastermind group. The mastermind group is really for people who are much more advanced in their level of research. We actually meet 2 times a month, and we do deep dives on certain subjects when it comes to Black American indigeneity. And of course, members of the mastermind group get all the same benefits that the inner circle has. The main difference is we do those 2 virtual meetups every month. But yeah, guys, again, if anybody becomes a member of the website at the inner circle level, 2 people joining at Inner Circle is going to give us at least another hour and a half to 2 hours of content. But while I wait to see if anybody wants an encore or not, let's go into a little bit of the content that I had queued up for you.
Have you ever, in any of your writings, clarified that the Mississippi is over where New Orleans is today? That's the Mississippi River. So everything on this side was classified at one point in time as what? The Mississippi. They were talking about the river, not the place.
Ooh, and the trolls are coming out, y'all. The trolls are coming out. Shout out to CV. CV says, Muskogee Nation here. This is really disappointing to see from a fellow citizen. A fellow citizen of what? I got my citizenship card on the screen. You're a faceless troll in a TikTok live stream. I doubt you're a member of my tribal nation. Because if you are, then you got to explain, what is Mike doing that's so disappointing? Teaching people how to go through the tribal citizenship application process? Highlighting the history of fraudulent organizations trying to start fugazi tribes? What did I say tonight that would upset a fellow member of my tribe? Oh, wait, you ain't got no tribal citizenship. You up here trolling. Because again, if you're a member of my tribe, then you should be able to join my panel right now and show me when it is, Playboy.
Historians have wrote it like Mississippi got to cross over the Pearl. That did not exist down here before the United States. That Mississippi just came about after the United States. Wasn't there through France, wasn't there through Spain. It was just West Florida. Then West Florida get broke up.
I'm not following you.
Before the United States, before the winning, we keep saying the Battle of New Orleans.
Oh, and you know what? Before we get into the Battle of New Orleans and all that, I almost forgot. I got panel members up here, and my panel members can actually hear videos when I play them when they're up on the panel. So let's do a round robin of closing remarks here. Let's start with Murray. Murray, let us know what's on your mind. Closing remarks. No rush. Take your time.
Well, I'd like to thank you for covering this whole scheme with that other so-called tribe, and yeah, thank you so much. That's really all I have to say.
Yeah, well, hey, thanks for tuning in. Don't hesitate to click that link in the future. It was nice connecting with you. Roberts, lay it on us. Closing remarks.
Same like she said, I'm excited. I will be setting up a consultation, and just thank you for putting the truth out here and keep up the great work.
Yeah, that's what I'm here for, sister. Thanks for tapping in. It was a pleasure connecting with you. And Cloud, lay it on us. Closing remarks.
I want to ask you, so what is the benefit of becoming a tribal member?
Oh, we can be here all night talking about the benefits. First and foremost, the benefits are going to heavily depend on the tribe. Some tribes have casinos. Some tribes don't have casinos. Some tribes have casinos, but don't share the money with their tribal members, like my tribe. I didn't even know my tribe had casinos until a couple of days ago. I found out because they ain't been giving us no payments, right? Whereas some tribes with casinos actually give their tribal members like $5,000 to $10,000 a month from the day they turn 18 as their proceeds of the casino profits. So, you know, when we talk about tribal benefits, it's going to be heavily based on what tribe we're talking about, because each tribe has different benefits that they offer their members. As far as what benefits I have, being a member of the Muskogee Creek Nation, I can just speak for myself. Free healthcare, free dental, free college tuition, down payment assistance for buying properties. I get checks for my son for school clothes, school supplies, things of that nature. If I'm ever like down on my luck or money's tight, there's like hardship programs where the tribe will pay my rent and my utilities, things of that nature. If I actually wanted to move to the reservation, they have low-income housing opportunities. What else? There are certain situations where you do still get money from the tribe, even though like my tribe doesn't give per cap payments. For example, I tell people all the time how when COVID-19 happened, you know how Trump gave those payments of $1,200? Well, I got that payment for being a U.S. citizen. And on top of that, I got 2 payments of $4,000 from my tribe for being a member of a federally recognized tribe. Another thing that comes to mind, there's something called the Indian Preference Act. Don't believe me, look it up. The Indian Preference Act. That gives American Indians preference when applying for governmental positions, or if I was to start a company and I was bidding for government contracts, I get pushed to the front of the line because my business is ran by an American Indian. So there's a lot of benefits. We can be here talking all day. Some more trivial benefits. A lot of times, tribes will give you benefits or perks even if you're not a member of their tribe, but you're a member of another federally recognized tribe. So like, for example, I was living in California in a little town called Palermo. for a little bit. And when I was in Palermo, there was a local tribe. I forget the name of the tribe, but this tribe had a reservation nearby. They had a casino and they had dispensaries. And when I went on the tribal reservation to the dispensary, I would get a discount at the dispensary for showing my tribal citizenship ID card for being an American Indian, right? So there's big benefits all the way down to, you know, discounts at the reservation dispensary, right? So there's a lot of benefits.
Sounds pretty good. And are you tax exempt because of that?
No, honestly, I'm not sure where this whole tax exempt thing come from. So many people ask me, "Hey, do you have to not pay taxes?" Or, I mean, no. When you're a member of a tribe, you don't denounce your U.S. citizenship. You technically have dual citizenship, right? So I'm still a U.S. citizenship. I'm still a U.S. citizen. I still have to pay taxes. Some people think you're like a sovereign citizen and you don't have to drive with a driver's license and you don't pay taxes and stuff. That's not the case. That's going to get you caught up. Are you still there, Cloud? And shout out to Beike. Beike says only tax exempt if you live on the res and make money working on the res. Yeah. Yeah, oftentimes people, when they're talking to me about tax exempt status, they're referring to like income taxes. And just like Beike said, there is some kind of, you know, loophole or gray area where, like, if I'm making money on the res, you know, maybe I don't pay taxes on some stuff. But by and large, I mean, you're still a U.S. citizen. You're still paying taxes. Somebody in the comment section says, us Indians West get to drive on our land without license. We don't pay taxes on our lands. Yeah, that's going to be based on the tribe. Some tribes let their tribal members drive around with no licenses. A lot of tribes require you to have a driver's license. I mean, imagine how unsafe that would be to just have a bunch of unlicensed drivers roaming around. I mean, come on.
Well, actually, we come to find out this whole U.S. citizenship thing is actually, it's a big scam in the first place, because nobody is a citizen. The U.S. corporation was established in Washington, D.C. You know, so none of us are in Washington, D.C. or was born there.
Oh yeah, I understand where you're coming from, and we can get into the etymology and the semantics, but at the end of the day, the person who dictates is the person that carries the biggest stick. So unless you're ready to go to war with the United States government, we're gonna live in this fictitious straw man corporation and make the best out of it.
Pretty much.
Right? Right? We can kick mathematics all night about it, but unless we're ready to crash out against the U.S. military and Mossad and all of the U.S. allies, I mean, hey, a time may come, though. If you look at history, if you look at revolutions, it has to be a multitude of coincidence of events, right? Like, for example, if, you know, just playing hypothetical war games, right? If the U.S. was overextended overseas, if we were battling an entity like China or Russia, and our military was spread out real thin, then maybe on the homeland we can do some peaceful protesting, just like our ancestors did. Wink, wink, hint, hint.
Until then, they got us.
Yeah, and hey, until Uncle Sam is distracted with World War III, we just gonna have to chill and just keep training and staying in shape and, you know, making sure we're ready. We got to be just like the white boys in the woods with their little militias running drills and all that kind of shit. Because hey, a time may come.
Yeah, the time will come.
Even Rome fell, right? And shout out to Elwood. Elwood says, I've already found a relative with a census card, field number, Dawes roll number. He's listed as a freedman and also as a Creek Indian. Nice, nice. Well, yeah, Elwood, you're a prime person to take advantage of a genealogy consultation, because instead of spending money hiring a genealogist in 90 minutes, I can give you the game. Hey, you got that roll number? Okay, so this is what you're going to do. You're going to fill out this packet. You're going to send in this document, that document, that document. Make sure to mail it to this address. I mean, you sound like you're already most of the way there. The finish line is in sight for you, Elwood, if tribal citizenship is something that you're interested in. It's not for everybody. But guys, I said that we would do an encore if we had 2 people join as a member of the website, inner circle level, $14. We already had Elwood. Shout out to Elwood. He became a member like 10 minutes ago. Let me see if we have a second. Let me see if we have a second. Check my notifications real quick. All right, all right. You know what? I think we may have a second. Is there an AB? Is there an AB in the chat? I'm not sure if you're on TikTok or if you're on YouTube. Is there an AB? I think that we may have a yep, AB. Hey, we're going into an encore. Y'all just don't want to let me sleep, y'all. Y'all just don't want to let me rest. Jesus. Yesterday I was up till 4 a.m. with y'all. I pulled like a what I did, 7 hours of genealogy consultations, then another like 6 hours of streaming. Yeah, I pulled a 12-hour shift yesterday, and y'all want me to do it again? What more do you want from me? Come on. But yeah, Cloud, closing remarks. What's on your mind?
I'm over here eating dinner pretty late.
Hopefully it's something good. Should I know I made me some shakshuka earlier today? A lot of y'all don't know about that shakshuka.
Don't know what that is. What is that?
Hey, I went behind enemy lines in the belly of the beast. Shoot, I used to have a Jewish girl I was dating. She put me onto the shakshuka. Shakshuka is a Jewish dish. It's also, very well known in the Middle East. So even if you're not Jewish, Muslims and stuff typically eat shakshuka. But basically what it is, you dice bell peppers, onions, and some garlic. You saute that up in a pan. Then you pour in some crushed tomatoes. You get the sauce nice and thickened up. And then you press like some little holes into the sauce. Crack some eggs into the holes. Let those eggs poach. Maybe make them runny. Maybe cook them a little bit more, depending on how you like it. And then you eat it with some warm bread. Dip the bread in it. That's shakshuka. Shout out to Bay K. Bay K knows about the shakshuka. She says, yes, I do. It's a bomb. Yeah, it's not too bad at all.
Try it out one day.
And plus, it's super simple, Chop up some veggies, pour some tomato sauce, crack a couple eggs. Now you got a hearty, protein-rich meal.
Jewish dish, huh?
Hey, I told you, I went behind enemy lines. I was with the Jews. I was all up in the house. I was working for the Jewish family business. I went behind enemy lines for real. For real. I learned some things. Oh boy, did I learn some things.
I got my little Jewish community down the street, and I'm out here in LA, so Pico district.
Oh yeah, I'm telling you, I have been initiated. I see the writing between the lines that others do not see. Well, for example, I went to Puerto Rico in March. And because I got that eye now, I said, wait a minute. There's a huge Jewish population in Puerto Rico. There's a huge Jewish presence in Puerto Rico. And I look into the history. I go to the castles. I tap in with the historians. We learn the truth of the matter. As pseudo as this sounds, Christopher Columbus was a Sephardic crypto-Jew double agent for the Portuguese that was not only sent to detour Spain from messing around with what Portugal was doing in Africa and India, but also to find a new homeland for the Jews who were getting expelled from Spain due to the Alhambra Edict. But if you say that publicly in America, that's some pseudo shit. But if you go over to Europe and say it, they say, oh yeah, we know. Oh yeah, we run documentaries on our cable TV shows all the time talking about how Columbus was a crypto Jew and working for the Portuguese crown in secret. And yeah. But in America, conspiracy.
Trip.
Yep. If there's anybody who's interested in getting some more information on what I was just talking about as far as Columbus being a crypto Jew, double agent for the Portuguese crown, this is a video that you can watch. This is a great documentary filmed in Europe. What would be the keywords? I'm just going to type in Columbus Yeah, here we go. The Real Truth About Christopher Columbus, Secrets and Mysteries. This is over an hour-long documentary on Chronicle Medieval History Documentaries YouTube channel. And this is nothing but European historians going to the catacombs, doing the DNA samples, going through the archives, and they all came to the same conclusion. Columbus was a Sephardic double agent crypto Jew for the Portuguese crown. Yeah, the more you know, guys, the more you know. But let me see what else you guys are talking about here. Asia says LMO crypto Jew. Yeah, if you've never heard the term crypto Jew, we ain't talking about no Bitcoin. What a crypto Jew is, for the uninitiated, a crypto Jew is like, let's look at colonization for an example. We got different colonization factions, right? We got the Spanish, the Portuguese, the French, the Dutch, the British, right? Well, you think these are different European entities, but the members of these colonizing factions, some of them, the ones in leadership positions more often than not, are secretly Jewish, hence the term crypto-Jew. They may speak French and have a French-sounding name, but secretly they're Jewish and they practice their Jewish faith in secret. They may speak Spanish or Portuguese and wave the Spanish banner with all the other conquistadors, but in secret and private, they keep to their Jewish ways, and they had a secret cabal network of sorts. Which is why, if you know what I know about history, you know that the Spanish main intent of colonizing the New World was to extract the gold and send it to Spain. And if you knew what I know, you would know that there is trillions and trillions and trillions of dollars in gold that never made it to Spain. Where did it go? Them crypto Jews. I'm a secret Jewish Spanish conquistador. We take over the Inca. We get all this gold. We're about to send a vessel with gold chests back to Spain. I tell my French Jewish buddies in secret about it. I send a letter with the codes and shit up in it. Now the French know about the vessel. Now the French pirates hijacked the vessel. Now, I mean, guys, look into it. Don't take my word for it. Look it up. There was trillions and trillions and trillions of dollars in gold extracted from the Americas, and they say less than 5% of it reached King Ferdinand and Queen Isabella in Spain. Less than 5% made it to the Spanish crown. Where did the rest of the gold go? Maybe it went to that secret community that's known for their economic usury and financial prowess. Hey, let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. Asia says they're all one big. Says they're all one big white T-boy. That's wild. Oh yeah. Night Owl says the game was going on before we even knew the motives of these people. Facts, and then some. You know, we got somebody calling in. Give me just a moment here. Give me just a moment. CSG. Let the people know where you're calling in from and what's on your mind.
I'm calling in from Texas, and I just want to say, yeah, you definitely right. And Mexico is about to be Palestine in a few.
What makes you say that?
Who their president is and what she is.
Oh, is she a Jewish woman?
Yes, sir.
Oh, I didn't even know.
They running from their homeland, and the same thing happened to the Palestinians gonna happen to them.
I feel it.
You know, I was gonna say that the last time I got on, but yeah. The Mexicans, they don't know what's going on. They I don't know what happened to their country, but they have let a Jewish woman become president. So
wait, which country is this again?
Mexico.
Let me look this up. Yes, Claudia Scheinbaum. Damn, the last name gives it away for me. I know. Okay, Scheinbaum. Hold on. I know as soon as I see the shine. Okay. Hey, her last name might as well be Gonstein or Feinberg or something, okay? Claudia Sheinbaum, the newly elected president of Mexico, is of Jewish heritage. She's also the first woman to be elected president of Mexico. Her family history includes Jewish ancestors who immigrated from Europe, with her paternal grandfather being Jewish and communist, and her maternal grandparents escaping Nazi persecution. She identifies as Jewish and has spoken about her background, including her parents' different views and faiths. So her ancestors escaped Germany to South America? Hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, she's not just Jewish, she's an Ashkenazi Jew. Oh shit. Oh, she went it in. Okay. Okay.
Yep.
And this is what I'm talking about with the crypto Jew. Imagine if she just changed her last name. Imagine if she just changed her last name to Sanchez or Lopez. We'd have no idea she's Jewish. She can just change her last name to Lopez. She got the complexion that's already ambiguous. She probably speaks Spanish. She's born and raised in South America. Now y'all see what the crypto Jew is that we talking about. This isn't a crypto Jew. She's an open and public with it, right? But all she has to do is change her last name, not talk about her family origin. Guys, Mark Cuban from Shark Tank is a Jewish man, but you would never know it. Why? Because his grandparents changed their last names so they can be crypto Jews and fit into American society easier.
Yep.
Mark Cuban's original family last name was Shabensky. If that motherfucker was on Shark Tank as Mark Shabesky, we would know exactly who his people is, exactly where he come from. But his folks changed their last name from Shabesky to Cuban to fit in. Guys, that's why if you check out my website, nativeblack.ancestry.com, shout out to the 2 people who just became members. When you guys look at the book list, one of the books that I just updated on there is Judah P. Benjamin, The Jewish Confederate. Some of y'all don't realize a lot of these racist motherfuckers lynching and shit in the South, these Confederates were crypto Jews. Y'all don't know how many crypto Jews were in Louisiana speaking French, pretending to be Creole. Y'all don't really understand that. Come on, let's talk about it, brother. Help me out. Let's talk about it.
Yep. All them people they call Cajuns, them Jews, man. A lot of the Creoles that mixed in with the blacks, those Jews, man. If you go down south Louisiana, a lot of blacks are mixed with Jews. That's why our whites don't look the same as every white, all the whites in the rest of the country. They look mixed. They did that stuff on purpose, and they went to Louisiana and Haiti, the New Orleans and Haiti. They had
Shout
a
out
trade
to
line.
Tamara. Tamara says a lot of slaveholders changed, saying that they were Irish or Scottish, but they were Jews in Georgia. Yes, guys, here's a fun fact you'll never hear in school. The Jewish people try to run defense. They try to say, well, when it comes to slavery in America, we were a small percentage of the slaveholders. And that's true. If we're going to say, hey, in the South, there's Irish slaveholders, there's Scottish slaveholders, there's British slaveholders, out of the ones that were openly Jewish, that's a small percentage. But what about the crypto Jews? But wait, here's more. Let's forget about the crypto Jews. Let's just say it's a fact that the minority of the slaveholders were Jewish. Well, guess what? They say that 1% of the slaveholders were Jewish. But here's what they don't tell you. 99% of Jews in the South own slaves.
Yep.
Let that sink in. This is how they play in your face with numbers. Like how they say black folks do the most crime, but we're the least populated. They play in our face with numbers. They'll say, well, hey, us Jewish people were only 1% of the slaveholders. That may be true, but 99% of Jewish people in the South participated in the slave economy in one way or another. Most of the bankers who gave the plantation owners loans to purchase these slaves and finance their operations were Jewish.
Yep. Look, that's what that movie Sinners was about.
Talk about it. Tell them.
They act like they was Irish. It wasn't a lot of Irish in Mississippi and Louisiana.
Not at that time.
the Jews are known to be their history go back to vampires.
We want your people. We want your stories. It's sounding a little small hat to me, but okay. And then research the Jewish involvement in the record industry.
Yeah, that's what the movie Sanders was about.
Yeah,
the money, the goal. Let me give you this money to come in. The music industry, money.
Yeah. And real quick, shout out to Vincent. Vincent says the Muskogee Nation is already trying to appeal the Supreme Court's decision. Well, Vincent, educate us. Under what grounds could my tribe try to appeal it? And honestly, I'm not saying that you're wrong, but your sentence makes zero sense to me. My tribe's Supreme Court ordered the tribe to accept the freedmen. So how is my tribe going to appeal my tribe's Supreme Court? That sounds confusing to me. I'm not a lawyer. My ancestor was a lawyer of the Creek Nation. I'm not. So maybe you can help me out with how are you saying that some citizens of the Creek Nation are going to try to be like, oh no, we shouldn't let the freedmen back in? You know, be a little more specific. Help us out. But what were you saying, CSG?
What you think about the Native Black Americans? What do you think about the Jewish connection between Black Americans? Do you think Black Americans have a Hebrew history?
Yeah, so that's a good way to put it. I definitely think Black Americans have a Hebrew history. I know when you first come into consciousness, by default, a lot of us go through that stage of Pan-Africanism. When you go through that Pan-African stage and you're rocking daishinkis and ankhs every February and shit, you hear about these other organizations like the Hebrew Israelites. And to me, the Hebrew Israelite thing just always sounds pseudo. I never really looked into it, never gravitated towards it. But when I started researching American Indian history, I wasn't looking for it, but I just came across so much overwhelming research to suggest that indigenous tribes of the Americas had not only Hebrew artifacts found amongst them, Hebrew etymology with their different language groups, and many other signs and similarities. And fun fact, most people don't know that damn near every single conquistador or European explorer that came over here, they all were in one accord with theorizing that the indigenous people of the Americas descended from one of the lost tribes of Israel. There's countless books from the 1700s, the 1800s. I mean, these Europeans came to that conclusion on their own.
Yeah, they did. And there's so many artifacts found in America. It's crazy, but you get these Europeans, these Anglos, and they say, hey, we did everything, we found we really built America. Like, no, y'all didn't. Y'all really didn't build America. This thing was built up already. You can't get people from Africa and say, hey, let's grow these crops and ship them to other worlds and fund their economy with crops they don't know how to grow.
Facts. But yeah,
countries and say, oh yeah, y'all are native, y'all are from Africa. That don't make sense. If I gave you 200 years and I said, hey, I want you to fund the whole world almost, and you wasn't from that area, you weren't from that country, and there was no technology, You wouldn't, if I gave you 200 years, you would not be able to fund the world. You'll be able to maybe fund your own country.
Mm-hmm.
The people had to know how to grow things prior to them being, prior to Europeans being here.
Facts. And real quick, I actually want to touch on the crypto Jew thing again because, a lot of people are hearing this information for the first time. So I really, really want to drive that point home because most people don't understand that when we talk about the colonization of the Americas, I mean, these were the hidden hands in the colonies. The story that we're often fed is painted in broad strokes, Spain, Portugal, England, France. But lurking behind those familiar names and flags were other actors whose influence operated in the shadows, the crypto Jews. These were Sephardic Jews who, under pressure from Spanish and Portuguese Inquisition, publicly converted to Christianity, becoming new Christians or conversos, while privately maintaining Jewish practices. Now, many of them, seeking both escape and opportunity, sailed for the New World under assumed Catholic identities. And you guys got to understand, they didn't just hide in the colonies, they helped shape them. From the merchant class in the Caribbean to financiers of transatlantic voyages, crypto Jews occupied key economic roles. Ports like Recife in Brazil, Williamstad in Curaçao, and Charleston in South Carolina became hubs where they operated as traders, bankers, and intermediaries. They were very instrumental in developing plantation economies that relied on enslaved labor. And here's where history intersects. In the Southeast, many Native Black Americans, descendants of indigenous nations, were captured, trafficked, and sold into slavery. Crypto-Jewish merchants were among those who facilitated this trade, often lumping those indigenous captives under the same racial label as African captives, Negro. And this wasn't just sloppy record keeping. It was a deliberate act of reclassification, a paper genocide that stripped Native people of their legal rights and their identity. Even the very language of the slave markets was modeled by these hidden influences. There were terms used like pieces of India or negros de terra, which blurred the lines between African and American-born captives, erasing indigenous lineage from the record. And in port cities, crypto-Jewish traders worked with colonial officials to ensure that these reclassified indigenous people could be bought, sold, and inherited just like African captives, conveniently erasing treaty protections and land claims. And why would they do this? Simple: profit and protection. By aligning with colonial powers, crypto-Jews secured economic footholds in the New World. By erasing the distinction between Native and African, they could legally enslave people who otherwise would have been shielded by law. A lot of you guys don't know that there was actually laws on the books where you could not enslave Indians anymore. Those laws came on the book as early as the 1700s. So what happened when someone got caught with some Indian slaves? Oh no, these aren't Indians, these are Africans, I promise. Scout's honor, right?
We shipped them over from Africa.
Exactly. We didn't get them from down the way over in Georgia. I promise we got them all the way from Africa. Come on.
And I swear to God,
on my mama. I swear on God. Okay, we got them from Africa. Okay. And again, guys, this is not to say that crypto Jews acted alone. You've got Catholic crowns, Protestant investors, and indigenous collaborators who also played different roles. And CSG, I'm gonna leave you on mute for a moment. You got a lot of background noise. Again, there were some indigenous collaborators that also played roles, but the story of the crypto-Jewish involvement reminds us that, colonization wasn't simply binary of white versus non-white. This is something that was layered, multi-ethnic web of exploitation where hidden hands shaped the fate of whole nations, hands that profited from the very act of erasing who we are. So our history demands that we stop telling the children's book version of colonization. We got to name every hand that pulled the strings, whether they waved a royal banner in the open or lit Sabbath candles in secret behind shuttered windows. Because until we confront all the players in this centuries-long erasure, we're never really going to fully reclaim what was stolen. And again, when you hear a lot of folks talking about Jewish involvement, talking about the crypto Jews, you got to realize there's much more truth in that than a lot of us know. But CSG, go ahead, give us some closing remarks real quick, and then I got to segue back to that video with Chief Warhorse.
Okay, yeah, they did the Caribbeans bad, man. They really did a number on the Caribbeans, and it's like they did a number on us. It's like, but we was able to grab that identity, and the Caribbeans, they still on like on some African shit. You know what I mean? So it's a shame that the Caribbeans and Black Americans like are not more unified, but seem like they not catching up to speed. But also too, they did the people who kinda have a lot in common with Black Americans are the Guyanese. They did the Guyanese bad too, but they fought back a lot.
And hold on real quick, guys. I'm just going to give you a little freebie, okay? Again, in order to get access to this book list on my website, you typically got to become a member. It's $14. We already had a couple people tonight become a member. Shout out to you guys. But some of these titles I actually have linked to Internet Archive, right? So like if you're a member and you went to this book list and you see this book, Jews and Negro Slavery in the Old South, you don't have to go buy this book. You can actually click on this link right here, and it's going to take you to the Internet Archive page where you can read it for free. And let's check out this book a little bit, shall we? Since we're talking about the Jews. Page 13 is Jews as Planters and Owners of Slaves. Wait a minute, they never taught me in school about Jewish slave owners. Let's do a little bit of reading, guys. Reading is oh so fundamental after all, ain't it? I mean, I think if anything, you know, people that are members of our community understand just how fundamental reading is after all.
Butterfly in the sky. I can go twice as high. Take a look in a book, a reading rainbow. I can go anywhere. Friends to know, ways to grow, a reading rainbow. I can be anything. Take a look in a book, reading rainbow.
Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. You know how to cue the Reading Rainbow theme music real quick. Who knew we would be using the TV show The Reading Rainbow as our source of inspiration to read about the Jewish planters and owners of slaves? But hey, we got to take a look. It's in the book, right? Jews and Planters and as Owners of Slaves, page 13. This book is Jews and Negro Slavery in the Old South. I believe it was written in 1789. Only a small number of Jews in the Old South were planters. Sociological and economic factors explain why so few Jews achieved this characteristic Southern status of ownership and occupation. History had ordained that European Jews could not own land. The selection of occupations in which Jews could train their sons was severely delimited. Most Jews, out of natural inclination and their pressure of circumstances, felt safer in urban areas where they could share each other's fellowship and find support in each other's presence. If Jews desired to be loyal to their ancestral faith, they could fulfill this need only where other Jews resided, not in rural areas. An additional pressure was the poverty which accompanied most immigrant Jews when they came to America. The average Southern Jew was, therefore, a peddler or storekeeper. Let's just pause right there. Oh my gosh, such poverty, guys. The Jewish people came to America such impoverished as storekeepers and peddlers. All right. I didn't know people who own stores and peddle. I didn't know that they were so impoverished, but okay.
You know who else was Jewish slave owners in Louisiana?
What?
Monsanto.
Oh, damn.
Yep.
Damn. I know that. I know about Monsanto. I know about the Jewish connection. But you know what? Yeah, there's probably some crypto Sephardic stuff going on because I just did a quick search. It says Monsanto's namesake comes from his wife Olga Mendez Monsanto, who came from a Spanish Catholic family of Puerto Rican origin. Yeah, that sounds like some crypto Jew shit. Yep. All you got to do is take a trip to the island of Puerto Rico and see all them Jewish synagogues all on the island, and you're gonna say, "Oh, wait a minute, okay." But let me finish reading. So these Jews are peddlers and storekeepers with comparatively slim resources who tended to live in a town or city and would not even think of aspiring to the ownership of a plantation. Some Jews found their way to the highest rung of the economic and social ladder through prosperous careers as merchants or professional men. Among this small number of men, probably the best known was Judah P. Benjamin. Damn if this ain't chickens coming home to roost. Guys, last week, I just added to my book list Judah P. Benjamin. I just added a whole last book of Judah P. Benjamin on my book list last week. Come on. And this book right here is citing Judah P. Benjamin as a brilliant New Orleans attorney who purchased an extensive plantation 20 miles below the city in 1844 in partnership with Theodore Packwood, who served as the resident manager. Not content with the rather smallish mansion house, Benjamin rebuilt Bella Chase into a magnificent house, which finally fell victim to a housing development in 1960. Damn, this Jewish mansion survived until 1960, huh? Benjamin's home, in which he installed his sisters after his wife and daughter moved to Paris, was an elegant example of antebellum grace with great double-leveled porches, almost 15 feet across, a parade of massive rectangular pillars, and everything else in proportion, curving stairways of mahogany, massive carved decorations, silver-plated doorknobs, extensive rose gardens between the house and the levee, and an enormous bell into which Benjamin was said to have dropped 500 silver dollars during the melting to sweeten the tone. So this motherfucker had a bell created to put on his plantation mansion, and he melted 500 silver dollars to sweeten the tone of the bell. Okay. Though Benjamin continued to practice his legal profession, he devoted great interest into his plantation, unlike the typical absentee landlord, and wrote articles and delivered speeches on the problems of sugar planting. Bella Chase was staffed with 140 slaves, of whom about 80 were field hands. Benjamin sold the plantation after his election to the Senate. Another well-known Jewish planter was Major Raphael J. Moses, who owned land at Esquiline Hill near Columbus, Georgia. Moses, who became chief commissary officer at Longstreet's Corps during the war, wrote in his memoirs that, "When the war broke out, I had 47 slaves, and when it ended, I had 47 freedmen. All left me except one, Old London, who stayed with me until he passed away." Hold on, y'all. I want to do some skipping around, y'all. There was another chapter here. The treatment of slaves by Jews. That should be an interesting one. Let's see if we can get over to page 27. The treatment of slaves by Jews. How did these Jewish slave owners treat their Negroes? What did they feel towards them as human beings? Were they inclined to be lenient masters motivated by tender sympathy? Or were they, like other Southerners, sometimes kindly, sometimes harsh, but always masters? It is obviously hard to secure answers to these questions, but some indication of the feelings of Jews towards their slaves may be derived from a detailed study of the wills to which we have alluded. Apologists for the slave system have often contended that the cruel master was an exception, and that most slave owners were considerate, kindly, and thoughtful. Much depends on the definition of a word like consideration. However, kindly a man might be as a master, what of the future of his slaves after he passes? In 19 of these 33 wills, more than half, slaves were merely bequeathed to relatives or friends without specific instructions. And 5, the executors were instructed to sell them. In the majority of these wills, then, slaves were treated like other property, to be retained if convenient and expedient, to be sold if that seemed the judicious course. The word kindness surely cannot encompass any relationship where a faithful servant could be torn away from familiar moorings and sold to a stranger who might or might not be a good master. It was probably typical that the executor of the estate of Emmanuel Stern, who passed in New Orleans in 1828, sold off his 12-year-old slave Mathilda at auction for $400. This was a profitable transaction, for in the inventory, Mathilda was valued at $250. On the other hand, although the kindly feelings of some slave owners cannot possibly be regarded as justification for the slave system, it is important to realize that some masters went far beyond a commercial attitude in their relationship with their slaves. The proof of this to be found in numerous cases of loyalty, even after the emancipation, which was produced by the Civil War. One example of this reciprocated regard is to be found in Old London's decision to stay with his former master, Major Moses. Stop! Okay. A European wrote this book. A European wrote this book. They trying to give the Jews a copped-out, talking about, okay, well, they did mostly just sell the slaves when they passed, which shows that they didn't really care about them because the slaves could have been sold to anybody, an evil master, a good master, right? But now they're going, hold on. Try not to interrupt me, brother. This is my show after all. I'm reading. Hold up. Time out. Then they're going to try to run defense for the Jews by saying, well, the fact that some slaves wanted to stay on the plantation after emancipation, that shows that the master must have not been that bad. Guys, let's scroll back a minute. They're citing London as an example. London stayed with his former master, Moses, right? But correct me if I'm wrong. Didn't it say somewhere here? Didn't it say something earlier about London? 19 out of 33 wills. Justification. Oh, you know what? It must have been the last page that we were reading. I swear it said that London was like 1 out of like 15 or 20 slaves. And all the slaves chose to leave except for London. Hold on. I'm pretty sure it said something of that. I'm just going to type in the keyword London. Here we go. Here was the quote. Here was the quote from the slave master. When the war broke out, I had 47 slaves. And when it ended, I had 47 freedmen. All left me except one, London. So the author is now trying to big up the slave master because London wanted to stay, but they're not citing how London is 1 out of 48 slaves. And 47 of those 48 slaves got the hell up out of there. And only 1 out of the 48, which is London, chose to stay. But they going to use that 1 to be like, oh, see, the Jewish slave masters wasn't that bad because, see, London stayed on the plantation after emancipation. I mean, guys, come on. But CSG, unmute yourself. Provide us with some commentary, brother. What do you think about this? Is this your first time reading this book?
London was the one he was having sex with.
Oh.
So you think London wanted to stay? You know what I mean? So also, it's crazy how their cousins, take up for them when it's convenient. But then they go back and forth. They beef with each other. The Romans and the Jews, they always beefing with each other. But when it's time to take up for each other, they go to bed. They go to bed. That's all I have to say.
Facts. And guys, give me some feedback. I've got quite a few books, quite a few titles that I'd love to share with you guys over time. I mean, yeah, you become a member of the website. You can see the book list and whatnot. But I'm curious, would any of you guys be interested if I did any videos or any live streams where it's just me reading through some of these old books, providing a more modern take on it, getting through a lot of the frills? Let me know, y'all. Let me know. But real quick, CSG, if you can provide us with some closing remarks, I'm going to close out the panel here in a minute, and then we're going to get back to that video with Chief Warhorse.
Man, I would love for you to read into detail about this stuff, and especially the history of Louisiana and Charleston, South Carolina, you know, and how their involvement was the majority of, you know, they was the majority of slave owners in South Carolina and Louisiana, you know, so it throughout the whole South, really, you know what I mean? There was 99% of the slave owners, like you were saying. So
well, and
hey,
even if they weren't a slave owner, they were the ones financing the plantations. That's even worse than being a slave owner, if you ask me. What's worse, me being a slave owner and owning 100 slaves, or me financing 10 plantations, and each plantation has hundreds of slaves, thousands of slaves throughout the years?
yeah, and then back in that time, just because you didn't tell a slave where to go, if he was caught, he still was a slave. You know what I mean? So he can go down the street from the Silversteins and end up with the Goldbergs.
The Goldbergs. The Goldbergs.
All right, man, I got these kids.
All right, hey, make sure you educate them kids to know there ain't nothing sweet about the Goldbergs, okay?
yeah. That's why I keep them out their public schools. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, most of.
Hey, fun fact: did you know that the U.S. education, the books, the Macmillans? Do you remember those books?
Yep, Macmillans. Yep.
Do you know that? That's that woman. What's her name? Maxwell, Jazine
Maxwell. Yeah.
That you know, her father is the owner of the books.
You lying?
Yes, her father is the person who owns the book company.
Damn.
Turn the water on.
Okay, man. Thank you, man.
This is crazy.
Have a good one.
Thanks for sharing, brother. Talk to you soon. Oh, that's crazy, y'all. Interesting things we learning today. But yeah, guys, let's go ahead and segue back to this video of Chief Warhorse. She's really going to break down how different fake tribes were created. Again, the topic of tonight is how Native Black Americans are being preyed on, victimized by these fake tribes, these fake organizations. So let's get back to the receipts, shall we?
What we really need to say is the Battle of West Florida. Because you're talking about them parishes on here.
Oh, hell nah. What y'all just put up on my face, okay? I'm getting new TikTok gifts I never got before. I don't know what that was on my face, but I ain't comfortable with that, okay? You did not get my consent. Y'all better not start making my face look all crazy and shit, okay? No cowboy glasses, no rosy blush cheeks, all right? Just send this Indian boy some corn. I'm hungry. I need some corn. That's it. Thank you guys for the gifts.
That was a part of West Florida.
Yeah, I know, but what? I don't.
The Mississippi River is over toward New Orleans. That's the beginning point of West.
Mr. Cannon says, "My bad. I sent a crown. Hey, I don't want none of that food, that friffy stuff. Okay, be a man and send me some corn. Okay, if we was in public, we'd do a bro handshake, and just like a illicit transaction in the '80s, we gonna pass some corn from one hand to another. Okay, I'm gonna give you that handshake, and you're gonna hand me a cob of corn. I'm gonna slip that in my pocket, chew on it later."
Florida is by the Mississippi.
Oh yeah.
Mississippi was the river that was used to describe from the Mississippi River to Pensacola, Florida, is West Florida.
West Florida, yeah.
All right.
Spain claimed all of that.
All right. And it was considered from the Mississippi to Pensacola was West Florida. On the other side of Pensacola, you go into East Florida.
Correct. Yeah.
So if someone don't write the history right, like right now, people.
And a lot of you guys probably aren't understanding what she's talking about when she says that the original boundaries of Florida went all the way to Louisiana, went into the Mississippi. It was much larger than the state of Florida we know now. Check this out, guys. This is an old map of Florida. They called it La Florida. Remember, it was Spanish territory. This right here is a map of La Florida. This is what Florida used to look like back in the day, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. La Florida. All of this was Florida. This is damn near going into Texas, ain't it? I know this is the Mississippi River. This is probably New Orleans. Going all the way into the Carolinas, all of Alabama, all of Georgia. This was all called La Florida. So when you hear her talking and she's talking about how, you know, there's a state called Mississippi, but the original area of Mississippi was not located in the state of Mississippi. The original area of Mississippi was the Mississippi River region, right? So now that you got this map in front of you, now when we go back to that video, hopefully you're armed with a little more historical context, if you will.
Spain claimed all of it.
Is by the Mississippi.
Oh, yeah.
Before United States, before the winning, we keep saying the Battle of New Orleans. What we really need to say is the Battle of West Florida. Because you're talking about them parishes on here.
She said, y'all talk about it like the Battle of New Orleans. We should really say the Battle of West Florida. Why? Because at that point in time, New Orleans was West Florida. Let me now show an old map of West Florida. Look at West Florida. New Orleans, Louisiana. That was known as West Florida, right? There's Mobile, Campbell. Let's talk about it.
Part of West Florida.
Yeah, I know, but what?
Okay.
I don't
The
quite
Mississippi River is over toward New Orleans. That's the beginning point of West Florida, is by the Mississippi.
Oh, yeah.
Mississippi was the river that was used to describe from the Mississippi River to Pensacola, Florida, is West Florida.
West Florida, yeah.
All right.
Spain claimed all of that.
All right. And it was considered from the Mississippi to Pensacola was West Florida. On the other side of Pensacola, you go into East Florida.
Correct. Yeah.
So if someone don't write the history right, like right now, people talk about West Florida, well, they will not stop here at the original head place of West Florida. They're going to end up.
Now, what she's referring to is the fact that nowadays, now in modern times, if we talk about West Florida, this is what we now think of as West Florida. Nowadays, West Florida stops before you get to Louisiana. West Florida stops right before Mobile, right? This is the little artificial boundary line, Alabama-Florida line right here, right at Pensacola, right? This is West Florida. From here, over here by Tallahassee, basically Pensacola to Tallahassee. But she's saying, no, back in the day, West Florida went all the way to New Orleans, Louisiana, Baton Rouge, Lafayette, and went damn near to Houston, Texas. Right, guys? If this is all La Florida, it's going down to Texas. This is New Orleans. It keeps going. So now you're picking up what she's putting down when she says, if y'all think about West Florida in modern times, y'all got to realize West Florida back then went all the way to Louisiana. So why do we call 1812 the Battle of New Orleans? Why did we call that the Battle of New Orleans or the Battle of Louisiana when that was technically West Florida? And I think I got my dates right? 1812 was the Battle of New Orleans. You know, I'm not always right, but I try to be. Oh no, it was the War of 1812, but the Battle of New Orleans was 1815. So see, I stand corrected. Steel sharpens steel. Let's go.
They're going way to Pensacola, which was the tail end of West Florida. You see what I'm saying?
And shout out to Javante. Javante says, this is definitely news to me. Now you see why I do what I do. Thank you for tuning in, brother.
So if people don't clarify the timeline and the genealogy of the people, you just lost all of us on this side of Pensacola as not being a part of West Florida. Are you with me now? History can get lost just like that. That's a major piece of my history missing. We didn't become a part of the United States, Louisiana, until 1808 by decree. James Madison, C.C. Claiborne, President of the United States, and the appointed governor of the state of Louisiana. Prior to that, if we look at it, I'm in West Florida.
The revolution in West Florida was only one of 3 successful ones: Texas, California, and West Florida.
That's correct.
And then, so we took it over after I think they only lasted like 72 days, the Republic of
That was
West
the rebellion,
Florida.
yes.
Yeah.
The One Star.
Huh?
The One Star.
Yeah.
We held it for a little bit, but nobody know why that battle came about. And that battle has a significant part in history.
Well, are you familiar with Kid Ory?
Yeah.
Yeah, his house down in St. James Parish, that's where that battle started. They, if you get a chance, you ought to go down there. And
then a lot of people don't understand Baton Rouge was not the capital at that time.
No, it was
See,
New
they didn't move
Richmond.
that. They didn't play this doggone cup game again. They didn't move the capital. So when you think in capital, you're gonna think Baton Rouge, but Baton Rouge was not the capital. All right. So the coup d'etat that was pulled on us was these 3 cups with different stuff under it and keep moving. And if you blink, move your head, you don't know where you're at. Y'all with me, audience? So
now let's pause right there. She's talking about like moving cups, right? You blink, you don't know where you're at. Because imagine this. Imagine your ancestors have lived in the place that we now know as New Orleans, Louisiana. Well, before the 1800s, that was West Florida. It's not until the early 1800s that even becomes Louisiana. One people living in one area, that area changes colonial powers several times. New Orleans, Louisiana area at one time was operated by the French. Then they gave it to the Spanish. Then the Spanish gave it back to the French. Then the French gave it back to the Spanish. Then the Spanish gave it back to the French. Then the French sold it to America in the Louisiana Purchase. So when she says it's like people playing with cups and, moving around the stuff, is because you can be one people, one indigenous tribal nation in one area, but the label keeps changing. At one point in time, you're in Louisiana. Another point in time, this is West Florida. At one point in time, this is French territory. Another point in time, this is Spanish. Another point in time, this American.
I'll go back to this point.
And shout out to Nola. Nola says, so I'm really a Floridian. Hey, we'll talk about it. If you really want to talk about it, I mean, those in New Orleans probably don't identify as a Floridian, but yeah, originally that was all Florida. Do you think the indigenous tribes had these artificial boundaries and said, okay, so this is Louisiana, so we're not going to cross over? No. One tribe will be found all across the Southeast. My tribe, the Muskogee Creek Nation, we were found in the Carolinas, Florida, Georgia, Alabama, all over.
Right where you were at. We get lost somewhere in that cup shuffle of the capitals and stuff. By when people looking at it today, thinking the capital always were in Baton Rouge. That's the first thing. And then our history books that kids are learning in school. I'm somewhat against them teaching history in school. My grandfather was really against it because it's his story and not the real story.
Oh, don't get me started.
And don't worry, y'all. I'm working on something behind the scenes to make sure that we're telling our story, not his story, to our children. Not all of us have the ability to homeschool our children. So Mike is working on an option real soon where through nativeblack.ancestry.com, you can augment, you can supplement your child's education that they're getting K through 12, at least when it comes to the history, okay? We can send them to the white man school to learn some math, to learn some literature, some reading and some writing. But when it comes to history, yeah, they need to have a learning module they can come home and hit play on. That's going to give them the real deal. They got to have some books, some literature that mama or daddy can sit them down and say, hey, look, go through this module real quick. take the pop quiz at the end, and we're going to talk about it when you're done. There has to be a way that we can give our youth the true history. The average parent don't have the time. The average parent is trying to put food on the table. They set up the system by design. Your parents aren't rearing you like they usually were back in the day, because now they got to go slave away. Didn't even mean for that to rhyme like that, but guys, it's true. It's true. At one point in time, you know, let's take it post Indigenous times. Let's take it more into more recent times of assimilation. Even still, our ancestors would have had land. The family lives on the land. They cultivate crops. They maybe have services. They provide the local community, and they want for nothing. And their children are educated by their parents. But ever since we had this industrial revolution, now we got this K through 12 public education school system that's meant to separate the children from their parents. So instead of being raised by your family, you're being raised by the system. Let's talk about it. And it's not until you come home from school and say, hey, I just learned today that we're African, that your parents realize what they're teaching you and say, oh, no, wait a minute. No, grandma was a full-blood Cherokee. Grandma was a Choctaw. Grandma was a Chickasaw. No. So don't worry. Within the next few months, I'm going to have that online course officially launched. And it's going to be something that's universal. It's going to be something that you can sit down and give to an adult or give to someone who's 6 years old, and they're going to be able to understand it either way. So, yeah, stay tuned for that.
And what they teach in school.
And in the meantime, in between time, why don't you share my ebook with your kids? If they're at the right age to where you think that they can grasp the knowledge, right? If you go to my website, nativeblackancestry.com, hang around on the website for a minute or two, and a pop-up ad is going to pop up. And as a thank you for visiting the website, no cost included, no hidden charges or nothing, just as a thank you for visiting the website, you have the ability to download a free copy of my ebook, Reclassified: The Hidden History of Black Indians in the Southeast from Indian to Negro. And normally there's an ad that pops up. I think I got to refresh the screen, but normally you're just on the website, you're browsing around, and then a little pop-up happens or whatnot. Hold on. Let's see if we can trigger the pop-up, guys. Let's see if we can trigger the pop. Okay, we got a fresh page. Native Black Ancestry. Okay, that's interesting. We've always been here. Okay, Indian, Negro, colored, Black, African. Damn, they have reclassified us a number of times. That's true. Okay. Black Indians exist? What? We are the indigenous peoples of the Americas and the Caribbean. Some of us are also descendants of indigenous Africans, but many have no Oh, and then there's that pop-up I was talking about. So yeah, make sure to visit the website, nativeblackancestry.com. You can get a free PDF of my ebook, Reclassified. And this is a great, first step for any, young adults out there who you're trying to introduce this information to.
That's a bunch of bull.
The story have dumbed down the Black, the white, and the Indian communities that's being taught through the educational system. But then there are factual information that need to be incorporated.
There's a yearning for learning that is not being met by the conventional educational system, from kindergarten all the way through college.
Okay.
Damn, we was just talking about that, white man. We was just talking about that. There is a yearning for learning that is not being fulfilled. That's right. That's right.
And that's what we can do. We can bring what we know to the public in these where the public goes.
I have been doing it for 40-some years as an adult, but this is where the trends start getting.
And y'all, if y'all think that old boy is an ally, just wait and stay tuned. He gets flustered. He drops the N-bomb. We just giving him rope. And we're going to see in a bit what he does with this rope that the chief is giving him.
It's getting confusing with too many stories, and none of them is going to our side. Y'all with me, audience? This is what has to be done. If it's my family story, I think we need to be the heart of the story. Because
Coco says, what? LOL. No, I'm serious. He's going to get triggered, and he's going to start dropping N-bombs and stuff. Yeah. Don't think it's all sweet with St. Nick. Mall Santa is gonna crash out. Watch.
Because Oklahoma wouldn't be saying somewhere in Louisiana, and this might be our ancestors, if the story would have went out correctly and said this picture comes from Beaufort. Bushnell says this is where that picture comes from.
Nothing ever goes
Uh-huh.
correctly. You
But
know
if
that.
we
I
maintain
mean,
and
look
bring
at
our
today,
history home,
Sure.
we have a very wealthy history. But the history is doing what the pine trees did. The carpetbaggers are getting it. Y'all getting what I'm saying? Now some people say, well, okay, whoever is the modern day carpetbagger right in our story is getting the wealth of it. They may not be seeing where they're getting the wealth, but they are. And that wealth then is stolen by somebody else. I'm waiting to see Pierre José go out.
Well,
I guarantee you he will not be my grandpa in a few more months. This picture was just unveiled. But I guarantee you he's going to be somebody in Oklahoma's ancestor. Everybody doing that.
Now, what she's referring to is the fact that a lot of these 5 civilized tribes in Oklahoma, they actually steal indigenous history from true indigenous tribes of the Southeast that remained in the Southeast, and they bring some of that culture and heritage to Oklahoma and start doing some cosplaying type shit. And Chief can explain this much better than I can, so I'm just gonna hush up. And actually, guys, we've come to the point in the evening where TikTok can no longer see my pretty face. TikTok, I've got to block my camera because we have reached the point in the evening where I'm going to start French kissing my girl, Mary Jane. TikTok does not allow me to participate in that kind of public display of affection. YouTube does allow me to. So if anybody wants to see my pretty face on TikTok, just go to YouTube, Mike TV. We are live right now on YouTube. My camera is still up on YouTube, but on TikTok, I got to turn off the camera because we about to start saying hey to Mary Jane.
Genealogy. This is what I want us to do. Let's be real. The Creole community has a history. It should be done as of that. That is their story for their children. If you take an altar or anything to it, you're stealing from that family. Good, bad, or ugly, that's your history. I've studied because my grandfather told me tons of stuff. Mama Tatine and all these people did not declare themselves Black or African American. I can bring their grandkids in here today.
Well, Chief, this is not history, that's heritage.
Yes, it is.
That's what I'm saying. What they teach is not
well. Can
correct,
y'all support us with our heritage is what this meeting is about. Because we actually have the heritage.
Exactly.
Here.
We need to teach that heritage.
And again, guys, to give you some more context, the broadcast tonight is about fraudulent tribes, people creating fake tribes, fake organizations to lead others astray. This man right here is a part of that problem. This man right here has been a part of several new tribes that have just formed in recent years in the Southeast, Louisiana in particular. This white tea man is going around with other white tea people and creating American Indian tribes out of thin air.
Or else it'll
I
be
think
lost.
one time you and I sat in the room together, and it was years ago before Katrina, way before Katrina, I think like 2003 or 2002. I need to ask TJ because I think he said he have a copy of it. The older people, a lot of them were still living. Actually, Mama Tatine's daughter was still living, and she was at the meeting. And we all was at this meeting. The parish some kind of way came up with they wanted to record something on the history of our family. And I remember you came.
Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. Oh shit, I'm getting hype. I gotta turn my camera back on for TikTok. Body language speaks volumes. Y'all don't understand what's going on. I gotta break it down for you. Chief Warhorse, the black woman right there, the Choctaw Indian right there, she's saying, hey, I met with you, white tea man. I met with you before Katrina. And I let you in on some of my family history, some of my family heritage. And she's going to talk about how these pretendians ran with her family history, culture, and heritage and used it to create their fake tribes years later. Watch this, y'all. Watch this.
And she was at the meeting, and we all was at this meeting the parish some kind of way came up with they wanted to record something on the history of our family.
And hold on, y'all. Let me turn up this volume. Make sure this volume is nice and loud for everybody. Hold on. Let's boost this volume 150%.
And I remember you came and Peter Kuze came. Now, I grew up here, and Peter Kuze.
See how he's getting flustered, y'all? She's bringing up that meeting. She's bringing up what happened, and now he got to take off his jacket. He looking around. He getting real flustered.
Because we actually have that heritage.
Exactly.
Here.
We need to teach that heritage, or else it'll
I
be
think
lost.
one time you and I sat in the room together. It was years ago before Katrina, way before Katrina, like 2003 or 2002. I need to ask TJ because I think he said he have a copy of it. The older people, a lot of them were still living. Actually, Mama Tatine's daughter was still living, and she was at the meeting. And we all was at this meeting. The parish some kind of way came up with they wanted to record something on the history of our family. And I remember you came and Peter Kuze came. Now, I grew up here.
Yeah, Mr. Cannon, he started sweating. She said, hey, I remember back in the day when y'all came to record the history of my family. You remember that? He said, oh, shit, it's getting hot in here. Let me take off this coat.
Peter Kuze was a Creole. All my life. My husband went to school at Chataima. Peter Kuze was a Creole. Anybody out there from Lacombe know what I'm saying? Peter Kuze was a Creole. Peter would not align himself with dark-skinned people. I don't care if you were Indian or whatever. Y'all know what he called us. But Katrina hit, and I come back. We did the recording. My family was there. And I come back, and Peter went from doing Creole stuff on PBS to being a chief. And I still don't know how that happened because
he was.
Damn, listen to what she's saying. She's saying, before Katrina, we do this meeting. Y'all record my family's history. There's this dude named Peter. He's anti-black. He always identifies as Creole. He's an uppity motherfucker. But after Katrina, now he's on PBS. Now he's on cable news talking about he's a chief of a tribe. He went from Creole to chief.
Selected by the Bayou Lacombe Choctaw.
There is no such as a Bayou Lacombe Choctaw.
Well, they formed a group.
Okay, now they formed an organization.
This is what we talking about. She says, how does he go from being a Creole to being a chief of a tribe? He says, well, they formed the Bayou Lacombe Choctaw. And she says, there's no such thing as that. That's fake. And the white dude says, well, they formed a group. See, guys, white tea people forming groups and electing themselves chiefs. But you don't see no folks on the reservation speaking out against them. Why? Because these white tea people are part of their family more often than not. Let's talk about it. Why don't you see folks on the res speaking out against this? Why don't you see anybody else speaking out against this? Yo, you white tea people are just creating tribes out of thin air, calling yourself chief. Why is nobody but Mike speaking against this? Well, shout out to Chief. She's, holding him to task in person. But damn, white tea people just making a whole ass tribe out of thin air, huh, guys? Just like that Z Amaru shit that we were reviewing earlier, right? Now you're seeing how it comes full circle.
Yes. To being a chief, and I still don't know how that happened because
he was elected by the Bayou Lacombe Choctaw.
There is no such as a Bayou Lacombe Choctaw.
Well, they formed a group.
Okay, now they formed an organization.
Words matter. He didn't say, no, you're wrong, Chief Warhorse. There is a Bayou Lacombe Choctaw, whatever. He didn't say that. He said, he literally shrugged and said, oh, they formed a group. How is he the chief of the Bayou Lacombe Choctaw? There's no such thing. He formed a group.
Because
he was elected by the Bayou Lacombe Choctaw.
There is no such as a Bayou Lacombe Choctaw.
Well, they formed a group.
Okay, now they formed an organization.
You can call yourself anything you
They
want.
formed an organization. Isn't this what I'm trying to tell you guys tonight? The difference between an organization and a tribe? Because a lot of you guys that get tricked, scammed out of $800 to $2,000 forming some organization that's cosplaying as a tribe. And then as soon as she highlights the fact that this is an organization, not a tribe, he says, well, they can identify as whatever they want.
The chief, and I still don't know how that happened because
he was elected by the Bayou Lacombe Choctaw.
There is no such as a Bayou Lacombe Choctaw.
Well, they formed a group.
Okay, now they formed
Well,
an
I mean,
organization.
you can call yourself anything you want.
What I'm saying, but that's
You
an
know,
organization.
Yeah.
And that happened after Katrina. I was shocked when I found out.
I don't remember when it was.
So
let's connect the dots. Before Katrina, they have a meeting. They get Chief Warhorse's family history. Years later, post Katrina, now these white folks are coming up with tribal organizations, naming themselves chiefs and shit.
Bayou Lacombe Choctaw was organized. No, it didn't succeed, but it still
They
caused
wouldn't
confusion.
listen. They're arrogant.
But how are you going to organize a tribe called Bayou Lacombe Choctaw when we are here? And I'm over there in Arkansas and Ready Back Safari trying to help people here, and somebody got hijacked my heritage.
Well, I tell you how it
What did she just say? She says she's doing work in the community. She's going from Arkansas over here and stuff, helping our people. And meanwhile, people are hijacking her heritage. Damn.
About as I understand it, you know, the Gina Band.
Mm-hmm.
We went up there. I get my dates mixed up, but we went up there for that first conference where
The first powwow ever, and it had been federally recognized.
it wasn't a powwow. It was a conference of what they call nations.
Okay.
Philadelphia people were there. People from Oklahoma, Clifton. You know, it was a good group, and they did a lot, but it didn't continue. But that was when they came down to Lacombe and brought some of their collection of pictures and information and told us that they came from Lacombe. They originated in Lacombe, which I didn't know. You know, I mean,
They say they got this one I don't understand. They say, I remember that Chief Jackson, he wrote a thing that said that the reason they survived, and they got federal recognition, guys. And they hold federal recognition, Gina. They have they state recognition.
Guys, what did she just say? White tea people are creating fictitious tribes and they are getting federal recognition. That's why when people come around my live chat sometimes black folks come around my live feed and they be talking down on federally recognized tribes. And me as a member of a federally recognized tribe, I don't feel some type of way about it. I don't say, oh, I'm a member of a federally recognized tribe and they're talking shit about federally recognized tribes. Let me put on the cape and start caping and capping and shit. No. If you look into this whole tribal recognition system, a lot of it is fugazi as fuck. A lot of it is fraudulent as all hell. Just look up the chiefs of these tribes, of the 5 civilized tribes, mine included, and you're going to see they looking like some Mayo men. So am I a part of a federally recognized tribe? Absolutely. Do I agree with all of the policy and the politics? Hell no. My tribe kicked a bunch of black Indians out of our tribe in 1979 because some white chief said so. I'm not down with that. Hence the reason why, even though I'm a member of the tribe, been in Oklahoma since January, I've never visited my tribe's reservation. I never went to a powwow. I ain't really fucking with them like that. But I'm a part of the tribe to honor my ancestry because it's my lineage. I'm part of the tribe to wake Black Americans up to their indigeneity. But yeah, there's a lot of strange things going on. White tea folks in the 2010s can create a tribe out of nowhere and get federal recognition. But I bet you if we lobbied Congress for a congressional hearing on the reclassification of Native Black Americans, if we ever got that hearing, it wouldn't immediately result in us being able to form a new tribe and getting federal recognition. But these white folks, hey, shout out to Bekay. Bekay says the Porch Creeks. I haven't looked too much into the Porch Creeks, but yeah, the Porch Creeks are one of these tribes. Also, you'll hear a lot of tribes be referred to as like bands, like the band of the Choctaw Nation or the band of the Creek Nation. A lot of these, I haven't audited each individual one to come to a conclusion on whether or not they're fugazi, but these are more recent entities. Definitely more recent entities. And there's a lot of politicking going on. Some of the federally recognized tribes be trying to gangbang on the state recognized tribes. Y'all, check out this clip right here. This is the chief of the Cherokee Nation in Oklahoma talking cash money shit about another Indian tribe that's Cherokee, but this Cherokee tribe only has state recognition and not federal recognition. So this is how he talks about them. I was so surprised. I said, what? Say it ain't so.
Let me close with this. There are a couple of items on our agenda that are, I think, of significance to all of Indian country. And one of the issues that we are advocating for at the Cherokee Nation is an amendment to the Indian Arts and Crafts Act. The Indian Arts and Crafts Act is an important law. It's a law that says there ought to be truth in advertising. It's a law that...
Shout out to Aura Ree. She says, Porch Creek is admittedly mixed with Scottish. See? That's what I'm talking about. A lot of these bands and stuff, I mean, they're looking real Mayo. They're looking real Mayo. And what this Cherokee Nation chief is talking about is there's like an Arts and Crafts Act that says that in order for people to sell arts and crafts and market it as like Indigenous or Native American artistry, you have to be like a tribe that's recognized by the government. And the chief is basically whining like a baby back bitch because there's another Cherokee tribe in the Southeast that makes art and sells their art, and this tribe doesn't have federal recognition, they only have state recognition, and I guess that upsets the Cherokee chief somehow.
Says that if you market your art and you're a member of a tribe, that you can label it that way. But if you're not a member of a tribe, if you're not a member of a tribe, you shouldn't get to market it that way. If you're a member of some fake tribe, you shouldn't get to market it in the same way. Well, guess what?
Guys, guess what? Isn't it ironic as fuck? Isn't it ironic as fuck that these chiefs, these leaders of these tribes look like some Euro Asians, but they up here talking about who's a fake tribe and who's not a fake tribe, and how dare you sell your arts and crafts and pottery with only state recognition and not federal recognition? I mean, y'all ain't looking like what the indigenous phenotype of the Choctaw or the Creek or the Cherokee or the Chickasaw or the Seminole look like. Y'all looking real watered down, but you're gangbanging indigeneity. Damn, the $5 Indians get into leadership position and then gatekeep and gangbang on other pretendians. This is pretending on pretendian conflict at this point.
Indian Arts and Crafts Act actually recognizes state tribes. It puts tribes like the Four Winds Cherokees of Louisiana on par with the Cherokee Nation. The Four Winds Cherokees of Louisiana is phony as a $3 bill, folks.
Damn, he trying to scrap with him. He said, meet me outside. How about that? He said, next time I'm in Louisiana, pull up and we can get down. Okay, we'll see who scaps who, playboy. He just said the Four Winds Louisiana clan is as phony as a $3 bill. Oh, those are fighting words, boy. Those are fighting words, boy. Come on.
It's phony as a $3 bill, folks. It's fake. But federal law recognizes that fake tribe and hundreds of other fake tribes.
Guys, he's upset that there are other tribes that are still in the Southeast who didn't walk the Trail of Tears, and they are getting government recognition, albeit state recognition. The government recognized the Cherokee Nation, so why are you upset that the government also recognizes this other band of the Cherokees? Are you saying we should question the judgment of the U.S. government with who they recognize as Indigenous? Because if we should question it, we should question you and your tribe then, right? You and your tribe that was filled with a bunch of Scottish half-breeds that capitulated to European dominance and assimilated and started to participate in plantation economy, which is why the Cherokee Nation had one of the largest slave revolts of any Indigenous tribe. Damn. Look how I just defeated them with some history right there, huh?
As real tribes, and they're not real tribes. We need to change that. Our ancestors lost too much, fought too hard, endured too many traumas.
All my life I had to fight. Looking at his face ass boy. What is you talking about? Stop it. Stop it. Stop. Stop. We're not buying it. We're not falling for it.
To have to sit next to an organization that was made up out of whole cloth just to make a buck. Folks, we can do better in this country.
Damn, so the state recognized Cherokee tribe in Louisiana just wants to make a buck, but you don't want to? When if we're really going to call a spade, federally recognized tribes get way more money and way more benefits than state recognized tribes. State recognized tribes barely get any benefits at all. They get recognition, but they don't get the type of money that federally recognized tribes get. So for him to be so upset, I'm just like, damn. Hey, I have great disdain for people who are starting organizations or fraternities or associations and marketing them as indigenous tribes to try to hoodwink my fellow Native Black Americans, right? I have issues with people creating whole fraudulent tribal entities, but I'm not gonna gangbang on state recognized tribes just because I'm a part of a federal recognized tribe, right? Like whether you're state recognized or federally recognized, I mean, congratulations, you got recognition from the government. That's good enough for me. I'm more so focused on all these fake ass tribes that are selling documents to illegal immigrants and all kinds of shit. I mean, just a quick segue, there are fraudulent ass tribes selling fake documents to illegal immigrants.
Another suspect is set for trial next month. She's accused of working with a couple who took advantage of people who were in the country illegally.
The people she's accused of working with were sentenced after pleading guilty to fraud charges. Humberto Reveles was sentenced last year to 3 years in prison. Maria Isabel Lerma received 5 years probation. Both must pay restitution to the victims.
Channel 5 News has learned there is at least one other suspect accused in this fraudulent operation. Channel 5's Ana Aguiano reports at 10.
This case has ties dating back to 2014. Channel 5 News has stayed on top of it. Although the cases against 2 others in this operation have already been convicted, victims continue to come forward. Jose Guadalupe Gonzalez's dreams of coming out of the shadows to live freely with his family are shattered.
Cuando me di todo falso fue cuando me mandaron la carta esa.
Gonzalez is one of the nearly 200 who fell for the phony documents Humberto Reveles and Maria Lerma were selling.
Yo fui víctima de que me creí en ellos, que podía haber arreglado, pero no.
Reveles and Lerma fessed up to their crimes.
Para empezar, $1,000.
The two were duping people in the country illegally into buying fake Indian tribe memberships.
Estaba esperanzado todavía darles el dinero para que me dieran mis papeles, para yo poder trabajar bien y darles una vida buena a mis hijos.
The pair told their victims they would be allowed to live and work in the country if they purchased a membership to the Yamasee tribe. Evidence.
Come on, y'all. People are scamming illegal migrants by claiming if they pay them $1,000, they'll get the membership in the fake Yamasee tribe. And this is how this negatively impacts Native Black Americans. There's a real Yamasee tribe, and they're Black. The chief is called Chief Sekou. This is his book, Yamasee Culture, Heritage, and Practices. So we got a real Black Indian tribe, the Yamasee, and they get their name dragged through the mud because some scammers want to use their tribe's name to create a fake tribe to sell illegal migrants fake tribal citizenship. This is so distasteful. This is so disingenuous. And if anybody ever wants to look up Chief Sekou, leader of the real Yamasee tribe, just go on YouTube and type in Chief Sekou. He does interviews and everything. He pops right on up. He pops right on up.
And we're trying to do it as amicable as possible. We're trying to do this as peace and positive as possible, because we understand how this would affect one of the largest economic hubs in South Carolina, Hilton Head.
Whoa. All right, Chief. Sid just laughed because I'm going to tell you why. That is our favorite place to go to. My parents, that's where they used to honeymoon. We grew up around that area. Hearing this is crazy because we were just talking about Hilton Head on the way here.
No coincidences.
Wow. Break that down for us, Hilton Head, because that landmass Europeans, they love being in there. They love still in that land. Why is that landmass so important?
So let me break it down to you and how all of this plays a part.
Wow.
And again, we're not trying to disrupt anything. We're still workable.
Yeah.
So when you say the Hiltons, Paris Hilton and the rest of them, they have a history that spans. Their wealth is based on Yamasee. Their wealth has been dependent on that because Hilton Head is named after one of the Hiltons who fought and enslaved the Yamasee people and said,
damn, today you just learned that Paris Hilton and the wealthy Hilton estate descend from European colonizers who enslaved the Yamasee Indians. Chief Sekou is dropping a lot of gems early on.
We got it covered on this end. Oh, that's your land. And then inside of that, you have Beaufort.
Yep.
Who's Beaufort? Interesting. Who's Hampton? Who's Barnwell? These are the counties that are named after the generals and people who fought against us, who enslaved our people and was given, quote, the land. Barnwell, Hampton, the only one that's not that way is Allendale. Allendale isn't named after one of the people who fought against us. Matter of fact, we have a great working relationship with the Allens.
Wow.
But that's the history behind it. The Hiltons were one of the ones who enslaved the people. And now it's a major tourist location. It's a tourist spot where the wealthiest people in the United States come and buy land. We're fighting right now a land developer on behalf of the Gullah Geechee people. Whole nother conversation.
I was going to ask you about that next.
Oh,
Chief.
that's a whole nother conversation. That will take a whole nother podcast, brother.
Crazy.
I promise you.
That was just
I promise you, but I will have a lot of people pissed off with me with that one.
I'll save it then.
we are now helping the Gullah Geechee now try to maintain and save land that has been purchased by a developer who wants to come in and disrupt burial land, sacred places. This is what they do. This is what they do. You get what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
But in order for them to accomplish that, they had to first do what? Write us out. Because that statute is living. That can't be changed. That can never be changed. There is nothing they can do about that. And we've had to play chess to understand the dynamics of the disruption it will cause other people's lives. So we're asking people who live in these areas, hey, help us figure out a solution to this. Because is it right for our land to be taken from us? We exist. We're still here. Authors are writing about us. Denise Bossy, Chester D. Prater, Stephen Hahn, they write about us. They say, hey, these Yamasee people are still here. But that's what that is about. That's what all this has been about. The land. Go back to the original conversation. We are a chess piece. We are a political identity. Our history has been obscured from us for a reason. It is more mutually beneficial for you all to say that you are African American. And I can promote the Gullah Geechee history because as long as I'm promoting these histories and keeping you away from this land, you have no rights to that 40 acres and a mule you keep begging us for. As long as you keep saying you are something without proper knowledge and history and information, you can't argue.
And this is where the history gets deep. He talks about the Hampton, the Hiltons, these being war generals that fought against the Yamasee. Well, guess what happened when the Yamasee lost the battle? They were reclassified, captured, and enslaved on plantations. Some of them were shipped to the Caribbean. Again, this is Chief Sekou's book, Yamasee Indians Cultural Practices and Heritage, on page 21. It says, are you trying to say that there are Caribbean Yamasee? Yes, it is a fact that many Yamasee Indians were shipped to many of the islands in the Caribbean and the West Indies. See for yourself. Quote, taken from the New Advent Catholic Church Encyclopedia. The Spanish missionaries under Fray Antonio Sandino began to labor among them about 1570, and little trouble arose until a rebellion of the Yamasee was provoked by an attempt of the Spanish civil authorities to send some of them to the West Indies to labor. Guys, this is part of the reason why there was even a Yamasee war, because they were kidnapping Yamasee Indians and sending them to plantations. Guess what? If they were kidnapping them and sending them plantations, that means that these Indians were black. They didn't look like no Asians. Not like the Asians that you see on the reservations nowadays, right? Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. But again, let's get back to Chief Warhorse. I just wanted to bounce around a little bit.
Federally recognized.
You sure?
Yes, I'm positive. Positive.
Okay, well.
They got recognized in the 90s. 95, 98, somewhere.
I know they're making money. They
okay, let's
they're
go.
doing very, very well.
I know they making money. So these white tea people can create a new tribe, get recognition, and start making casinos, start getting to the bag. You guys are now seeing how the grift, how the scheme works, even with some that get tribal recognition, whether it's state or federal. You got fugazi, fraudulent ass tribes who are not recognized by the government at all. And then you got tribes recognized by the government that are fugazi and fraudulent as fuck. And guess where the real Indians are? In this Black American population you see spread out through all the country.
So here to Gina, who to get their recognition said, and I have a copy of it. Do you have my books with me? Go get my white book. The chief then said they only got their recognition because of their connection to Bayou Lacombe, where this one family member of ours named Lewis, he said him and his 9 children or something went.
Boyd Lewis?
No, out of the same family, out of that same family. So they were saying that Lewis, one of the family members, went that way, ended up stopping off by them. And when they stopped off, they start intermarrying with them, and that's what saved their tribe. Prior to that, they was marrying Germans and Irish and Scottish. And I always said this around the country. You mean our blood is so strong, 9 of us can leave here and go create a federally recognized tribe called Gina? Come on now, we got some good blood. 9 of us. And this ain't that, I'm saying they said that. But we can't get recognition here, and the only reason they got theirs. Now, first of all, there is no Bayou Lacombe Choctaw. That's white folks' writings. Lacombe was a man who came here with a torpedo.
Right.
That's what we got to get straight.
Living there when he came there.
That's correct.
Then they were Indians.
That was my people.
Now,
how do they become?
Well, that's why I'm saying Lacombe and Bonfaka
is the same place.
Well, yeah, exactly. They were
place
always,
was
in my
Bonfaka.
estimation.
Well, it was.
They were always
Bonfaka.
together.
It was all right. You've been living there a long time in Lacombe.
Yeah, but I don't.
You notice how we have
people
a strong
are
family.
very close
we
mouthed
don't.
about.
You know, we don't talk our business.
No.
But one thing you do know as an observer, I just heard you say it. Lacombe and Bonfaka Indians is the same
Yeah.
people.
Yeah, I always have felt that way because of what people I
And
know.
you also know it was
So the white man gonna tell us that these Indians are the same people because he feels that way. Peep game, y'all. Words matter.
a difference in the
We gonna cross-examine this motherfucker. Watch. Y'all can tell I descended from lawyers, right? Watch how I cross-examine this dude.
Creole community and the Indian community.
Oh, well, you know, that's human nature.
But no, it's just a.
Oh, don't try to write it off as human nature. Oh, that's just human nature.
Because of what people I
And
know.
you also know it was a difference in the Creole community and the Indian community.
Oh, well, you know, that's human nature.
But no, it's just we gotta understand there are differences. Y'all getting what I'm saying?
Yeah,
It's like the Irish community is different from a German community. Their celebrations are different.
And the Irish fight the Irish, so you know.
Okay. So that Creole can't just all of a
Shout out to Nola. Nola says my great-grand from Macomb, Mississippi, Pike County. Dope.
sudden one day say, well, now I'm an Indian. And that's what actually happened. They actually organized this thing when I was going through Katrina. They organized this tribe that never existed, and my family started calling me, wanting to know.
Well, what's wrong with that?
A lot wrong.
What's wrong with that? Motherfucker, what you mean what's wrong with that? She says that you guys stole information from her family before Katrina. Post Katrina, you start a new ass tribe full of white folks. You get federal recognition, you get into the bag. Meanwhile, her people can't get no governmental recognition. And this motherfucker just said to her, well, for folded hands and everything. Motherfucker got his hands folded glass. Well, what's wrong with that? Well, I mean, I don't see a problem with that exactly. I mean, people can steal your heritage and your culture and get to the bag off of it. I mean, what's wrong with that? Oh, hell no. Or Ari says he's bold. Hey, he's something. Coco says he's bugging. Hey, that's more like it. Shoot, shout out to Bamboo Shoot says, I got family in Liberty / Macomb. Okay. We got a lot of heritage in the house tonight.
Like what? Explain it. I'm not being
That's my
confrontational. I
history.
just want
That's my history and culture that's being appropriated by someone who are not us.
Well,
misappropriated.
wouldn't that be helping?
How?
Wouldn't that be helping? He's not listening, obviously. She just said that you're taking my culture, you're appropriating my culture, my people, and he just says, would that be helping? She says, look at the body language. She's like, look at how? And he's like, girl, I don't know. I'm just saying. I'm just pulling shit on my ass. Can't you see? Like, oh, bro, what are we talking about right now? What are we talking about? First, he says, what's wrong with it? Then he says, isn't it helping? Lord, oh, Lord. I told y'all. Put some fists or feathers in the chat if you remember the warning I gave you earlier. I told you he gonna drop the N-bomb. I told you he's gonna crash out. We're getting into crash out territory, y'all. He already took off his jacket, right, guys? He started sweating. That was phase one. He took off the jacket. He looking at her all stern. He clasping hands and shit. I mean, guys, how long do you think it's going to be until he drops the N-bomb? You think it's going to be 10 minutes from now, 20 minutes from now, 30 minutes from now?
When they cut the pine trees, how it helped us?
Well, it helped build the nation.
Okay, but how that helped us?
He is such a grimy mother. She just gave a beautiful example. She said, well, when they destroyed the pine trees, how'd that help us? Meaning, obviously, that doesn't help us. Just like stealing our history doesn't help us. This motherfucker gonna say, well, it helped build the nation. You mean it helped colonization? You mean, I mean, what side are you on? Oh, I'd never invite a motherfucker like that over to my house. I never, ever would I won't even meet you at Starbucks, good sir. I wouldn't, and never would I ever. Oh Lord, oh Lord, oh Lord. The energy we're getting from this vampiric being right now.
No, it didn't.
All right, stop right there. You also did yourself.
It left them in poverty.
I cannot understand. Okay. And they're still leaving us in poverty. Y'all heard he said it himself. So, I'm supposed to let them take what I have as wealth and make everybody else rich. And then we sit here isolated with no voice. They never thought, though, Chief Warhorse would grow up this little Indian with this big mouth. America didn't see it coming and became an international civil rights leader that could speak for her people and be heard around the country. Isn't that amazing? Because we've been isolated.
And why is he condescendingly laughing like that when she recites her resume? He looking down now. I mean, she looks at him directly and he looks down. I mean, guys, body language is everything. Body language is everything. We deal with not flesh and blood, but powers and principalities. And I ain't no Christian. I think that's in the Christian Bible somewhere. But hey, a clock is right twice a day. I'm seeing spirits right now, y'all. I'm seeing spirits. I see a spirit on the left fighting for justice, righteousness, rectification. And I see a dark energy on the right. I see a dark energy on the right leeching. I see a dark energy on the right leeching and leeching and leeching and oh, I'm just getting succubus vibes, y'all. I'm getting succubus vampiric energy from man's right there. Lord, oh Lord, oh Lord.
So I had to go above the isolation of the Gulf Coast. Now, what I'm saying is, what's wrong with it? What if we organize a new America? What if I ask America? What if we organize a new America? What would that hurt? What would that hurt? It hurt a lot, wouldn't it? And that's what's happening to us. A country taking over another country. That's what was happening. Someone was trying to wipe us out. And they knew.
And now he's getting angry. Now he's seething. Now you can see he's mad as she's getting to the meat and potatoes, as she's getting to the creme de la creme, as she's getting to the crescendo, if you will. He's getting angry. Guys, he might drop that M-bomb sooner than I thought. I mean, guys, I feel like I'm watching an exorcism right now. I feel like man just got hit with the holy water and now he's speaking Latin and vomiting. Like I'm just, guys. Yeah, or he looks real flushed, huh? I mean, just seeing him go through these emotions as she just speaks about how her people were disenfranchised. You guys see what we're up against now, right? If it makes a motherfucker angry just hearing about our disenfranchisement, then you see we got a long way to go. Let's talk about it. Come on. These are the same vibes that you get in Hurricane Katrina when a black person is going through the local convenience store that got busted open trying to find something to feed their family with, and here comes a Mayo man with a shotgun to bust at you, calling you a looter. Hey, when the law of the land is no more. Hey, I know they came out with a whole bunch of movies about the purge. Y'all don't realize that's something our ancestors used to live through. Post-emancipation, Reconstruction era. I mean, do I have to pull up a map of all the black massacres? I will. I'm that petty. I'm that fucking petty right now. Just to drive the point home, I will pull up a map of all the black massacres. Hold on. I'm the king of receipts, right? Let me live up to the name. Let me live up to the name. I'm the map. I'm the map. I'm the map. I'm the map. I'm the map of black massacres. 1886, 1919, 1921, 1874. Look at the map of black massacres. The purge was real. The purge was not a fairy tale. The purge was something our ancestors lived through. Through my genealogical research on my own family, I found that I have ancestors that lived through Black Wall Street, Tulsa, Oklahoma. Look at this map. Your ancestors may have lived through Rosewood of 1923. I think they made a movie about that one with Ving Rhames, right, guys? Your ancestors could have lived through the Atlanta massacre of 1906. They could have lived through the Wilmington massacre of 1898, the Philadelphia massacre of 1985, the Washington massacre of 1919, the New York massacre of 1863, the Detroit massacre of 1943, the Chicago massacre of 1919, the Springfield massacre of 1908, the East St. Louis massacre of 1917, the Tulsa massacre of 1921, the Memphis massacre of 1866, the Elaine massacre of 1919, the Vicksburg massacre of 1874, the Sycamore massacre of 1910, the Colfax massacre of 1873, the Opesos massacre of 1868, the Thibodeau massacre of 1887, the New Orleans massacre of 1866, the St. Bernard Parish of 1868, the Clinton massacre of 1875, the Elaine massacre of 1919, the Charleston massacre of 2015, the Ifula massacre of 1874, the Camilla massacre of 1868, the Oki massacre of 1920. And you know the cold part? Whether your ancestor actually lived in that city, in that town during the actual massacre, you know for a fact they lived in one of the neighboring surrounding areas. Imagine what that was like. That's damn near as frightful as the purge. I mean, you're not living the purge, but you hear about how 5 miles away, the white tea people, just like they were possessed by a demonic spirit, just started unaliving all the black folks. Why'd they do it? Oh, there was a rumor of a white tea girl who got whistled at, or someone touched her, or grabbed her, or we don't know. Just go with it. We lynching everybody. Everybody can get it. Guys, this is what we're faced with. But guess what? I got more than one map to show you. You see the Black Massacre map, right? These are the tribes that were in those areas. Are they not? Where did these people go? Well, if they weren't pushed west of the Mississippi, 1830s Indian removal, and they remained, then they were reclassified as free people of color, or Negro, or mulatto, or Creole, or some were taken as prisoners of war and forced on plantations, reclassified and made slaves. Whole bunch of them got reclassified as freedmen during Reconstruction era. But guys, just take a moment and reflect on this map, and then check out this map and say, damn, isn't this just a continuation of the terrorism against Indigenous Black Americans? What else can we call it? And we got this dude up here looking like he about to start spinning his head backwards and crawling on top of the ceiling. Mans is getting real angry, guys. Cast your votes. How long until he drops the N-word?
Local people who were not part of the tribe and organized a Bayou Lacombe Choctaw. What if I go to the GINA and say, well, okay, if you came out of us, that recognition belonged to us, since you said it came from us.
Well, let me tell
because
you.
there were no Lacombe. Lacombe came in 1700 when a Black European came here.
Yeah, Black European. Guys. You know how you can tell the pseudo from the real? Y'all heard a lot of people talking on TikTok and YouTube about Black Europeans, right, guys? Let me get some zeros in the chat if you haven't really heard people mentioning Black Europeans. Let me get a 1 in the chat if you have heard people mentioning Black Europeans. Of course, it's going to depend on your algorithm and what you research. And shout out to Merk, that dude. He says, my great-grandmother is Choctaw. That's what's up. He said, bro, I love your work. Keep it up. Hey, thanks for tuning in, Merk. Appreciate it. I'm seeing a 0. I'm seeing a lot of 1s on TikTok. On YouTube, I'm seeing some 0s. I'm seeing some 1s. So for you guys that have heard of Black Europeans, I'm talking about the ones that put 1s now. For those that have heard of Black Europeans, help me out here. Put a 2 in the chat if you hear people talk negatively about Black Europeans. Put a 3 in the chat if you hear people talk positively about Black Europeans. Like this is a hidden part of our history and we may descend from Black Europeans and this is like a noble thing of some sort or something, right? 2 in the chat if you hear them speaking negatively about Black Europeans, and 3 in the chat if you hear them speaking positively about Black Europeans. Give me some feedback. Give me some feedback. On YouTube, I'm seeing some 2s. On TikTok, I'm seeing some 2s. I see 1, 3. Well, for everybody that put a 2 in the chat, leave me a quick comment. What negative thing have you heard said about Black Europeans? Edward dropped a 3. Mr. Cannon says, I heard that they helped colonize, but I can be wrong. And Mr. Cannon, who'd you hear that from? I'm curious. Murray says they helped colonize the United States. So same sentiment as Mr. Cannon. Aura Reese says they cosplay Americans and are behind the hidden hand. Oh, okay, we're getting deep with it. We're getting deep with it. Nola says, I honestly don't remember. It'll come to me later, but I knew it was negative. Starseed says 3, the Moors Empire. There you go. I didn't use the title Moor. I bet you if I do this poll again, I bet you if I say, guys, put a 2 in the chat if you've heard Black Europeans spoke negatively against, or put a 3 in the chat if you've heard them spoke positively. And if I've mentioned that when we talk about Black Europeans, that includes Moors, I bet you a lot more of you guys are going to put 3s now, right? I bet you a lot of you guys have heard people big up the Moors and say that we're really Moors and we come from Moors and the Moors helped the white tea people learn how to bathe in civilized Europe. I'm sure a lot of you, now that we use the word Moor, a lot of you guys are going to drop some 3s, right? A lot of you guys have heard the Moors mentioned in a positive light. Am I right? Coco says yes. Merck says yes. Alicia says yes. Moray's putting a 3. Yes, Starcy says, yep. Mr. Kennedy says, true. So for one, I'm kind of surprised, but I'm kind of not. A lot of you guys are well researched to have heard the negative stigma surrounding the Black Europeans. But hey, of course you guys are well researched. You're the ones that are up at 2 a.m. listening to me talk about a whole bunch of Native Black American history, right? But for those that aren't really familiar, yes, everything they said is true as far as the Black Europeans capitulating to European dominance and being African conquistadors working to enslave Native Black Americans, working to enslave indigenous tribes, even though in some times they shared similar phenotype. They were used as agent provocateurs. Some of the most brutal conquistadors were of African origin, right? The Moors backdoored us. We were trading with Moors for a long time. The Moors, when they were getting pressured in Europe, the Alhambra Edict, they're about to get kicked out and whatnot. They're losing control. Well, the Moors taught Cristobal Colon, the Sephardic crypto-Jew, and the rest of them how to get over to our land. That's why the earliest ships of the Spanish coming over here, they always brought Moors with them, Moorish vassals, Moorish guides, Moorish slaves. Moors is public enemy number one as far as I'm concerned. So yeah, Chief Warhorse, she also knows that history. So Chief Warhorse, you're going to notice when she speaks about the Black Europeans, I believe she may even verbatim speak about how they were used to help colonize us. Remember, whenever you see those films and movies and shit, like, it's always some African who's holding the musket and following some European, or like holding the Europeans' bags and hell. I mean, the Africans have always been down with the get down.
As you said, it came from.
Well, let me tell
because
you.
there were no Lacombe. Lacombe came in 1700 when a Black European came here, had slaves, got wealthy. And we
But
got
there were Indians living there. when
my
they came.
people, my people.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So there always was Indians
But it was
in Bayou
Bonfaka.
Lacombe.
You know what's so strange? Just in the 1900s.
What?
They was just in the 1900s, like 1940 something and 1930 something. You still saw Bonfaka all across those areas. Y'all hear?
Damn, shout out to Miss Williams. Miss Williams says, dang, I was just reading a news article in Ancestry about how one of my ancestors got his head blown by entering a country store in Mississippi. Damn. Did it have any more context than that? And I wonder, what era was this? What was the year?
Now, where do we get Lacombe from? We're gonna do a little quick history right quick. Not that one.
1763.
The one from
is when he
Minnesota,
came.
Washington. Okay. But prior to that, that was still in Bonfaka. So he come. We use the waterway, guys, not highways. So then the waterway become your address. All right. So how do another European coming from New Orleans or from Mandeville by boat find you on the waterway to get to your location that you then came over here and established yourself? Is by saying, I live along by you, da, da, da. Y'all hear? So they created addresses by naming locations.
Well, so what?
Those names change.
Now he's talking about some, man, you are watching community guidelines. Don't get banned. The people need you, Mike. The people need you. Hold your tongue. Namaste. Oosa. Oosa. This motherfucker got me fucked up. Oosa. How can I get around community guidelines? Let me see how I can do this properly. I would love nothing more than for his face to run into my hand accidentally, hypothetically, of course. I mean, oh Lord. So what? I mean, just because of you, I'm playing ignorant trap rap song about being an American terrorist and defeating Christopher Columbus if he ever came to my block. Just to get out my rage, I got to listen to some ignorant hood shit for a moment. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry.
They say Jesus was a nephew. You know what I'm saying? They say his mom was a virgin. So when he was born, they told him he was sent from God. So he started going to village, helping the people, and they killed his ass. That's crazy. That's crazy, man. Sure, they killed Jesus for helping the people. That's why I ain't got patience with people. In the Bible, God dealing with Eve. They say God didn't deal with the devil. That's the reason Job had sores on his feet. That's the reason Job lost his house. That's the reason Job lost his kids. I'm reading the Bible like, what is this? Adam made Eve off of one rib. They made the world in 7 days. So Adam and Eve had 1,000 kids. Cain and Abel, they fell out beef. Me and my brother, we fell out beef. They said cocaine, that was on the tree. What if Adam would have never fucked Eve? Why Eve made that nigga eat that? That's why I don't eat bitch food now. Job lost his whole fucking family. They say God gave him 100 cows, like 200 horses or something. How the fuck does that work for my kid? What I did to deserve to go through this? Let me get this right. Just because of Eve? Okay, I'm for with Adam, but I'll beat the shit out of Eve. How the hell they live at the forbidden tree? Somebody show me the forbidden tree. I believe God, but I ain't too religious. How the fuck they really got a picture of Jesus? Name one person who was alive with Jesus. How the fuck they telling me I need Jesus? If I need Jesus, then where's Jesus? Or if I get shot, I'ma meet Jesus? Or I gotta die just to meet Jesus? It's a fucked up world with fucked up people. The first religion, they worship the sun. They made some bullshit story about that. They said the sun went down because of sin. The sun was never gonna come back. Every 1,000 years, it's a new religion. Us in the street screaming new religion. Pastor got diamonds rocking true religion. Pray to who? You must be tripping. Bitch, I'm praying to my money rag. They said we living in revelation. Vaccine got us mutated. So fuck it then, I'ma go take it. If the whole world start purging, my daughter gonna still have a Lambo. I'ma have 1,800 guns, 30 Audis and 20 Camaros. They said the world was ended 2012. I was selling crack in 2012. They talking about the calendar ended. 8 years later, a pandemic. Swine flu, Ebola, COVID-19 was different. All of that shit was killing people. I ain't scared of that. Guns kill people. I ain't scared of guns. AIDS kill people. I can die in a car crash. How the fuck you gonna tell me I'm going to heaven? Please tell me when you talk to the dead. Who you met that came from the dead? Show me a picture and show me some proof. Explain to me why the fuck Benjamin Franklin stood his ass up on the roof. How he discovered something out the sky? If that's the case, T-Rex discovered it. If you ask me, this shit made up. I'ma look the beat because I ain't said enough. I ain't said enough. In school, I had a lot of questions. Social studies teacher making up shit. All that shit was in their head. Who the fuck is Christopher Columbus? If he would have came to my block,
talking about he discovered my trap.
His ass would have probably got shot. How the fuck I'm African American? Bitch, I'm American terrorist. 5th grade smarter than my parents. Grandma couldn't help with algebra. Grandma like, what the fuck is algebra? She like, that's a goddamn shame. Them people gonna keep making up shit, trying to keep you in the same grade. They trying to hide shit in a book. I was in jail reading books. OG teach me about real estate. Every landlord I know is crackhead. I'm in the hood with the slum love. Grandma Jehovah Witness, no Christian. Jehovah Witness people move like a talk. They recruit people at their door. How you gonna force religion on somebody? How you change the Bible and tell it to everybody? My Jehovah Witness don't like Christians. They fighting over Jesus' birthday. How the fuck y'all know Jesus' birthday? Who the fuck is that white man Santa Claus? They say that nigga was Eve's kid. Why would I let that man lie to my kids? Why would I go out and buy gifts and blame it on the nigga named Santa? Shit, a nigga climb through my roof, I'ma beat his ass in the head with a hammer. Eat my cookies, beat you with a hammer. Drink the kids' milk, beat you with a hammer. Like 100 times buying.
All right, guys. We're gonna draw the line at violence against Saint Nick. Okay, everybody loves Santa. Everybody, we gonna let Santa live. Okay, Santa is about to be Christmas soon, y'all. It's about to be December. Santa can rest easy. Okay, it's all good. It's all good. Let's pick up where we left off, y'all. Lord, I just needed a break from Omeo, man, y'all. I swear he's about to start dropping N-bombs. I swear he's about to start dropping N-bombs.
Those names.
Yeah, but it was called something before you came.
Okay, but we don't know about that no more because they don't put it there.
Well, I don't know it, but
let's do this.
Obviously,
like Bonfaka. Bonfaka in my lifetime. Let me show you, for instance. Bonfaka in my lifetime, the waterway was called Bonfaka. My grandfather talked about
long before your life.
Huh?
Long before your life, it was called Bonfaka.
And then all of a sudden, recently,
it's a Choctaw word.
Yeah, but now I didn't hear some people talking. Oh, it's a French. That ain't no French word before the French got it. French say they found it here.
The French took a Choctaw word and made it French.
There you go. So
you hear that? You hear that, guys? The French took a Choctaw word and made it French. So for those who have Louisiana ancestry, when you hear these words and these counties and stuff, and you think that that's French, it may be the local indigenous tone that the French adopted.
Now there you go. That's like a Muskogee language.
It means river home. is what
We lived on the
what it
waterways.
means.
That's right. So we control the waters. Bonfaka lets you know that we control these base of this water. This is what everybody wanted, what we controlled. We controlled the waterway. All right? Bonfaka. So here we sitting in Bonfaka. Now, one day I was going down the road on 190 and I saw this stupid sign to my Bayou Liberty. I'm like, well, dang, when I moved, we done moved again. See, Europeans don't have a problem leaving their family in Europe and come here and don't ever look back. They don't even know they kinfolk. We as Indians have a different culture, a different way of passing heritage. We do want to know our.
Nola says, Mike, Louisiana have parishes. Yeah, I know they have parishes, but don't they still have counties? I thought parishes were just like how New York City has boroughs. So like the parishes would be the different neighborhoods, or the parishes like actual counties, and then within the county parish, you got different neighborhoods. Help me out, y'all. I ain't never been in Louisiana. I know I got to visit. I want some authentic gumbo.
Waterways. That's why we name them. We do want to know where our mounds is, but white people keep digging them up. We had a governor digging up the mounds out there at Fountain Blue, which I don't get to say nothing. Some white people got that way ain't from here, and they done dug up the mounds and used it to pave roads with shells. Okay, you want to bring that, please? The thing I'm not getting to understand is how do the white people get the first say and the last say, and normally is wrong from the beginning to the end because they assume.
Because they have money.
Okay.
Follow the money.
Well, I have truth.
Chief, come on, follow the money, you know.
And actually, I just looked it up. Yeah, so now I see what you were talking about, Nola. So Louisiana uses parishes instead of counties because of its unique colonial history and legal system. Starts with the French era in 1682. When Louisiana was part of French Louisiana, the Catholic Church divided the territory into ecclesiastical parishes. These parishes were areas served by one church and priest, and they often doubled as administrative districts. So when the Spanish era came in 1763, Spain kept the parish boundaries but called them parroquias, Spanish for parish, continuing the church-based governance model. When the Louisiana Purchase happens in 1803, the U.S. acquired Louisiana from France. At first, the Americans tried using the term counties. But in 1804, the early territorial government briefly divided the land into counties, but locals continued using the older term parish out of habit and tradition. In 1812, when Louisiana gets statehood, it officially adopted parishes as the legal term for local government divisions. This made it the only U.S. state with parishes instead of counties. The more you know. Louisiana has 64 parishes. Parishes function like counties in other states. They have elective offices, often a police jury or a parish council. They maintain roads, collect taxes, and run local courts. Louisiana follows civil law based on the French Napoleonic Code, not English common law like most states. What? This influences legal terminology and some governmental structures. Cultural significance. The parish system is reflection of Louisiana French, Spanish, Catholic, and Creole heritage. Many parish boundaries still align closely with the original church parish boundaries from the 1700s. Orleans Parish contains most of New Orleans. Its names and borders go back to French colonial times when it was the ecclesiastical parish served by the St. Louis Cathedral. Interesting. Wow. Shout out to Nola. I would have never looked this up tonight if it wasn't for your comment. And yeah, ecclesiastical. Ecclesiastical is a new word I got to add to my repertoire. It's relating to the Christian church or its clergy. Yeah, Nola says, Mike, Louisiana have parishes. I think they're like counties, but we call them parishes. Yep. I guess we want it to be different. Yeah. Y'all are definitely different. Yeah, Coco, real interesting, huh?
Well, I'm tired of following the money and they keep
Well,
going
I
the
mean,
other
what
way.
I'm saying is that's the basis.
Well, that is the
You
basis.
know,
You and I both know that.
them that has the gold make the golden rules.
Okay, so here we got a.
And now he's on some dismissive shit like, oh, well, us white folks got the money, so shut up. We got the money, so deal with it. Whoever got the look at that, folks. Look at that. Got his hands clasped, looking all to the side and shit. Oh, yeah, well,
Well, those who have the money make the rules, bitch. So now what? Like, who are you talking to? Oh Lord! I mean, this is a hell of a freeze frame. She's literally like, "Bruh, what are you talking about?" And he's like, "Han, well, those who make the to the victor goes the spoils, face ass nigga." Like, what are we talking about right now? This shit is crazy.
By you look on Choctaw, that it looked like the federally recognized tribes came in and set up in my territory. I know that already without you telling me that because I've been doing my homework too. But is that right? Is it right that a group of Indian tribes could come to my area and try to push us out? This is what's been going on. And yes, it does hurt my people. Because then they start to take in my history, sending it to all of them. And I want that corrected before I die.
Well, how do you correct it?
Tell the truth like you're doing right now.
Okay. Well,
it's time the truth come out.
We used to do seminars called Lives. My Louisiana history teacher taught.
This is how we do that. All right. I have a friend over there. I'm not gonna call your name. You're behind the light, but I'm not.
Have you ever taught?
But you and I both have a friend.
Other than this?
Huh?
Have you ever taught like groups of people?
Yes, all the time, man. Y'all just don't. White folks don't be knowing nothing I'm doing. I got white friends like, I didn't know you did that.
Then you're not doing the job.
Yes, I am.
No.
Damn, who was you kidding? Bro, what is? Who does this mother? Don't make. I gotta go back to my ignorant rap song.
Toy. Well, Santa never dropped me off a toy. Let's get back to Jehovah's Witnesses. How the fuck all of y'all awake? How the fuck our church so small? But it's a million of y'all every day. Shit, religious people start to scam. Shit, the government wrote the Bible. They knew who was gonna win American Idol. I never liked Simon off American Idol. I ain't really like how he talked to black people. How the fuck Flavor Flav still alive? Shit, before Kobe, before Debo, I respected his ass to up and down. I ain't got nothing against Flavor Flav. They said
Who is he think he's talking to? I'm just. Well, have you ever taught? Yeah, I teach all the time. You white folks don't know nothing that we do. Well, you're not doing a good job at it then, bitch. You're not doing a good job at it, you colored bitch. Like basically that's the type of vibes he's giving, guys. That's the vibes he's giving. Well, you're not doing a good job teaching it. Who is you, bro? Chill. I swear. I ain't gonna put no foot to ass on no senior citizen, but shoot, I got a grandpa, okay. I'll cash out grandpa to go handle my lightweight. Think I'm playing. Grandpa be door dashing and shit. He'll probably go handle my lightweight for some money, okay. I'll pay you your whole DoorDash wages for the day if you go handle that for me, grandpa. Come on. Oh.
But you and I both have a friend.
Other than this?
Huh?
Have you ever taught like groups of people?
Yes, all the time, man. Y'all just don't. White folks don't be knowing nothing I'm doing. I got white friends like, I didn't know you did that.
Then you're not doing the job.
Yes, I am.
No.
If I tell white people, they're gonna turn it around.
I disagree with you.
Go ahead, tell me what
you got to do a better job if you're only reaching.
That's why we're meeting right now.
Well, that's why I'm here to help you.
Because we got a common friend.
I'm here to help.
Who is he? Yeah. And YouTube, we actually have a troll over on TikTok. A native son says, this guy's mom is a white tea lady. Bro, show your white tea mom pics. Well, it's funny that you make that comment as we're discussing Louisiana heritage because my mother is not white tea. She's mulatto. Nice try, though.
That's what I'm saying. I want you to
every time I would say something, it gets stolen. Can the white people and the Creole stop stealing something every time I say
stop? Because there's money in it, dear.
Okay, well, can y'all that say y'all not making the money tell the truth? We understand there's money.
It's not the color of white nor black, it's the color of green.
Okay. But you know
that what your daddy taught you? He sound like he practiced that in the mirror, y'all. It's not the color of whatever, it's the color of green. All right. They got all kinds of little phrases and shit to excuse their poor behavior and degeneracy. Okay.
the real heritage here. That's what I'm saying. You didn't
Yeah,
research.
yeah, I know that, and I admire what you're doing. You know, and I'm here to help you.
Because what if Russia come to take America? This is what they're telling me right now. Let Russia take America, or should America stand up and fight? Come on now.
Shout out to United Aboriginal. Says Mike TV doing the work of a chief/king. Who cares? Hey, those that don't want me to do the work care. Those that really don't want me to get this information out will try to deter you guys from tuning in with myths of me having a European mother. Damn. Guys, let's play devil's advocate. Let's say in like an alternate reality, there's a Mike TV out there that has a European parent. What does that change? I mean, if I still have tribal citizenship, then that would mean I have indigenous ancestry as well as European admixture. Just like most of you motherfuckers on the reservation, huh? Except most of y'all also got a little salt-based sprinkle of Mongol in there too, right? So it's interesting how when it comes to the Black Indians getting in touch with their indigeneity, putting out the information, it's, hey, you got some European admixture. But when it comes to Europeans cosplaying indigenous heritage, they get accepted, no questions asked. The Europeans is literally the chiefs of the tribes, blonde hair, blue eyes, and everything. Don't make me pull up a photo of sweet old Kelby Kennedy from the Choctaw Nation, y'all. Don't make me pull up a photo of sweet old Kelby Kennedy, okay? Y'all ain't got nothing to say about Kelby Kennedy. Y'all got a ginger hair botch. You got a ginger hair pale botch as the leader of the Choctaw tribe. Good Lord, good Lord, good Lord. I guess it's only an issue if that European got some Black Indian admixture. If it's just straight European cosplaying as Indian, oh, that's okay. European cosplaying as Indian is A-okay with me, brother. But if that's a Black person with some indigenous ancestry, we got to separate the indigenous ancestry by saying there's European admixture, because somehow that means they're not Indian no more because they're European. But we can be full-blooded Europeans and run the tribe, y'all. Kelby Kennedy is a proud citizen of the Choctaw Nation, okay? And she serves as the first ever National Tribal Affairs Advocate for the Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, y'all. We got pale-skinned, ginger hair botch Kelby Kennedy as the first ever Tribal Affairs Advocate for FEMA. But they ain't never gonna say nothing about no Kelby Kennedy, okay? Oh, no. Matter of fact, hold on. I'm gonna do a little roll call. Okay? We're gonna look up chief of the Seminole Nation. We all know that the Seminoles were those Negro Indians. We all know the Seminoles were those blackies, those darkies, right? But let's see if the leader of the Seminole Nation is a darky or not. Or is he a Negro? Oh, Marcellus W. I mean, Marcellus is kind of a Negro name. I mean, I guess he gets a little bit of a black card because his name's Marcellus, but Marcellus Osceola Jr. Damn, he's looking like a Eurasian to me. Jesus Christ, what is going on? We got a straight up Eurasian as the current chairman of the Seminole Tribe of Florida. Hold on. Let's see. Let's Chickasaw Chief. Who's the current chief of the Chickasaw Chief? Let's see. Current. Type in current. Okay. Here we go. Oh, goddamn. Governor Bill Toby. Governor Bill Toby looks like a straight up goddamn Mongol. Oh my God. Governor Bill Toby looks like he's one of them Genghis Khan of them. Oh my God. Can I zoom in? Can y'all see what I'm seeing right now? Jesus Christ. But ain't nobody gonna ever say nothing about good old Bill. He's the leader of the Chickasaw Nation, okay? Straight up Mongol Siberian Husky, okay? He's the type of motherfucker you was fighting against in Ghost of Tsushima, right? Let me get some fist or feathers in the chat if y'all was playing Ghost of Tsushima with your boy, okay? These is the Mongols. But wait a minute, there's more. Hold on. How many more tribes come to mind, okay? You know what? I never really looked up
The chief of my tribe. I'm a member of the Muskogee Creek Nation. I wonder what the Muskogee Creek Nation principal chief looks like. I've never looked him up. I mean, I've been a member of the tribe since 2021. I've never looked up our tribe. Oh shit. Damn. Motherfucker. Oh Lord. David. 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 Is that Siberia or is that Mongolia? I can't tell. I can't tell if it's Siberia or if it's Mongolia. I know that my tribe was noted as being dark skinned, as being Negroes. A lot of us got enslaved, reclassified, but Lord, ain't nobody enslaving or reclassifying you. We going to you for that orange chicken, brother. We need that orange chicken with that sesame seed, okay? Soy sauce with the white rice. Hook it up. Egg rolling on. Good Lord, I never looked up the principal chief of my tribe. But this is making me fiend for some fortune cookies right now. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is right now. Maybe it's the Zaza I was smoking earlier. I mean, I don't know. I'm fiending for some fortune cookies. I'm gonna leave it at that. Okay, guys, I'm done with the terrible country accent, but this is fucking wild, is it not? This is wild. Shout out to Mark. Mark says, bro, I'm crying. Damn, I didn't even look at the chat. The whole chat is crying. My bad, y'all. My bad. We got to mix the entertainment with the education. I mean, we got to laugh through the pain. What is going on? What is going on? Damn. Hey, back in my great grandpappy's days, this is what a leader of the Muskogee Creek Nation looked like. That's my lineal ancestor, Thomas Jefferson Adams Harjo, Black Indian, leader of the Muskogee Creek Nation, prominent lawyer of the tribe, Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of the Creek Nation. How do we go from this to Mongolian barbecue? How do we go from collard greens and fried catfish to Mongolian barbecue? I'm perplexed. This is some crazy work, y'all. This is some crazy work. Over time, I guess the Pilgrims become the Indians, and they throw in a little Mongol flavor now and then. I mean, I don't know. I'm done. I'm done, y'all. Let's get back to the video. Hey, I knew I was cutting up. I knew it was only a matter of time before TikTok started coming down on me, y'all. I just got a warning on TikTok. They said that they're restricting my live because it contains themes that some may find uncomfortable. So my live stream has been restricted, y'all. I guess I was roasting these pretendians too harshly. Good Lord, I was roasting the pretendians too harsh. TikTok said, Mike, take it easy, Mike. Take it easy. All right, I get the message, TikTok.
If I gotta go down with the ship because they making money in green, then what you think Russia and the other countries want in China? They want to make some green too. So why is white people cutting up in America about another country taking it over? It sounds like to me is, you get rich, now after you done got rich, move over, let me get rich. But who don't never benefit is the people who lives there generationally, who actually heritage is there. And I think what we're doing now, and I'm asking y'all for a hand wave so we don't be making all this noise up in here. Either wave your hand or keep it down. Don't y'all think what we're doing here in the dialogue is a beginning that can start the truth coming out? If y'all agree with me, raise your hand so he can see.
No, you've been telling the truth for a long time. It's just you're not reaching enough people or the right people. And that's it. There's a talent. Advertising,
all right,
propaganda.
What if,
I admire what you're doing.
This one friend of ours,
you need to do it better.
Okay.
He's a disingenuous asshole, but God damn it, he does have a point. I didn't learn about Chief Warhorse until like last year. Chief Warhorse has a wealth of information. She has a wealth of knowledge, but quite frankly, if we're going to call a spade, she did not properly take advantage to the technological advantages through the decades or the different methods of dispersing media. If you guys are familiar with Chief Warhorse, you know what I'm talking about. I mean, she has a YouTube channel. She posts, she goes live once in a while.
but like just throughout the years and stuff, I mean, she was on like one TV show. They did like a call-in segment. She was at like one seminar back in the day or early 2000s or something, but like she hasn't really marketed and promoted or so. I mean, like, and again, I'm not trying to critique her harshly, but as somebody that's in the same realm of content creation, as someone who knows that you have to be a marketing savant, you have to be a marketing guru to get this information to your people, to get it to the masses, to enact change. I mean, this is a talent. This is a lot of hard work. I'm literally sleeping like 3-4 hours a night. I mean, you got to do a lot to pump out this type of content. And although he's a disingenuous asshole, he does have a point in the sense that whatever tactics she's been using for the last 30 years, whatever, it's just, her historian stats are maxed out. Her heritage stats are maxed out, but her marketing stats, they do need some work.
That sounds good. But there's one friend of ours that's here.
And shout out to the Black Mamba. The Black Mamba says maybe she's too old school. We could say that, but isn't that a disadvantage to the new generations coming up if someone's too set in their ways or too old school? I mean, when I'm 60 years old, I'm gonna still have to be up on the latest technology, whether we doing virtual holographs or whatever the fuck. Even when you're 60 years, you got to stay up with the technology if you're in the business of spreading the word to your people. I mean, if this was back in the day, maybe you take a letter and you're trying to run it across the country as fast as you can. But nowadays, it's about social media, search engine optimization, thumbnails, clickable titles, sensational news. I mean, it's a lot. It's a lot. And I just wish that a lot of our elders had that kind of knowledge, had that kind of expertise. I understand why they don't, but I don't know. Maybe I can put something together in the next year or so where when I start to work on some different documentary films, I can at least get some elders like this a part of it so we can preserve that history and properly market it and distribute it to the community, because somebody has to do it. I mean, Tariq Nasheed came along with the Hidden Colors and he did that for the Pan-African shit. But who's going to come along and do it when it comes to the indigenous heritage?
To be here with you and I, because she knows of you, she knows of me.
Who is that?
Jeannie right there. There she is.
Oh, Jeannie.
There she is.
Oh, Jeannie's here?
Yeah, he didn't see you.
Hello, Jeannie.
All right. Jeannie's a peacemaker. I'm just being honest.
Well, healing. You got, I meant to tell you earlier, you got it right when you said we need a gumbo healing.
Yes,
a healing gumbo.
Yes, we do.
Yes, we do.
And we're not going to agree all the way on.
Get out of here, motherfucker. You just want to taste her gumbo. We need a healing gumbo. Motherfucker, you just want to get some good gumbo. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it.
Y'all understand. But I'm telling the truth. And he agreed. What we
Ricardo said sitting up there with Colonel Sanders. Kentucky Fried Chicken looking ass, Confederate soldier looking ass.
disagreeing on is who should benefit from my history. Is that what y'all finding out too?
Antebellum South plantation owner looking ass boy.
I'm not disagreeing with you on that.
That's what I'm saying. Y'all getting it, right?
He looking at Chief, he getting hungry. He said, I need to taste your gumbo.
So, how we start the healing is like I told Jeannie, bring us that's at the opposite sides of this thing together. And if we all want to be truthful, let's tell the truth and the kids can understand what's happening here. They've been trying to make me look like I'm crazy, crooked, all of that stuff. Tom, no, I don't go around trying to get no money.
I mean, I can't tell you how many people hate my guts.
You might have was on one of my lists too. We might try to fix that. That's part of healing.
I'm
honest. Hey, y'all, I'm honest. I'm an honest person. He was on my list. He know it. But if we really want to heal, this is how you do it.
Yeah.
I'm willing to come to the public and say, I really didn't want to be. If they say Tom Maker was that something, I'm like, I'm not going. And I want him to know that publicly. That's how you heal. Y'all with where I'm at? No behind the
She said, I don't fuck with you.
She said, Tom, if I ever heard you was at an event, I wasn't going, motherfucker. I don't fucks with you. But this is part of healing. I gotta tell you to your face.
Undercover. So people know I felt that way. And then I need to let people know why you and I are sitting here today. Is
You
really
invited me.
That's right. And I invited him because of Jeannie. Because Jeannie keep hearing me say we gotta heal. I really mean about healing America.
Well, yeah, Jeannie's a good person.
Jeannie have a reservation in heaven or something. You know, she go around.
Basically, she's saying the only reason you here is because of Jeannie, motherfucker. Whoever Jeannie is, Jeannie put this shit together. Okay.
Saves everything. You know, we need a whole lot more Jeannies in the world. Y'all listening at me? So Jeannie is not on the front line. You know that. Jeannie behind the scene making phone calls and sending letters, and nobody never know there's a Jeannie back there. And she has this voice that you can't tell no. Sometimes I'll be like, okay, Jeannie, this is enough. So when she's like, DJ, talk to Tom, I'm like, all right, Jeannie, now this is getting to be too far now. You're going too far. And then she's over there, what Elwin? And I'm like, Jeannie, you asking a lot of me. But it takes some Jeannies too, right, Joe, in your life. And then she was like, and here is his phone. We got to ask a question now, Jeannie. Why would all these federally recognized tribes come to St. Tammany and organize a fake tribe? That's a serious question that I want you to help me find out. And I'm asking you in here.
I'm not familiar with it. I'll be honest with you.
I'm not either. But not to that point. But we got to find out what happened. Am I right about that, y'all?
Yes. I didn't know.
And I know I critiqued our elder here, so let me pause to give her a compliment. I really do like, and this is part of being old school, I really do like her background. I like her presentation. I like how she has the regal curtains and the family portraits and stuff. I'm actually coming into acquiring a larger property here soon, and I'm going to be, creating different studios and things in different rooms of the houses. And, this is a source of inspiration for me because I think I would like a similar backdrop with some family portraits and different things of that nature. So shout out to that. I mean, I'm ghetto as hell right now. I got documents on the floor back there. Y'all can't see. I got a pile of documents on the floor over there. I mean, I don't really be doing a whole lot of perfecting the background. But yeah, we're gonna upgrade the system here soon, y'all. We're gonna upgrade the setup.
I don't know anything about.
Well, I knew Tom knew a little bit because they invited him to take a picture. Yeah. He was in the picture with them when they actually first organized this thing. And they had their little flag.
Ooh, she's snitching. She said, Tom, you said you don't really know about nothing, but you was in the picture with him, motherfucker. You got an invite, motherfucker.
Right, and they put it in the paper. So I know he know that much. He may not know the whole story. Y'all get what I'm saying? He might know important.
No, I just told him I'm from Cherokee heritage. I'm not Choctaw, but since this area was Choctaw, I want to learn about it. I didn't know anything about it.
What I don't understand.
So now this white man claiming Cherokee, y'all. This white man just say he a Cherokee Indian?
If these tribes came here, are they something?
Now, what tribes are you referring to?
The ones you talked that with Gina, and Gina said they
Gina, yeah.
Why they didn't contact?
Hold up, y'all. Call me petty. Call me petty for the audience watching on YouTube. But for the audience watching on YouTube, I just gotta put a little something up on the screen while he's talking. I gotta make sure that the thumbnail is in view while he's talking. Oh Lord, oh Lord, oh Lord.
The real tribe.
They didn't know about you. That's why I'm telling you, you're not doing the job good enough.
They know about me. I sit on boards. I was on the state boards and different stuff. They know about me.
Well, why didn't they?
I'm the wrong color. How many Indians y'all see look like this? How many Indians you see running around the United States looking like this? Right now. And that's the truth. And that's what need to come out. Indians that look like me and my family, nobody know about us. Why? You cannot go in the archives. I know you've done it. You can't go in the archives without getting the Indian dog. Am I right?
She just said you cannot go in the archives without getting an Indian unless they darker. She ain't lying.
This is an image of a Choctaw or Choctaw elder. This is in the Library of Congress. This don't look like Tom and his people, do it? This looks like a dark-ass Indian right here, don't it? Oh, yeah, this is a Choctaw Indian, Library of Congress. Look it up. So, damn, how we get so much milk in the pudding, y'all? How we get so much milk in it?
Right about that?
That's right, yeah.
So what happened to them? So did America kill all of us, hide all of us? What is the story? How we lived it like this, and now, why in the Cowboys that the white man made, it say pale face? If a white man called another white man pale face, he's stupid. That's pale face called him pale face.
She makes a very good point. She says even in the cowboy and Indian movies, the Indians would call the white tea cowboys pale face. Well, if we're supposed to believe that the Indians were these pale face white motherfuckers, then why would the Indians call a white motherfucker pale face if both of them is pale face? It don't make no sense. The Indians was black. Through media and propaganda and racial admixture, they became white.
It's pale face. That means there was a difference in complexion. Why does the treaty say red man? Not pink, red. White folks get pink. We have red pigments in our skin. Brown is considered like the penny. You know, and I don't care about one red penny. Y'all remember that old saying people used to say? What color is a penny? Copper colored. And the copper changes based on the elements that it's in. It can be darker, but it's still copper. Y'all understand what I'm saying? And even the lightest of copper is still not going to give you white. We can talk about, you say you Cherokee. I got a little Cherokee in me too. That's one of my parts of my blood. What I don't understand, John Ross and them look like they came straight from off a Europe ship.
But see, my people were ashamed of it. They wouldn't admit it.
But every white person got Indian heritage now. And if a person of color say they're Indian, they want to tell us we fake and go back to Africa. I don't know about no Africa. I know about these grounds. And that's the history have to be corrected in the school system throughout America, because the same elected officials are in office learned this lie that the teacher told. Y'all read the book, The Lie My Teacher Told Me? You read it?
Ricardo says 1 red cent. I remember, yeah. Nola on TikTok says, what color is a red cow? Shout out to Nola again, making me look up a whole bunch of new stuff. I never looked up a red cow before, but yeah, I just looked up. A red cow was like a dark mahogany, like dark brown. Yeah.
Book, you need to get that book. The Lies My Teacher Told. Well, the lies the teacher then told the students then took
Hey, what color are the people that they call red bone?
that into legislative office, and they making laws based off lies that their teacher told them. They need to go down to archives. Am I correct on that? They go in the archive, they'll find some real history. It's there. They just too lazy to go get it. Or they don't know, as you just said, what to go get. You know, if you research, and it's going to lead you from one thing to the next. And I think I want elected officials to do some research on the places that they want to represent.
And guys, I'm not leading you on. I'm telling you, he is going to drop the N-bomb. We got to go to part 2. Here we go. Here's part 2.
I do want you to know, Jeannie, that was a fake tribe established in 2007. And I was in Arkansas when I heard about it, because I was coming back and forth. Y'all know I was helping my communities. And that's when I discovered that they were creating a Bayou Lacombe Choctaw.
The thing is, Chief,
you can't create a tribe.
Don't want the truth. Just like in the movie.
That's a good word. And I'm the truth, so they don't want me.
You can't handle the truth.
I can.
No, I'm in the
They
movie.
can, huh?
Remember? No, the movie.
Uh-huh.
With what? Yeah, a few good.
Now,
you can't handle the truth, and that's the truth.
But
the people don't want the truth. They want to watch stupid television that tells them a bunch of crap that isn't true, because they know they can control them by lying to them, and they suck it up.
But since you've been in this town, all you ever known of me is being an Indian. I'm saying you, I ain't talking the world. So we come in and they get a Creole, and they organize a nation with Creole. What was benefiting these tribes from doing that? And prior to that, guys, y'all know there were never a Bayou Lacombe Choctaw tribe. Here, read on the tribe, and it's my family. So another thing you asked me what that was doing, that was somebody trying to divide my family into two pieces.
Somebody is trying to divide.
When they did that, that's what they were doing. When you create two tribes, there's two different leadership. That's like two churches. You understand what I'm saying? So somebody was dividing the strength of our family by creating.
But did they do it to hurt you?
Yeah, they did it to hurt us. Yeah, it was them. It hurts us.
Why would they do that?
Okay, I'll let one of my audience people that's a tribal member answer. How would that hurt us creating a fake tribe up against the real tribe? We'll answer that.
You increase the numbers that fight back and preserve what you got.
But the strangest thing, why would federally recognized tribes be so concerned about here if they didn't know us? That's a good question to be asked to somebody, correct? They're going to hold a meeting, bring in Oklahoma, Mississippi, Louisiana, but they never contacted us. And then we start seeing our name being pushed off of the rolls with the state they tried. But I'm too active for that, okay? My history is here. This is what they don't understand. You're not going to come through and take my auntie and say, she an Indian. This is my grandfather's that raised me. This is his mama's, well, his grandmother's sister.
Let me ask you about Pierre Juzin.
Go ahead.
Because, you know, I went down to the Battle of New Orleans to
Go ahead.
They didn't even mention it.
That's what I'm talking about.
I know. And I went there specifically.
You told me you were going to do that. And I told you they wasn't.
They had a nice young lady, a Homo Indian girl. She talked about the Homo Indians and didn't mention the Battle of New Orleans.
Good question.
Nothing. You know, they didn't mention.
Not the stuff I talked
I had to ask a question. How did Andrew Jackson get in touch with the Choctaw?
Could anybody else?
You know, and she couldn't answer.
See what I'm trying to tell you?
Huh?
But when you talk to me, we can go back and forth. Why?
Yeah,
because I know my history.
I never knew anything about
Question.
So I was interested. I wanted to learn who he was and how he was related to you and blah, 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 blah. You know?
Can't help you.
Huh?
They can't help you. Because you know how you say we are in Lacombe and Boca? We keep our mouth what? Closed. So we ain't telling homos yet. So they can't take that and repeat it back to you. Well, now, let's do this. Are you, in all of your research, since you brought up home, all of your research, you've been out there, you told me since 1975 or something like that, right?
Yeah.
From 75 to now, since you had interest in our people, have you found that the Homo was the ones? It didn't say Homo, it says us led him in battle.
Damn, Queen Brader says he's giving massive vibes. Facts. Hey, in a minute, you're going to learn that he descends from slave masters. He descends from plantation owners, but he's a part of these Europeans that are making fictitious Indian tribes.
Everything you look here say Shatta, nothing about Homo. Now,
the Homo weren't here. That's the thing. The Homo, as far as I know, were never in this part of St. Tammany. They were over by the Mississippi River. They were up by the Red River, got pushed down, kept the Bayou Gula, made war against them, kept pushing them down all the way to Dulac. And
they spoke the same language.
And now the water's coming up.
And you find them, when you're doing research, you find them and the Biloxi speaking, and the Biloxi was just a little group over there on the coast. If you ever look at any of the maps.
They're Iroquoian language. The
That's
Biloxi
right.
Indians.
And them and the Homo spoke the same dialect. If you look at the dialect map back in the days of 17.
Is that right?
Yeah, but they were not Shanta. The Biloxi, that's not.
No, I know they weren't. I know they were not.
Researching since 75. He's telling the truth.
No, the Shanta were Muscovian.
Muscovy.
And the Biloxi and anthropologists can explain how that little group of Iroquoian speakers
end up right in that one little
right
spot.
There, one
little spot, y'all.
So
y'all with where I'm at?
There's a lot that we don't know because they didn't write stuff down.
But I think doing what we're doing now can bring about more history understanding. Now, y'all with me out there? Do y'all agree? Because we're coming from two different levels of research. Y'all get what I'm saying? This ain't a conspiracy. Compare our notes. That's what Jeannie brought us together for. Because Poe Jeannie's sitting over there like, okay, he's saying this, you saying this, and she's wanting to help.
Yeah.
And like she's saying, Well, we are losing. She see now what we're losing the history because we're not. You know, it's some kind of wall they tried to build to block me, but it's time for that wall to come down. Otherwise, this history dies, and then everybody have lost except but those who want the green. So if you really
I'm going to defend my friend Peter Kuzan.
Well, that's your friend.
Because
Me and Peter used to talk, but I'll tell Peter the truth.
Oh, here he goes. He got a cape for his friend, y'all. He got a cape for his friend. Hey, guys, we are getting pretty late. We are getting pretty late into the evening. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to stop at the correct part where he exposes that he descends from plantation owners, but I am going to make sure to get you that part where he starts dropping the N-word. It's right around here.
I'm talking a bigger perspective.
Yeah, who put that in place?
Yeah,
Isn't
that right?
I say earlier?
Isn't your truth sometimes subjective?
No, I told you the truth.
Oh, well.
I told you to have.
So you're always right.
No, no. Oh yeah, I'm not coming with you unless I'm factual. I'm gonna do my homework too. Okay. I checked my grandfathers out. So
I mean, your opinion is
when I told you
right?
Gina got the heritage off for us. Wait,
See?
when I told you Gina got the heritage off us, didn't I show you in paperwork? He said that.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, that's the way
I
I'm gonna
agree.
be. Now watch this though. I also told you
But
they
you're
had black
making a
slave owners.
judgment on
Didn't I
other
say-
person's character.
No, there were black people who had slaves here. Not
So
white.
what?
They had white people who came later. What you mean, so what? If it was just so what, why does black people have to go through all these Jim Crow
Slavery's
laws?
been around long before there was any.
What about Jim Crow
even
law?
United
What about
States.
Jim Crow law? Where it come from? Jim Crow law.
It was established after the election of 1878 when Rutherford B. Hayes was elected president by one vote.
Who put that in place?
Yeah, the people who had lost the war.
What color was it?
In order to get, well, you know.
No, come on now.
You're asking silly questions.
Now, that's a silly question. I'm just saying
Yes,
you got
ma'am,
to tell
yeah.
the whole history.
Well,
they were white people that put the law together.
obviously, it
And who
was
did
the
they put the law
people
against? Who did they put the law against?
Listen, it was
Black people.
obviously people who had the control returned to them.
Okay.
Who had rebelled against the Union in order to keep.
What he's talking about is if you guys look up the Reconstruction era, after Abraham Lincoln was assassinated, the vice president, I forget his name, but whoever became president after Lincoln, he was literally a Southern Confederate. And he basically let the Confederates get off with a slap on the wrist. Many of the generals, many of the men who rebelled against the Union went into insurance industries or different methods of wealth creation. Some of them went into politics, and they enacted things like the Jim Crow legislation.
Slaves.
That's correct.
That's what it was.
So
It was
slaves wasn't trying to keep slaves?
Listen, it was an economic decision. It wasn't.
So now we
white
can't talk
or
about
black.
what they did. But I said they had black Europeans owning slaves and
This
black.
motherfucker just said that slavery was just an economic decision. It wasn't white or black. Oh, Lord.
But who
But it
suffered
was
was
an
the Indians.
economic decision.
But it
That
caused other
was
people pain.
that. Listen, see, this is what a lot of people, no matter what their color, but a lot of people miss the object of the rebellion.
Okay.
The object was to keep slaves, and it was in the Confederate.
What was the benefit
Constitution.
for the slave?
None. You know, I mean.
So we just supposed to just
Who
tell
cares?
people-
Because they
descendants
well,
cares.
but no, I'm talking from the perspective of the
Okay.
rebellion.
Now, my people wasn't slaves. They tell you in all your research,
Of
my
course,
people
the
own
Indians
tons
were
of stuff.
slaves.
No,
The
not my
Indians were
people
the
were.
first slaves.
Some Indians were slaves.
No, most. All through South America.
My people was owning land.
Mexico,
My people was
they were
owning land.
slaves.
No, my people
Yes,
was
say
owning
what?
land.
Don't say no. You
Yeah,
don't
they
know.
enslaved.
They
I
were
know my
slaves.
people told me they never were slaves.
No, but I'm not talking about your people.
But
I
we
just
know
said
they
South
enslaved
America,
some of our people.
Mexico.
Okay, but every
The Mayan, the
listen,
Aztecs,
just like
they were
every
slaves.
white person didn't steal from the Indians or do wrong, every Indian wasn't a slave. Y'all getting what I'm saying? Now let me explain this to you.
You're talking about North American Indians.
I'm talking about my
Yeah, she's talking about her family, dumbass. Why are you bringing up South American Indians? She just said her family were not slaves. You talking about, no, most of the Indians were slaves because in South America they were slaves. Man, go to sleep, Pop Pop. If it's past your bedtime, go to sleep.
Oh,
Right
okay.
here.
Well, see, I'm
here.
talking a bigger
Winfrey.
perspective.
Yeah,
You're very
know,
narrow. You're very
I gotta
narrow.
stay in them.
You're very
I gotta stay with
narrow-minded.
my people.
Now he's saying she's narrow-minded because she's speaking specifically about her family not being slaves. Okay. I'm talking about my family. Call it narrow-minded. I'm not talking about South American Indians. I'm talking about my family.
That's why you're fixated.
No, I gotta stay with my tree.
You're very fixated on your opinion, which is great for you. But you have to see
I'm not
the
trying to
broad
speak for.
picture.
I'm not trying to speak for Iroquois or none of this. I
Well,
don't have a
then-
right to do that. White
Well,
people do that thing good.
you're
You know what a white
speaking-
person will do? Watch
you're
this.
speaking
I'm gonna
for the
show you
people
something.
in
Nope, I'm
Bayou
gonna show you
Macomb.
something on white privilege. A black person, Indian person, they'll just assume something and just sit there quiet. White people, especially white women, they don't mind. That's why y'all have the Confederate, the Daughters of the Confederacy. They'll come up to you. What color your people are? How they cook gumbo?
How do you
What they
cook what?
put in it? You know, white folks always ask people of color everything. Now, if a black person, on the other hand, walk up to a white person, what's your grandpa name? What y'all did? What y'all used to eat? Then that's not appropriate. But people do that to us.
Very good point. We see it even on social media. These foreigners will come all up in our live streams. Where are you from? Where are your people from? Where are your family from? What language do you speak? Da 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 da. But if we ask that same question to them, okay.
Freak show. Go ask a white woman. Just walk up to her like white people do me in the store. What kind of job you do? How y'all live? How y'all survived?
Who
White
are you
people do
talking
that.
about?
This is what.
Who are
Come
you
on now.
talking about?
This is how history is done.
What?
Yeah, white people just walk up with a notepad.
Of course, he doesn't get it. Of course, he doesn't understand, right? Them motherfuckers even come up and start touching your hair. Oh my gosh, your hair texture is so wow.
That's your questions. I told Margaret, the one that got that slave thing over there, her and the Boy Scout, where did they get them slaves from? Who told them they had them many slaves over here? They see people of color, they look for slaves. That's junk passed down through the history they taught. My people was building schooners and ships. See that schooner over there? Snook brought this out. Nobody had this ship till Snook brought it out and let them use it for documentaries. I saw a book the other day, me and Doreen. Got this in there to my Salmon shipyard. This ain't no Salmon shipyard. And this is not on no Bonfire. So, you know, my grandfather had a big shipyard right there in Madisonville and Mandeville. Let me tell you something. Stop making the Indians look like there was some people running around, hooping and hollering.
I still don't get
When
what
they
you're
came
talking
here,
about.
the white folks walked up to my people and said, "What is a blowgun?" So people showed them the blowgun. They got them out there to demonstrate it. Bruce Snell and them got the pictures. They got them to demonstrate stuff. Then they took that. You understand? Just like they got Ton Emma to take her slashing beads off, and they put it on each one of them. That's why this display here for you to see. Same beads, same slash. It was only one slash and one set of beads, so that they could take a picture to take an image to the rest of the world. Y'all see what I'm saying? Stop it. I've talked to Jeannie. She honest. She said, I was just trying to put something together to save it. But we ain't trying to put something together. We are telling who we are. We didn't call ourselves no Choctaw. My grandfather, people said until he had cursed. If my grandfather was living with what y'all doing, I'm telling you, God help the truth and go ask anybody. Him and the Parker, my uncle, the Parker in the car, they ran you out of here a long time ago, messing in the history. Go ask anybody in the car.
I'm not messing with that.
That when y'all ain't
What
understand.
makes you say that? That's
Because y'all not writing our history.
What do you mean you all?
Who ever been writing not us?
What?
Okay. First
Writing
of all,
what
we're
up?
not Choctaw. We Shatta. The next thing.
Most people don't know that the true term is not Choctaw, it's Shatta. That's why even that image that I have that I just showed you guys a moment ago, let me see if I can find it. That image of the Choctaw elder, right? It says a Choctaw, and then it has Choctaw in parentheses so that you guys can associate it with a more modern term. But it was Choctaw.
The waterways got changed by white people.
You're not making sense.
Anybody out there think I'm not making sense?
I do.
Let me get some fists or feathers in the chat if you guys think she's making sense. Because the white man is the only one who thinks she's not making sense. I understand everything she's saying. We picking up what she's putting down, right, guys? Can I get some fists? Can I get some feathers? I mean, he don't get it. He looking at her, he don't get it.
Who are you organizing the Choctaw thing in Avita for? Who do you speak for? That you're organizing a Choctaw.
Now we're gonna get to the meat and potatoes, because this white man is literally organizing new tribes. They're creating new tribes in Louisiana, new Choctaw bands. And the lady behind that camera, the white lady's asking them straight up, white person, who are you speaking for? Like, who gave you the authority to create these new tribes?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you. I don't have my hearing aid. I'm hard of hearing.
Who are you organizing? Why are you organizing a Choctaw event in Avita? How is it that you're doing that? You just said you were doing that. How are you the Choctaw to organize that?
But he said Cherokee.
No, but he just said he was going to have.
Yes, he did. Now give me a drink break.
Who's doing it?
If y'all have some questions, Jeannie, if you have any, y'all feel free.
The Black Mamba says he heard her. Yeah, he heard her. He playing stupid. He acting like he can't. Oh, my hearing aid. I don't have my hearing aid. Now that he's heard her again, he's sitting there shook like, oh, shoot, how do I answer this? How do I answer? Who gave me the authority? I'm claiming that I'm Cherokee, but I'm organizing a Choctaw event with a fake Choctaw tribe. I mean, peep game, y'all. Peep game.
How are you the Choctaw to organize
that? But he said Cherokee.
No, but he just said he was going to have.
Yes, he did. Now give me a drink break.
Who's doing it?
If y'all have some questions, Jeannie,
he looks scared. He looked nervous.
We're trying to establish a Choctaw nature trail between Camp Salmon and Avita Springs.
Who is we?
Ma'am?
Who is we? Who is we?
Lacombe Heritage Center.
The Black Mamba says he can barely stand in the sun, talking about he's Cherokee. That part.
Were first organized as part of the bicentennial in 1976, 1996, for the American Revolution bicentennial. And we established the Lacombe Museum. And because a lot of our people were Choctaw Creole by heritage, they elected me chairman of the Heritage Division.
Has anyone heard of a Choctaw Creole? The chief was talking earlier about how the Creoles were trying to steal Choctaw history. How the Creoles was trying to cosplay as Choctaw chiefs. Now he's talking about Creole Choctaw. Aren't those two totally separate ethnic groups? There's Creole and then there's Choctaw. Choctaw is Choctaw. Creole could be a mixture of French, Indigenous, African, right? This motherfucker just said Creole Choctaw. I'm confused. I'm perplexed.
1996 for the American Revolution bicentennial. And we established the Lacombe Museum. And because a lot of our people were Choctaw Creole by heritage, they elected me chairman of the Heritage Division. There were
Mayo Man is chairman of the Heritage Division. Damn. Just like how Kelby Kennedy is the first ever National Tribal Affairs advocate for FEMA. Hey, these white tea people found themselves into some leadership positions within the tribe. Tell me it ain't for financial gain. Meanwhile, the folks on the reservation ain't speaking out about this. They rapping about greasy fry bread.
Have a native 50 power out base. Got your auntie in the kitchen like, nah, he didn't. And got a grandma skillet like she about to kill it. And you keep creeping on the booty cheeks.
On the TP creeping on the whoa.
I ain't stacking and you bragging like who the freaks? Socky in the burner, hope the head turner. On water, baby powder, chopping up that white stuff. White all purpose flour, gotta mix it right. Hit the brands with the shit, they eat it right up.
Whoa. Okay, enough of that, guys. Enough of that. Oh Lord.
Divisions, Horizon, which was for things of the future. So we got the Lacombe Park established through that division. Heritage, which was for things of the past. So we wrote the book on the things of the past, made a museum, the Lacombe Museum, and festival, which was for the Bicentennial Festival in 1970.
Keep game, guys. If a white person wants to create a fake ass tribe and get to the bag, all they got to do is create a museum and write a book and start having festivals. Now you're indigenous.
It was so successful because all of the people came together, and black, white, Creole, everybody participated, and was so well done that we decided to continue it. So I established the Bayou Lacombe Crab Festival, and with 600.
Tell me they ain't just getting to the bag. Motherfucking crab festival. So you're cosplaying indigeneity to make money in the event coordination? All right.
$100. And so, but that we decided to continue it. So I established the Bayou Lacombe Crab Festival, and with $600. And so, but at the time I had an advertising agency. And so I was able to get free promotion, basically. And so we had 3,000 people the first year in 1977. And from then on, we started building. So by 1986, when I was ready to turn it over to the people of Lacombe, we were getting 30,000 people coming, because people would tell us that it was the best festival that they had ever been to because of the friendliness, courtesy, and of the people. And of course,
Queen Brader says body language says it's a lie. Facts.
Food and everything else that went with it. Unfortunately, we had a cadre of nasty people who.
United Aboriginal Americans says his theft and cosplaying freeloading of our indigenous heritage is triggering me. Yeah, I feel you.
Took it over.
Viewer discretion is advised.
Because of ego, ignorance, and greed. They bankrupted it. Then it was taken over by 4 bureaucrats with the parish, who turned it into a corporate sponsored entity, which ruined it even further. So after 2 years, right the month before the festival was supposed to go on again, they quit and left the community high and dry. So I got 2 people, 2 black friends of mine.
You have black friends, huh? Do tell more. Do your black friends identify you as a friend, or do you identify them as a friend when it fits your narrative? Oh, Lord. He got some imaginary black friends. He just pulled out his black pocket, y'all. Damn, I said black pocket. I can't even keep my words straight. He just pulled some black friends out of his back pocket. We might as well call it the black pocket, though. He got some tokens in his black pocket in the back, okay?
Put up the money to start the festival again. And so for 2 years, we didn't do real well, but was starting to build again. And then one of the people who was on the board of the recreation district, which controlled the use of the park where the festival was put on, decided they were going to take it over and refused to allow these two gentlemen to have access to the park. So they renamed it the St. Tammany Crab Festival and took it to Slidell, where it's doing pretty well. So my interest is in heritage.
Why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying? Oh my God.
Why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying? Oh my God, stop lying.
Yeah, you're not fooling anyone, buddy.
Whether it's your heritage or somebody else's, whether it's the heritage of people that you disagree with or agree with or love, it is a heritage that, as Elwin says, when you speak the truth, it can be preserved. And so,
Yeah, we gotta get into the meat and potatoes. He's just doing a whole lot of fronting. Whole lot of fronting. Where's Chief come back, y'all? Is Chief coming back?
The Choctaw
bringing
what?
people from Durant and all these things, but you're not gonna involve.
Yeah, Queen Braider says one thing about a lie, it's gonna be a long exaggerated, fabricated, and too many small details for nothing. Facts.
And ignore the Choctaw tribe here. Still plan to continue, so you still intend to completely ignore the Choctaw tribe here.
Ma'am?
Damn, she's asking a direct question. Do you plan to continue to ignore the Choctaw tribe here?
And Philadelphia, Mississippi, the Moab Band north of Mobile, Alabama, to have their people come and participate in Chief, in the Choctaw Heritage Indian Enterprise and folk life, so that they can showcase their heritage. Does that make sense to you?
No, it doesn't. So you still plan to continue, so you still intend to completely ignore the Choctaw tribe here.
Ma'am?
You still intend to completely exclude and ignore the Choctaw tribe here.
Am I choosing to ignore what?
Chief and the Choctaw tribe.
The
You're
Choctaw
bringing
what?
people from Durant and all these things, but you're not gonna involve Chief, but you're gonna call it Chief. You're not gonna involve the Chief here.
I'm sorry, I can't understand you.
Hey guys, to give you some context, he's creating some new event. He's literally naming it Chief. The title of Chief is in the title of the event, and he's inviting all these different Indians from the East Coast and all over the country, but he's not going to invite Chief Warhorse or the original Choctaw tribe.
And business enterprise, because the people are very concrete garage in the center of Abita Springs. I suggested instead that we have a bike festival, which had been going on for years anyway, and co-join that with the heritage of the Choctaw that was in Abita Springs, and to have a festival called Chief, CHIEF, which is an acronym for Choctaw Heritage, Indian Enterprises, and Folk Life. So that
What the fuck is a Choctaw Indian Heritage Folk Life? These motherfuckers just trying to get to the bag. Chief, and it's an acronym. Choctaw Indian Heritage Folk Life. Tickets are $99. Like, come on.
it will focus on Indian or Choctaw in specific heritage and business enterprise, because the people up in Philadelphia have made quite a success of their business.
So it's about getting to the bag. So there's people in Philadelphia making money, and you want to bring them down and get to the bag. Okay.
Their business enterprises. So what my intention is to invite people from all of the Choctaw areas, Durant, Oklahoma, Clifton, Louisiana, Gina, here, and Philadelphia, Mississippi, the Moab Band north of Mobile, Alabama, to have their people come and participate in Chief, in the Choctaw Heritage Indian Enterprise and folk life, so that they can showcase their heritage. Does that make sense to you?
No, it doesn't.
Why are you such an asshole? Does that make sense to you, batch? Like, he's so angry. He's so passive aggressive, and she just said straight up, no, it doesn't make sense. So you're gonna invite all the Choctaws except for Chief Warhorse, right? Like, what are we talking about, bro?
So you still plan to continue, so you still intend to completely ignore the Choctaw tribe here?
Ma'am?
You still intend to completely exclude and ignore the Choctaw tribe here?
Am I choosing to ignore what?
Chief and the Choctaw tribe.
The
You're
Choctaw
bringing
what?
people from Durant and all these things, but you're not gonna involve Chief, but you're gonna call it Chief. And you're not gonna involve the Chief here.
I'm sorry, I can't understand you.
He is here to work together with Chief right now. His presence says that he wants to work with Chief and the local.
Who is this other white lady running defense?
The people here, he wants to all come together.
Well, he didn't describe that though. I just asked him what he was doing. Okay, well, let me.
What is
go
it
ahead.
you asked me? I'm sorry.
Wait, go ahead. I was just
I
asking
can
you a
tell you,
question.
his presence means that he wants to all work together with, that's why he's here right now, to include, so much of my own efforts all these years is just out of ignorance. We just, I mean.
Who is this lady having a heart attack behind the camera? He just wants to help. I promise he wants to help everybody. Yes, he's getting to the back. Yes, he stole your heritage. Yes, he stole your culture, but like, he really wants to help. He wants to help, I promise. Bro, somebody get that lady some albuterol. Get that broad in an inhaler real quick. She needs to shake it up and hit the one time, like, relax.
Never meant to exclude anybody.
Sharon, what is it you asked me?
You just, well, why don't you go ahead and explain it?
No, answer me. What? I didn't understand you.
No, I said, so you still are going to exclude, you talked about all the people that were going to be involved in the event called Chief in Avita Springs this year.
I'm hoping they will. I'm going to invite them.
Okay.
Just like I'm inviting Chief here.
Well, that's what I asked. Okay, so go ahead with that.
That's what you asked?
You didn't mention that. You talked to her.
I invited her before. That's what I asked her.
Okay.
So, you know,
But anyway,
to participate, you know, to showcase her heritage. That's what I'm trying to do through the Lacombe Heritage Center, have been since 1975, actually even before that, when I was in New Orleans and all, you know, so you should know that. You wrote about stuff, and we did.
I wonder if I know I am right. Oh, you got the new Margellas? That's what's up. I see. That's your BMW? That's your girl? Wait, I see you. I just wanna know one thing. You ready? Why the line?
Yeah, I'm just sharing some lies on top of lies on top of lies.
You know, you should know. You don't remember?
Well, I remember that the guy with the museum came in and said that they were suing you for taking artifacts out of the Gold Museum. So I don't know what happened there.
No, those were my artifacts. No, I sued them because I gave them on temporary loan. And I thought that we explained that to you, Sharon.
I don't think we ever recorded. Didn't we ever brought in?
Yeah, well, you know, there's a lot of stupidity that goes around.
Who is he talking to?
Deliberate. And
okay, can I ask a question?
the museum was controlled by bigots, Bobby authors.
Mm-hmm.
You know they were bigots. They said, we don't want no niggas in here.
Okay, that's the stuff I'm talking about.
They kicked me.
I told y'all he was gonna jump the invite. I told y'all it was coming. I told y'all it was coming. Y'all, who's putting hats on me and shit? Hey, I wear Nike hats, not TikTok hats. I appreciate the gift. Say, Franny, is that you? Thank you. I appreciate it. I told y'all he was gonna start dropping handballs, y'all. He getting flustered. He's standing up. He's talking about people ignorant, and then, whoa, Grandpa, relax. What? Huh?
I gave them on temporary loan. And I thought that we explained that to you, Sharon.
I don't think we ever recorded. Didn't we ever brought in?
Yeah, well, you know, there's a lot of stupidity that goes around that is deliberate. And
okay, can I ask a question?
the museum was controlled by bigots, Bobby authors.
Mm-hmm.
You know they were bigots. They said, we don't want no niggas in here.
Okay, that's the stuff I'm talking about.
They kicked me out because I said, you know, my friends, I got several of my friends to be in there.
He right on cue on what I'm saying. You just said what I'm saying. You just said you just said what I was saying. Okay, we've been niggers for a long time on our own land. And the niggers can't talk and the niggers don't have voices. Do you understand that, Jeannie? And all of these boards do not have anyone from our tribe that go for the heritage, the parks, the whatever. We are invisible. And we are fighting for our visibility. I have 2 grandbabies now. And I am taking a stand that I took when the integrated school that my grandparents and my mama took. Enough is enough.
Yeah, well, that's why I'm here to help.
The museum has stuff.
Yeah, you're such a help, Tom. You're such an ally, Tom. We really were doing so down bad until Tom came through with the assist, guys. I mean, such help, such helpful vibes.
Matter of fact, the building that the museum was in, niggas couldn't go there. That's first off.
Yeah.
You got that, Jeannie? And they called you just what he said. They called us niggas. Niggas couldn't go there.
I couldn't go.
How can a museum representing people be placed in a place where they said niggas couldn't go?
Let me tell you,
and I'm glad
I
we're on the
couldn't go
word
as a Boy Scout because I had Indian blood.
Yeah, we don't believe you. So Jim Crow segregation, niggas can't go in. He gonna say, oh, I was discriminated against too. I was a Boy Scout and I had Indian blood, so they discriminated. Nobody discriminated against your pale ass Tom. Nobody said, oh no, Tom can't come in. He has Indian blood. Can't you tell? What? Huh? Ain't nobody buying that.
You got that, Jeannie? And they called you just what he said. They called us niggas. Niggas couldn't go there.
I couldn't go.
How can a museum representing people be placed in a place where they said niggas couldn't go?
Let me tell you,
and I'm glad
I
we're on the
couldn't
word
go as a Boy Scout because I had Indian blood.
Around here, you would pass. We got them darker than you in Pearl
But
River.
they wouldn't let me. I'm telling you. You think
not
I'm lying?
because you had Indian blood, maybe because you was an outsider to this thing.
No, ma'am, because I was Cherokee. I wanted to go.
Well, I can't tell a Cherokee from a white man.
Well, then you don't know enough.
Let's talk about it. Hey, that's what I fucking talk about. They knew I was Cherokee and they wouldn't let me in the museum. Motherfucker, well, hey, I guess we can't tell the difference between a Cherokee and a white person, huh?
Yes, we got them darker than you in Pearl
But
River.
they wouldn't let me. I'm telling you. You think I'm
not
lying?
because you had Indian blood, maybe because you was an outsider to this thing.
No, ma'am, because I was Cherokee. I wanted to go.
Well, I can't tell a Cherokee from a white man.
Well, then you don't know enough about it, do you? And you
Yes,
need
I
to be
do.
educated.
Yes, I do.
Yes, you do. You need to be
I
educated.
know the Scottish and the Irish
Just like
intermarried into the Cherokee, and it was more Scottish Irish than it is the Indians. Come on now, we know that.
Education is
Oh,
a
I'm very
freeing
well
thing.
educated. I'm not going to get miseducated.
Well,
all right, y'all. So the Indians were dark, and they came from dark to white. Now, I just want to know, how do you get white out of darkness if you don't bleach it? It gets whitewashed. And if I could see Indians of different colors, if you were sitting in the room, we all say
my uncles, my aunts and uncles were all dark. You know,
We don't believe you ain't got no dark skinned aunts or uncles, Tom.
Well, why you don't bring their pictures on display? Okay, let's do another thing. I told you, I said, you
What do you mean, why I don't pick?
Because you telling us to display us. Well, you should be able to display your Indian heritage too.
Why should I?
Because the Cherokee need to be displayed.
I do.
We have
it in the plans.
Okay, it's in the plans.
Yeah,
but you didn't go to the Cherokee Nation.
This was with.
But y'all didn't go pull the Cherokee Nation down here. They're gonna go pull tribes who don't even know we exist.
Well, you don't know what we're doing, do you?
That's the problem.
You're making an assumption without knowing anything.
No, I'm not making an assumption. I am an Indian. I know y'all doing stuff that we're not including.
You just made an assumption, right?
Does anybody think I made an assumption?
She wasn't in the room when you explained what you're doing.
I'm telling him what I feel, in the room or out. And it's not about just him. It's the whole thing. He said he go back into the 70s doing stuff. Okay, so in the 70s, where was the Gina Band of Choctaw? Where was these tribes he brought in here? These people never came here till he invited them in here. Y'all understanding what I'm saying? But they didn't take time to reach to my people that was right here in Bonfaka, Macomb. And to me, that's like invisible. And Jeannie, I'm sorry, but just like y'all glorified Salmon to my friends of Salmon, I would not sit on a board with the word friend of Salmon. Because what the Salmon and Fritchies and the Porter Buns did, he just said, those are the people who was making the money. So they took stuff.
They invited you to sit on the board?
I don't want to be on the board.
But did they invite you? And you turned them down?
No.
Oh.
But Jeannie knew I wasn't going to sit underneath Salmon because they knew from day one how I felt about the name Salmon.
Actually,
So you don't want to be on the board?
I want a new board.
What do you want?
A Bonfaka board. Salmon didn't live here.
A Bonfaka board?
That's right.
What is that?
The board should not be Salmon's nothing. It should be Bonfaka.
Who says so?
Because this is Bonfaka. And Slidell have their stuff, and there's nothing here for Bonfaka. Nothing.
Say Franny 93 says his condescending ass. Yeah, for real, man. So disingenuous. So disingenuous.
And then
create it.
That's right.
That's what we're here for.
Hold on.
That's what I'm here for, to help you create it.
I helped work on getting that Camp Salmon there.
But I'm running out of time.
I have sit-in meetings, Jeannie. Have I not been a part of that fight?
Oh, now he's looking for his jacket, y'all. I think he's had enough. He's getting ready to go. He said, damn, I thought I was going to run game on this dumb black wench. But, man, turns out she's a smart cookie. Lord, she done gave me a heart palpitation.
Elwin, you were, Tom and you both came, like with all of us, we went.
But where are my representations at? You went through the park the other day. What you see there for my people? Just like he said he ain't seen nothing when he went to the thing.
Now, the only thing up about the indigenous people is the trifold that you created with Kevin Davis, and it's got the St. Tammany Parish emblem on it.
And we got 6 acres supposed to be in that park. And it's white people that's on the board of the park. They ain't even from here. So I didn't think the board was set up properly.
There's no board for
There's a board for Salmon called Friends
See,
of Salmon.
this was our plan back when Kevin Davis first.
But Kevin don't have the right, neither you, to plan on the Indians that's here. That's like me. Okay, all right, hold on. I want to do a Confederate story. Since the white people writing about the Indians, let me write a Confederate story. Now, Tom, your family history ain't so good either.
Oh, now we're going to get to the meat and potatoes. This motherfucker dropping the N-word. This motherfucker acting condescending. This motherfucker cosplaying as Cherokee. He making fake tribes. He getting to the bag doing crab fests and Indian chief festivals and shit. And the whole time he descends from Confederate plantation slave owners. We don't just got white tea people cosplaying as indigenous. We have we have descendants of plantation slave owners cosplaying as indigenous. Modern day. Let's talk about it. Chief gonna drag them through the mud.
Confederate story. Since the white people writing about the Indians, let me write a Confederate story. Now, Tom, your family history ain't so good either. Let's be honest. Right now, when we look at, we're going to do real history, okay, guys? I have to check his history because he's writing about Shatta. So I'm figuring, was he Shatta? I went to dig to see, and I didn't find nothing, but his grandfather was a colonel in the Confederate Army.
No, he wasn't in the Confederate.
What he was in.
No.
And
As
they
a matter
lost.
of fact, he died during the Civil War.
But where his plantation was?
And he was in
You
favor.
come from a very wealthy family.
Oh, yeah,
slavery,
very
off of
wealthy.
slavery.
Oh, he comes from a very wealthy family that made their wealth off of plantation slavery. And now in modern times, he's making his wealth cosplaying indigeneity. And we wouldn't know none of this about his background. He's identifying as Indian. It's not until Chief Warhorse brings it up that your ancestors was Confederate colonels and shit. Y'all got to the bag running plantations and enslaving people and shit. But you don't want to talk about that, Tom. You want to talk about being a Cherokee. Watch these chickens come home.
And
As
they
a matter
lost.
of fact, he died during the Civil War.
But where his plantation was?
And he was in
You
favor.
come from a very wealthy family.
Oh,
Off of
yeah,
slavery,
very
off of
wealthy.
slavery.
And
A very
they-
wealthy family.
Yeah.
And they lost their wealth after the war.
No, they didn't.
Oh, no, I'm sure they didn't. 'Cause they had ways to hide it.
Alicia, his wife, made a deal with both the Confederates
And
and the Yankees.
there you go. Come on,
Yeah,
let's talk history. Get up there, child.
Damn, he descends from plantation slave owners who was double agents making backdoor deals with the Confederates and the Union.
I'm sure.
Sound that horse you riding over there.
You know, I know.
And they was working both sides.
Yeah,
Confederate
she was smart.
Yeah, she was smart. It was a woman, you right.
She was sharp, man.
And when the junk got hot,
And
she grabbed her riches.
Belmont is a plantation that they had as a summer home up in Nashville.
Come on.
And that's where Trump and
Come on.
Biden
Sit
had
down. I know that history too. Come on.
I'm
Sally, y'all.
Trump and Biden vacation at his family's old plantation residence. And you wouldn't know this until the chief just dragged it up out of him.
Go, come on, let's talk history. Get up there, child. Sound that horse you
I'm
riding
not-
over there. I've been writing about the Indians. Let me write a Confederate story.
He died during the Civil War.
But where his plantation was?
And he was in
You
favor.
come from a very wealthy family. Off
Oh,
of slavery,
yeah, very
off of
wealthy.
slavery.
And
A very
they-
wealthy family.
Yeah.
And they lost their wealth after the war.
No, they didn't.
Oh, no, I'm sure they didn't. 'Cause they had ways to hide it.
Alicia, his wife, made a deal with both the Confederates and,
And
the
then
Yankees.
there you go. Come on,
Yeah.
let's talk history. Get up there, child. Sound
I'm
that horse you
not-
riding over there.
You know, I know.
And they was
about-
working both sides.
Yeah,
Confederate
she was smart.
Yeah, she was smart. It was a woman, you right.
She was sharp, man.
And when the junk got hot,
And
she grabbed her riches.
Belmont is a plantation that they had as a summer home up in Nashville.
Come on.
And that's where Trump.
And look how he's now getting all giddy and excited as he talks about his slave plantation ancestry, right? Look how he's getting all loose and all ecstatic about it.
Sharp, man.
And when the junk got hot,
And
she grabbed her riches.
Belmont is a plantation that they had as a summer home up in Nashville.
Come on.
And that's where Trump and
Come on.
Biden
Sit
had
Sit
their
down. I know that history too. Come on.
I'm
Sally your horse, man. That's right.
I'm
Y'all hear it, huh?
I need to get home.
You coming for? I'm gonna let you go home.
Oh, he said he need to get home. She said, "Saddle up that horse, Tom. That's right." He said, "I need to go home." You talking about my slave owning ancestors? You talking about us running plantations? You talking about us being Confederate soldiers? I need to go home. Hey, he was doing all this shit, talking, dropping M-bombs, talking this, talking that. But as soon as we start talking about the real deal of where his family comes from, he got to go home. She said, when I looked at your family tree, I didn't see no Cherokee. I seen some Confederates, though.
There's lots of stuff
But
that
let's
we
tell
can
both.
do.
Let's tell both.
You
histories.
and I can
Are
do.
we gonna tell both histories?
Of course.
All right. We're gonna tell how the Confederates got outsmarted. We got outsmarted by the Confederates in a way. Confederates are still here. That's why he went to Trump, guys. Y'all listen to what he know. I know what I'm talking about. He know. But
you don't know everything. You only
that
think
smart
you
grandmother
do. You
yours-
only think you do,
Yo-
trying to con some of these people into believing
hold
everything
on.
you
Am
say
I
is
conning
true.
into y'all?
No, you're not trying
Do y'all research for
I
yourself?
say you are.
All right.
We all research.
You just
Hold on.
You just
Now that she exposed his family's history, now he's calling her a con woman. Now she's conning people. Okay. I think he's the con. He's running all these indigenous festivals and shit, making fake tribes since the 70s, and he's running around identifying as Cherokee and Choctaw. He ain't running around saying, hey, I descend from plantation owner ex-Confederates who got their riches from slaving people and tricking the Union.
You just making assumptions about me. I'm gonna lay it
Now,
back
did I
on
make an
you.
assumption? I'm telling your real history like you out there telling me.
No,
I'm trying to tell me.
I didn't say anything about your history.
Okay, but your grandmother.
I didn't say anything about your history. I didn't say anything about your history. Now, don't ever say that. You know that's not true. You know that's not true.
Who's the Choctaw? Who is the Choctaw?
I'm just right about what I see.
Now let me say on that part.
You're not writing about my history. You're telling
The
people what
Confederate
it
actually was out there at Fort Pike, right?
Who was?
They were the Confederate soldiers. You know they had Fort
Yeah,
Pike.
they,
You know,
they,
come on
were,
now.
they were at Fort
It
Pike.
was right there at Fort Pike. And that was how they moved the Indians from here to Trail of Tears. The only people traveling Trail of Tears really was the Cherokee. That's how my people.
No, the Choctaw and the Trail
No,
of
they
Tears
wasn't walking
first.
though, but no.
They were first.
But
The
how they went?
Choctaw
How they
were
went?
first.
But how they started
moved.
going? Let's tell how they first
The
started going.
Cherokee were not until 1835. The Choctaw
Later,
went in the 1830s.
But we calling everything the Trail of Tears, but they left out of here on the boats, right? They would load the boats. And
The
even,
boat?
yeah, the boats.
Yeah, he's running, Chief Blackfoot. He's running. He's on the ropes. He's getting out of there. As soon as she started talking about his Confederate plantation slave owning ancestry, he said, I got to get home. I left I left the stove on. I forgot.
Ships, the schooners.
Oh, boat. I'm sorry.
Yeah, they went by boat, not walking all up. Y'all get me? Now, years later,
Yeah.
the ones who wanted to go last on them second removals, he keeps saying they came back to push him out. Them were the ones that walked. But the first ones left here from boats from these forts. Okay? That's why that fort is called Fort Pike. Because Albert Pike.
Zebulon Pike.
That's right. He designed, but I say Albert Pike designed him and his people what we know today as Indian Territory. He was a news reporter in Arkansas around Fort Smith. Y'all listening at what I'm saying? The Confederates have never left. You see, he just went straight to Donald Trump, just like that. It ain't never left. They glorified
Donald Trump for?
because all that junk ain't never left. The same plantation your people had is Angola prison today.
Yeah, it was named, it had 7 plantations, one of which was Angola. And when, here's what they did. When the Yankees took over, they converted it into a prison and used former slaves.
That's correct.
Put them in prison
Correct.
on any little charge.
Correct.
And this is into the 1900s.
That's correct.
I mean, Angola was a
You
bad.
can't say I don't know my history.
Oh, I know you know. You got to do is read.
I gotta read, I know.
But not
But
a
let's
lot
do
of
it this
people.
way. A lot of people don't know.
How are we throwing shade? First he says she don't know history, then she does know history, but you know, all you gotta do is read to know history. I mean, this motherfucker, but if you're gonna go, then go, Tom. Go. You've overstayed, you're welcome.
Yeah.
But I do.
Exactly.
And I know about your grandma.
I'm not saying anything.
Your grandma was a smart lady. Let me tell you. Let's
that
finish
you
now.
can't tell
Let me
me
tell you how
what
smart
I
she
know.
was. I'm gonna tell you about your people. Like you tell my mind. Your grandma was so smart, she had both government payers. And when it got hot on one end, she loaded that stuff up in them cotton bales. And that money was
Who did?
Your grandma.
Yeah, she wasn't my grandma. She was a cousin to Rutherford B. Hayes.
That's right. That's who I'm talking about. He was the
Alicia
president.
Hayes, yeah.
And they smuggled her out of here.
She was sharp.
They smuggled her out of here because they owed her too. So she stuck her riches
I admire
in
her,
the
but
cotton.
I don't approve.
But she
You
did do it.
understand?
Though, did
Yeah, she did it.
And she stuck it in
Look,
cotton
and
bales.
she married. The thing is, Rutherford B. Hayes was an abolitionist.
That's
very
right.
strong abolitionist.
That's right.
And Alicia married Isaac Franklin, who was the biggest slave trader in America.
That's correct. But they got her out of here and got her to the place that you're talking about. She can use her wealth.
She went to England.
Yeah, but they took her north.
I think she died in England.
But they took her north first. But they saved her. That was the promise they made her. They wouldn't let her.
But yeah,
go
she
down.
didn't like Louisiana.
So they saved her in the end. But
Okay, so could you just, one thing I want to clear up since Jeannie said that you came here to work with you, is what is it you're planning to do with Abita, because she wasn't sure when you were saying that.
well, first thing we need to do, me and him, is clarify that there was no tribe here until 2007. Now, what you fixing to do, Tom? I'm always doing something. What you finna do up in the Abita?
Listen, give me a hug.
I'm gonna give you a hug. I don't know what you're finna do in the Abita.
Yeah, you better take a steaming hot bath after that hug.
You're taller than I thought.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're
a war horse.
I'm a war horse.
You're a war horse.
You hit me again, I'm gonna take it as a lick. I'm gonna hit you back now. Look, so, but don't be, I'll tell them kids that.
I love you, Chief. You're all right.
Whatever you fixing to do up there.
Yeah, he was getting a little too handsy there. He was getting a little
Listen.
too handsy.
Give me a hug.
I'm gonna give you a hug. I don't know what you're
Energy
do.
vampire.
God, you're taller than I thought.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're
a war horse.
I'm a war horse.
You're a war horse.
You hit me again, I'm gonna take it as a lick. I'm gonna hit you back now. Look, so, but don't be, I'll tell them kids that.
I love you, Chief. You're all right.
Whatever you fixing to do up there. First thing you need to do is clarify that there were no tribe in Lacombe until 2007.
I don't need to do anything.
Well, you really don't.
You know, no, ma'am. I do what I please. Like Abdullah used to say. I will listen to you and I will work with you.
Keep it up. See, you get the liquor. Keep it up. All right. But I'm going to keep telling the truth. And I hope you all.
I will work. Yeah, I'll work with.
So, Jeannie,
we're looking for the same thing. You know, we are.
Excuse me 1 second before you leave, because I walked in on the last.
Goodbye.
Well, goodbye. But the thing is, it's a repeat of what she was saying. You're taking heritage and making it history to whoever's combining it and making the riches off of it. But you have not included the people who should be telling the story. It's gonna be chief. It's gonna be called chief, and that's a title that should not be used. I don't care what the acronym is.
and if Jeannie don't see a difference in it, that's not right.
Calling it chief, and it should not.
Why don't y'all
She said, wait a minute, Tom gonna get these hands before we leave, okay?
take y'all game to Oklahoma?
Because there is a specific thing that goes with chief, and it goes with honor.
Jeannie, this
And
is not coming
awards
together
that
because
they have
I am
sought
the
to
chief.
keep their hands
Holmes
with.
not a chief.
That's actually an insult. to chief.
It's insult to my whole tribe.
Well,
It's
that's
insult.
an opinion.
It's a very close opinion for the
And
people.
it may be valid, but it's still an opinion.
Yes, it is.
It's not a fact.
It is a very factual.
You see how he's disrespecting the local indigenous community that he's leeching off of and monetizing? He making a whole ass event called Chief, claiming that the acronym is like Cherokee Heritage or some. I mean, come on.
No, man.
Do your history. It is not just my opinion.
And
It
you
is
heard enough
factual.
of the nigga stuff.
Because
I'm not dealing with that.
Chief is a word.
Yes.
Yeah, and she said, and he was dropping the N-word, and I ain't dealing with that shit. Get him on out of here.
It's not just my opinion.
And
It
you
is
heard enough of
factual.
the nigga stuff.
Because
I'm not dealing with that.
Chief is a word.
yes, that has
It's
a
a
meaning.
word.
It's a meaning.
Hey, it
All
means-
words have
it means
Defending his use of the N-word, talking about, oh, it's a word.
All words have
Leader. Yes, it does.
but that doesn't make it
You tried.
exclusive to you.
No.
I'm not worried about
Exposure to who is actually leading
It's an
with
opinion.
the truth, not just an opinion. Okay.
That's your opinion.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
And again,
I know,
factual.
and you admit it.
All right, let me
See what happens when we invite the Mayo people to the cookout?
do my closure on this show. Sharon, let me do close on show.
Yeah.
We've been cooking with Chief, serving up. You got you on? We've been cooking with Chief, serving up history. And if y'all notice, history can get to be really intertwined and it can get all tangled up and facts can come out. But if you have to listen to this over and over, you hear the
Chief Blackfoot says, I wonder if he's still in the land of the living. Well, this video was only 2 years ago. You know, it's not like a decade ago. I mean, he probably still kicking, unfortunately.
word nigga come out his mouth and everything. So when you meeting with these type people, y'all hear me saying clans, who? Y'all hear me talking about Confederacy? You got a chance to witness St. Tammany Parish, how the history is put out, who is put out by. You learned today that there were no Bayou Lacone Choctaw tribe until 2007. Put together by him and the federally recognized tribe from Oklahoma, the Gina, and several others. This is what we've been dealing with. And he admits it's about money and grants, and he get grants. Now it's time for the government to investigate this stuff.
Let's talk about it, y'all. Shout out to Chief Warhorse. And ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I got to get on out of here. We're going on 6.5 hours consecutively of live content. Thank you guys for tuning in. Make sure to check out my website, nativeblack.ancestry.com. If you need any historical resources or help with genealogy, you can book a one-on-one consultation with me where I teach you the 3-step process me and my family used to trace our heritage and get tribal citizenship with the Muskogee Creek Nation in 2021.
Hi, my name is Frances Tuck, and I contacted Mike from Mike TV on YouTube because I wanted to find out about my family's Native American history that I believed existed. Through the research that I was able to do through Mike TV, I was able to find out that our name is indeed on the registry. I had a consultation with Mike today, and because of his advice and the research that he has done, I am now confident that I'm able to find my family's roots in the Native American History database. Thank you, Mike.
All right, I'll see you guys later. Peace.
They don't want you to remember this. You not no slave, you indigenous. Fuck how they painted them Indians. You went to war with the French and the British men. Quite frankly, you was kings Merovingians. They took the women and men, made them prisoners, raised up the children to worship their images, set up a lab, took the genes and they mixed them, and this shit get way deeper than your pigment.
I'm from Maryland, by the way, and there's a large population of Africans, so I've ran into a lot of Africans. Why do Africans have the perceptions that Americans are lazy? And another question is, why do Africans think African Americans have no culture?
So Americans in general being lazy, or African Americans being lazy, or both? It's both, yeah. Yeah, y'all like, there is a thing here that Americans, is that, yeah, Americans are lazy. Like, that's a thing. Y'all kind of look down, yeah, it's a thing, right? Can I just, yeah. She's saying it's a thing. I'm like, man, I've been around the block.
Have any of you like felt or like heard about in your families, felt any animosity from African Americans or like the Black community?
Yeah, any like animosity or jealousy or, from the African American communities, right? Like who see you as somehow special or something, I don't know.
Animosity? No, but like kind of feeling left out, not being able to connect with them, just feeling like I can never like belong in their community sometimes.
Yeah.
Like
once they find out you're Nigerian?
That, yeah.
Uh-huh.
When should you guys all identify as African and as maybe some of you as American at the end, smart? Yeah. I'm assuming you will identify as American as well from Philly, right?
Oh, hang on. Here's some mic, dude.
Yeah, like so to answer your question, like I have multiple parts of my identity and I identify with it, in different ways. But yeah, but tell me a little bit about like what you're thinking behind your question.
So my question is kind of generic. How long do you have to be somewhere? How far down the line do you have to go that you no longer are part of where you're from and you've now picked up a new identity? So my parents came from Greece, but I consider myself American first, Greek second. How long? So if I went to Africa, how long would I have to stay there and build a family and become part of the culture until I'm African? Or am I never African and I'm always an outsider? Or do you guys always feel like outsiders and you never fully integrate into your new society? So
say like the African American experience. Like,
yeah,
what
just
do you
African
mean?
Americans. Like you look at the data that we have, right? The both education, poverty, crime, the things that are higher, right? And like,
when it comes to the education, like we don't really, I don't know, like we can't, I don't want to say we can't relate, but
Many know about slavery, but few discuss paper genocide. We did not all come from Africa, and most of us have Aboriginal roots that were stripped away due to reclassification and miseducation. As a native Black American and a member of the Muskogee Creek Nation, I understand the importance of tracing your lineage. If you want to learn how to trace your genealogy and apply for tribal citizenship, go to nativeblackancestry.com to schedule a consultation.
They don't want you to remember this. You not no slave, you indigenous. Fuck how they painted them Indians. You went to war with the French and the British, man. Quite frankly, you was kings Merovingians. They took the women and men, made them prisoners, raised up the children to worship their images, set up a lab to the genes and they mixed them. And this shit get way deeper than your pigment.
All right. Hit the like button on the way in. Subscribe to the channel if you're new to the program. And let's get on with the content. We've got several Africans at some university lecture. And for some reason, we got some white professor doing a bit of instigating. He's going to ask the Africans about Black Americans. I mean, there was barely any Black Americans present at all, but we got white people and Africans speaking for us. Let's go ahead and take a look.
Everywhere else, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. How about you? What's like something that you wish you would want people to understand?
I mean, there's a lot, and I think first and foremost, like Africa is a continent, and it's important to say that because a lot of people they'll be like, "Oh, I was like been to France, I've been to this, I've been to that, and I've been to Africa." I'm like, "All right, but where in Africa, right?" First thing, it's a continent, and it has so many.
Why do you guys keep repeating that? We know it's a continent. We know it's a continent filled with shithole countries. It's an unstable third world continent.
Diverse countries, cultures, and peoples. That's like a huge thing. Another thing is a lot of people think that there is no culture and that there is no history when it comes to the cultures and the countries in the African continent. And that
no one says Africans don't have culture and history. You have a culture and history of warring with one another and enslaving your own people to sell to foreigners. So yeah, it's an interesting culture and history you have there.
That's just simply not true. And I wish people knew about how much the Western world has systematically erased and brainwashed people into viewing Africa through a particular lens that leaves us so ignorant as to its possibilities and its history. That's what I wish that people knew.
Yeah?
Yes, guys, do we really expect anything less from the mainstream academia system? We got a white dude who's going to gaslight Black Americans about Africans. Like, I think there's maybe 2 Black Americans in the audience. This is mostly a white school, and he's going to bring 5 Africans on stage to gossip about Black Americans. Okay. All right. Is this African studies? What's going on?
Okay. All right. That's a dude. You could go on, man. So I think that one of the things that This is a question for all of you. Sometimes try to pull you aside and be like, hey, listen, man, here's how you're going to have to deal with race in the United States, because they saw you as one of them. And meanwhile, you're not really seeing yourselves as one of them, because you're Liberian, you're Nigerian, you're Sierra Leonean. Can you just walk into that a little bit? I just wonder how that, because Europeans have the same thing, right? Europeans come here and they are just immediately seen as white Americans, and Europeans are like, yo, hang on, man. I'm German, actually. I'm not white. Or I'm British. I'm not white.
Yeah, no, that doesn't happen. When Europeans immigrate to America, they just call themselves a white American. They don't stop you and say, oh no, I'm German. Oh no, they don't do that. They assimilate into dominant society. They assimilate into the local race hierarchy.
So don't tell me about white people and what it's like to be white, because I'm not white. I'm German. I'm like, kind of thing, you know.
For us, like we don't care. Like, for speaking from my country.
Yeah. And you can just speak for yourself and your experience.
Yeah, for me, like I didn't care about like being like seen. When I first came here, like I said, we don't have like the races, like different races and all that kind of stuff. It was just African people. And like,
no, that's a lie. It's not just African people. Africans on the continent of Africa don't just view everybody colloquially as African people. You guys commit genocide, butcher, and war with one another based off of tribal territories. You don't even identify as African. You identify with your country or your tribe. But look at them in front of the white man, in front of the college class, going lie and say, oh no, we just all see each other as Africans. Then why is there like half a dozen civil wars going on in Africa right now? Why is there such a crisis going on in South Sudan right now if you guys just all see yourself as Africans and you're all kumbaya? Stop the cap, lady. Stop it.
Millions of people across southern Africa are facing the worst food crisis in decades. That's according to the World Food Programme on Tuesday. The UN agency warned that its ability to provide relief hangs in the balance due to funding shortfalls. There are unprecedented drought conditions in a record 5 countries: Lesotho, Malawi, Namibia, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. The agency has declared a state of disaster and called for international humanitarian support. WFP's regional officer, Thompson Fury, said this major issue could deepen into a, quote, full-scale humanitarian crisis.
Millions of people risk going hungry as Southern Africa enters lean season. The United Nations World Food Programme is today calling.
Damn, they got a continent filled with so many different countries and they can't even feed themselves. She wants to tell us they all view themselves as Africans, but we got 5 African nations that are dying from drought and famine, and all the other African nations are hiding like Wakanda in the cuts. Say it ain't so.
I didn't like see like them and then us. I think it was told to me by like a lot of Black people that I met that they're Black, you know, and I was like, oh, I'm not African, I'm Black, you know.
Got you. Okay. You had to be. You were being reminded of where you fit in the hierarchy here in the U.S.
Yeah.
Okay. How about the two of you? Do you have what would you say about that? Like being like this balance of being Nigerian but being Black in America, and it's like kind of like they're very different things. You know, what would you? Some thoughts on that?
I mean, being Black American is different than just being African. I don't see like when I like she said, I'm not saying like
Hi, my name is Frances Tuck, and I contacted Mike from Mike TV on YouTube because I wanted to find out about my family's Native American history that I believed existed. Through the research that I was able to do through Mike TV, I was able to find out that our name is indeed on the registry. I had a consultation with Mike today, and because of his advice and the research that he has done, I am now confident that I'm able to find my family's roots in the Native American history database. Thank you, Mike.
Oh, you're Black American. I'm not. So I'm not, it's not like I'm trying to say. It's not like I'm like aware of that. I'm like hyper aware of it. It's just something that's like whatever, like, you know, we all look the same. So I'm not gonna be like, oh, since you're not like me, I'm like better or you know, than you in any way.
But there is that kind of separation piece.
Yeah.
Because you have this other culture that's.
Yeah.
So now you have Nigerian culture and you have U.S. American culture. And so you've got these two. You're like this dual culture person. How about like how do Nigerians talk about Black Americans? Like how do Nigerians, for example, this is a complicated.
Damn, it got real quiet, didn't it, guys? Online, they're so vocal. They'll call us Yankee Akatas and we're degenerate gangbanger baby mamas. But when the white man asks him in front of the class, what did the Nigerians say about us? Damn, we hear crickets. Absolute silence.
Complicated question. And Will, you can jump in, but let them try to answer it first, right? When we look at some of the statistics and data on just like poverty, you know, the Black experience in the U.S., right? Because Africans can be very conservative, by the way, right? But by the way, Black people are very conservative.
Yeah, white man, calm down, lumping Africans into the same group as Native Black Americans. You see how he did that? Africans are quite conservative. Wait, Black people are quite conservative. They're not like us and we're not like them. Stop it. And how conservative are the Africans when the ones that immigrate here, the men especially, most of them are homosexual? That's not very conservative. Man's right there, the light-skinned Nigerian in the glasses, he's zesty as all hell can be. That's not conservative.
In the true meaning of what conservative is, Black people, in many ways, here in the U.S., are the most conservative people in the U.S. And all you have to do in the classic way of thinking about conservatism, right? All you have to do is go to a Black church on a Sunday morning.
White man, yes, you know so much about our culture, white man. Oh, Lord, the white professor is just speaking for us because, you know, there's no Black Americans in the audience to rep for us. The white man knows about the hot comb feeling on your head on a Sunday morning. Okay. And Shadow Priest was asking if this was a recent video. Yes, this was published 4 weeks ago, so rather recent.
Of course, it's going to take like 2 hours or sometimes 3 or 4 hours of your time, but you know, it's entertaining. It's interesting, right? And what you're going to hear is a singular message over and over again. And the message is take responsibility for yourself. If you screw up, it's nobody's fault but yours. You have to make it happen. It's on your shoulders. You are responsible not just for yourself.
So the white man is just up here speaking on behalf of Africans and Black Americans right now.
But also your family. No excuses. This is just the message, man. If I could like lay out the message of Black ministers and pastors, that is the fundamental core of every single Sunday sermon. And that's ultimate conservatism because it's about the individual is responsible. The individual has, like, yeah, how do people talk about just the African American experience compared to, because Africans have a different experience. Do you have anything on that you could say? Will, do you have it? Yeah, go ahead.
Say like the African American experience? Like,
yeah,
what
just African Americans. Like you look at the data.
Damn, she said, what do you mean? I thought they're so educated. He says, hey, what's your thought on the African American experience? The African American, but what do you, their experience? Like they experience things? Like they have a history here? Like what? They're not immigrants like us, huh?
That we have, right? You know, the both education, poverty, crime, the things that are higher, right? And like,
I mean, when it comes to the education, like, we don't really, I don't know, like we can't, I don't want to say we can't relate, but it's like not every African is like doing well, but we, I don't know, when we come here, we expect to like, it's like instilled in us to like,
Yeah.
you know,
Because you're
like
immigrants.
school, exactly. Like school, you come from a place that doesn't have as much opportunities. When you come to the U.S., has a lot of opportunities. Like when we come here, it's like school is your number one priority. Like that's.
So we're going to go on to that on the next slide. But are there like, I think what are like, are there stereotypes? Do you see stereotypes from the like Nigerian community? Will, you could, yeah.
Like, I would say some
The white man knows about the stereotypes, but the Africans don't want to speak on it, y'all. Check it out. Even the white man knows how the Africans are xenophobic and hate Black Americans, but the Africans are acting like they never heard, oh no, stereotype. What's that? Can you use that in a sentence, please?
stereotypes is that Nigerian parents are very like strict,
Yeah.
which is true.
No, the stereotype with Nigerians that you guys are fucking scammers.
Money is the root of all evil, and some people will do anything to get it. Among these people are a group of young men aged between 22 to 29 years old, infamously known as the Yahoo Boys.
80 people in all, most of them from Nigeria.
Well, prosecutors say the defendants preyed on everyone, from people looking for romance to businesses and the elderly.
Their world is a perfect example of how far people will go for the sake of wealth. These cyber criminals have mastered the art of fraud.
Day for two Nigerian brothers charged in a sextortion case that led to a Marquette teenager taking his own life. Now, both men will spend more than 17 years in prison for their roles in the online scheme. Thanks for joining us. I'm Damon Fernandez in for Devin Skillian.
I'm Kimberly Gill. 17-year-old Jordan DeMay sent sexually explicit images on Instagram to who he thought was a girl. When he couldn't pay $1,000 the crooks were asking for to keep the photos a secret, he committed suicide. I spoke with his mother today after the hearing. Tell me what your reaction is to the sentencing today.
Today was really a landmark day, and that
Yeah, y'all are such degenerate fucking scammers. Y'all will sextort minor American children to the point where they take their own life. Damn. That's what you Nigerians are known for. Scamming.
My experience.
Yep.
And they really try to emphasize education, which my parents also do. The school comes first before anything else.
Yeah.
I would say stereotypes related to that, yes. So
All right. So let me ask. Well, let me.
So the Nigerians have never heard the stereotype of them being scammers, right? They don't know about their own culture of scamming. They just have a stereotype of them being smart in school. Okay. This is part of the Nigerian scam. Come on.
So look at this, by the way, the number of African U.S. residents who immigrants from Africa. It's not, we're at like 2 million at this point. I mean, the numbers are just going, and 1 in 5 Black people in the U.S. are immigrants from either Africa or the Caribbean.
So you guys all identify as African, and as maybe some of you as American at the end, smart. Yeah, I'm assuming you all identify as American as well, from Philly, right?
Well, hang on. Here's some mic, dude.
Yeah, so to answer your question, I have multiple parts of my identity, and I identify with it, in different ways.
You mean you're a fucking cosplayer with an identity crisis? The white boy just said straight up, hey, so you identify as an American? I mean, when you introduce yourself, you said you're from Philly. You didn't say you're from Nigeria. You said you're from Philly. So do you identify as an American? Oh, well, I've got multiple layers to my identity, so I identify in a multitude of ways. What the fuck does that mean? You're a cosplayer. You're a runner. You're a track star.
I have multiple parts of my identity, and I identify with it, in different ways. But tell me a little bit about what you're thinking behind your question.
So my question is kind of generic. How long do you have to be somewhere? How far down the line do you have to go that you no longer are part of where you're from, and you've now picked up a new identity? So my parents came from Greece, but I consider myself American first, Greek second. How long? So if I went to Africa, how long would I have to stay there and build a family and been?
Very great question. How long being in a new place until you have delineated from your previous heritage and then you now identify with your new country of origin? How long? And I bet you the Weasley African man is not going to give a straight answer. He's not going to tell us straight up, hey, how many generations of you guys being here until you fully try to adopt our native Black American heritage? I know we got the first generation. I know we got the second generation. But how many generations until you're really setting in on the cosplay? How long?
And, you know, become part of the culture until I'm African, or am I never African and I'm always an outsider? Or do you guys always feel like outsiders and you never fully integrate into your new society? So for the rest of you there, do you guys will always be African, or will you never truly feel I am now an American?
Excellent question. Will you always identify as African first, or at a certain point in time will you identify primarily as American? And let's see if the Weasley African man can give us a straight answer.
With African ancestry, but I'm American first.
Okay. Well, I actually have a question for you. Why do you identify as Greece first? Like, what experiences do you have that made you I mean, as an American first, Greece second?
Wow, look at the juvenile deflection tactics. He asked him a straight up question. How long till you identify as being an American? Well, you know what? Let me ask you a question first. What makes you identify as American first instead of Greece? Tell me about yourself and your psyche and your thought process before I answer that question.
Tell me a little bit about why you do that.
I say I'm American first because I was born here. I have an American passport.
Yeah.
I have American citizenship.
Yeah.
And I have been blessed to be born in this country, so I take pride in my country and my flag.
Yeah.
But I am very much Greek. My ethnicity is very much Greek. I trace half my lineage there. I experience a lot of the culture. My grandparents are very Greek.
Yeah.
My mom grew up half there, half here. I go there nearly every summer.
For sure.
I'm there all the time. But I take part in American culture.
For sure.
Because I'm around American culture more. It's kind of
the African ignorant ass motherfucker is gonna ask him what's American culture. Sir, he asked you a question. He asked you when you Africans are gonna start identifying as Americans, and so far you've asked him why he identifies as American first, and now you're giving him a fucking interrogation, asking him what American culture is. Are you ever gonna answer the question, African man?
every single day.
Like what? Like
football.
Wait, hang on. I'm just asking you questions.
No, this is a good question. Penn State's big.
No, these are good questions.
Football.
So
cars,
food,
integration, all this thing. It's American.
So you're
first to me.
you're in it. Yeah.
I'm as American as it gets.
Okay, no, I got that. So what is for you guys, you're not, are you going to football games?
I just had.
Oh, you go to football. You're allowed to go to a football game? Yeah. Here, listen, what's your parents' names?
My mom's name is Chizo and my dad's name is Ukwenga.
Yo, she should not be wasting her time at football games, all right? There's a lot of things that she could be doing instead of wasting her time at football games. So just, you need to talk to your daughter, all right?
Right. Just finished my consultation with Mike. A lot of information in a short period of time, but it was very valuable information. I'm definitely excited to get started searching on my genealogy. He has been an awesome resource, gave me a lot of information, a lot of things, a lot of pieces to the puzzle I didn't have. He was able to help me find them. And I 100% recommend Mike and his services to anyone who's looking to crack the code, so to speak, on their genealogy, because there's a lot of, how we say, fake news going around with this subject. And it's very important that people are able to put the pieces together, because if you don't know your history, you don't know your future. So 100% sign up.
So the question, I think what he's asking are some really good questions.
One last question for him.
Yeah, go ahead.
So
he has another question. He's already deflected. Instead of answering the question, when are you going to identify as an American? He's asked the Greek guy 2 questions, and now he's going to ask him a 3rd question. And I bet you he ain't never going to answer the original question that was asked.
And what's your name? I didn't get your name.
Michael.
Michael.
It's a
All right.
perfect
Michael the
American
mic.
name.
Michael, have you ever had an experience that made you feel... Michael, you ready? Have you ever had an experience that told you explicitly, subconsciously, or made you feel anything less than American?
Huh? Wow, he's taking a deflection to a whole new level. Wait a minute. I got a 3rd question. Have you ever feel or thought explicitly, had a notion, had something happen to where you didn't feel like you were in America? What the fuck is he talking about? Why, he's not even good at deflecting. What? Sir, he asked you a straight question. When are you going to identify as American first instead of African first? And this nigga is playing psychologist. Tell me on the doll, Michael, where the man touched you that night. Like what the fuck is he talking about? He's asking the Greek dude to define American culture. He's asking him why he identifies as American first. Now he's asking him if he's ever not felt American. What?
Have you ever had an experience that made you feel... Michael, you ready? Have you ever had an experience that told you explicitly, subconsciously, or made you feel anything less than American?
Whoa, that's a good question.